Hello, everybody. So busted. I told you I'm going live.
I was trying to get out of the screen. I thought it was behind you. I'm like, where's the camera?
You're supposed to be a ninja? Christ. Hello, everybody. You're a disaster, you know that? It's my fault. I married it. Did you need something, dear?
I have a question for you.
By all means.
How can I set my address book so that it recognizes me as the person that keeps...
I'll set it up while you sleep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Goodbye.
Good night. My God. All right. So, good evening, everybody. I had a whole intro planned that went right out the window. So, yeah. Hi, Bruce.
How are you, Mr. Moth?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm just absolutely sensational. This is there is no place I would rather be at this particular point in time.
Well, I'm seeing how you're 20 feet away from your kitchen and how you love to cook. That is quite a high praise.
Indeed.
So before we dive in, let me just say hi to GT, who's no longer here. Probably he just complained about the stream needing 4 hours to get started. But if you are here, GT, welcome. We got Joe's Computer Museum, Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Thomas Armstrong, Patrick Geis, Starbuck Tech, Sad Mac. Justin is here, kind of important because we are gonna have some questions for Justin. Eric's Edge is here, and Apple's Anonymous is here. Welcome, everybody. And for those who don't know, Eric's Edge has been streaming for the last 2 days, on and off, and he has been rebuilding a battery for a laptop of some sort. So, pretty cool. I'm about to send him one of mine so he can do that for me, even though he's resisting it. So, let's see. The battery lives. That is awesome. I had no doubt, of course, but that is awesome.
Sorry.
Just got to hydrate. So, diving right in. The reason we are here today is because of this box. Well, actually, it's because of Justin, but, he sent me this box. In this box, to the best of my knowledge, excuse me, is a Macintosh IIci board. And a power supply, I think, and some other stuff. And even though the label says beige but not firewood, we're gonna see if it burns eventually. So let me just open this up real quick.
Yeah, I sort of feel like in this situation, Jay is kind of like the reluctant hero. He's a little bit like Jon Snow in Game of Thrones, who didn't want to rule, he didn't want to lead, but he still found himself doing it.
I don't like where
or
this is going.
or maybe Bruce Willis in Die Hard just wanted to have Christmas with his wife and ends up rescuing everyone in the Nakatomi Plaza. This is basically the situation Jay finds himself in now. He doesn't want to work on beige, but he knows that he has the ability to do it. So he's reluctantly drawn into saving the day.
To be, I mean, I like that better than the actual truth, which is I start a new job in a few days, and I have nothing better to do in the meantime, and I was so bored that I offered Justin to take a look at his form. We got plenty of bubble wrap, so let me get everything out of the box, and then we'll see what we got. What's that? That's too
What is
tiny
that?
to be a board.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
SCSI 2SD maybe?
This is
It's
a
a display card?
No, it's
Oh,
very-
cash card. I think
How
that's
the
the
hell
cash
can you
card.
tell that from?
Just because of the shape, and I can see the little plastic thing protruding up the top. So that's the cash card.
You're a freak. That's why. All right, more bubble wrap. This is heavy, so that's a power supply. Now, as far as I know, and I was paying attention kind of during Justin's stream, this power supply has been recapped and I believe is functional.
Yes, we have every reason to believe that power supply is working perfectly.
All right.
At this time.
Power supply. And last, but certainly not least, actually, no, there's more. Damn, Justin, you are a master of cramming stuff in a single box. You made excellent use of space here. All right, what's in here, smart guy?
Oh, hang on, sorry. I thought I would send out this stream to like the Twattosphere and stuff like that to bring more peeps. So let me just have a look. That's got to be RAM. No. What is it? It's tiny.
Ha! So Bruce doesn't have all the
No,
answers.
wouldn't have a clue what that is. Wouldn't have a clue.
All right.
FPUs. Why have you sent FPUs?
Excuse the ASMR while I get all these bags open.
I'll continue with my sending this out.
I figured this board will be a lot bigger. Here
Yeah, that should fit into your crest, you know.
Man, anything fits into my crest.
Almost anything fits into
You
your
think
crest.
you're special with your home built fancy.
Fancy pants. Ultrasonic cleaner that keeps breaking down.
All right, so we have the board, we have the power supply, we have, I think this is the little baggie you warned me about, isn't it, Justin? Yeah, those are the FPUs. This is a Bruce said it no more than 20 seconds ago, but I already forgot. A what card?
So there's a cash card.
A cash card.
Interesting little bit of history about that cash card. That was brought out as an optional extra, which added a great deal of, sort of improvement to the performance of the computer. And it got to the point, it was an optional extra, but it got to a point at the end in the 2CI's life where they were just including the cash card as just a standard 2CI sale. So if you bought one later on, it would have come with a cash card in it. If you bought one earlier, you would have need to have paid extra for a for the cash card.
Gotcha. And one last piece of crinkly plastic. We have two display cards.
Count them.
I'm just taking everything out of the plastic now so that we don't have to deal with that noise later on.
I appreciate that.
One just regular Macintosh display card.
Yes, so that is I believe it's the 824. And there are two different variations of that board. There's one version of that board, which, as you can see there, it has two slots on the bottom for adding an extra bit of VRAM.
Yeah.
Or there was also a version where if you look up the top, you see there are a few empty spots. Oh, okay, that's the other version of the board. That's the one where you can see all the VRAM is populated and it doesn't have expansion slots. So they're the two versions. The one in your right hand, I think that's the right round. The one in your right hand is the one that was expandable. The one in your left hand is already expanded. So both of those are actually exactly the same spec now because the one in your right hand has been expanded. So,
see, I knew all that. Just making sure they both have the same copyright, 1989 to 1990.
Hello to our guest producer. Mike is in the wings, making these little things appear on the screen.
Hello. All right, so we got two display cards, cache card, FPUs, power supply, and a board. Now,
this appeared to be a rather 2-bit operation, so I thought you guys needed some parity.
As long as you know you're not getting paid.
No, damn.
Yep.
Check out Mike's Mac Shack today.
So, the one thing I don't remember is why this board was sent to me. I know there's something wrong with it.
Yep.
But,
so I can fill you in on that if you're happy for me to do that.
But just to kind of prove that I was actually there at Justin's stream, it powered on, but it didn't get video.
It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the general gist of it.
So I've proven that I was there at least.
Yes, you have proven that you were there. So we should mention that it's not just video. If we plug in a SCSI device, it doesn't start booting up. So it's not like the computer is actually working, but we're just not getting any display output. We are getting a chime, but only under certain circumstances. So if the computer has a new bus display card in it, it will chime, but then it won't get any further. No video, no booting, nothing. So it stops there. If we take the new bus card out and we plug into the 2CI's internal video, another little important piece of history there, the 2CI was the first of the modular Macintoshes, as in ones that were expandable, that had its own built-in video. If you try and actually run this through built-in video, we don't even get a chime. So that's a really weird sort of situation because you wouldn't normally expect that plugging a monitor in would stop a computer from chiming, but that is what's happening. So we can fairly safely say that it's not in tip-top condition.
Gotcha. It is a good-looking board, though. And I'm talking about the PCB design itself, that almost fluorescent green coating and stuff. It's a pretty badass board.
Nice, and of course it's got, it's all screen printed. You've got all of the names of the components on there, not like working on later Apple products.
Yep.
So, and we do have schematics for them, even though they are the handwritten Bowmark ones.
Oh dear.
They are in circulation. They're better than nothing. But,
I guess.
People have been going in and replicating some of these schematics in modern software that now then make them searchable and all that sort of stuff. But there are still some that people haven't got around to yet. So,
gotcha. I'm just overlaying this on the video for anyone watching this later.
Okay, onboard video with adapter set to an unsupported mode. So in other words, like not plugging adapter in at all. So at all times, no video. And as I say, we didn't. I'm sure we at some stage Justin plugged in a SCSI 2SD or something like that and got no drive activity, so it wasn't actually booting. So.
All right. Now the cache card. And sorry, I haven't been keeping up on the chat while I was unpacking this. Did you send this because it doesn't work, or you just sent it for me to burn? I mean, look at.
He said he sent it just so you had it.
Sweet.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing testing with and without the card. At the end of the day, He wants it working with the card, so I think he sent it to you to make sure that if you get it fixed, you can put the card in and check that. Oh, a delivery van is pulling up out the front. So
Wine?
No, it's too early for wine. No, it's never
Not
too
too
early
early
for
for
wine.
wine delivery, surely.
Yes, no, this is true. But I think this will be a delivery of some sort, but not wine. So.
All right. So I didn't bother hooking up a second camera so you can see my face because I'll be looking down a microscope for the entire time anyway. So I'm just going to switch to turning it on might help. To microscope view.
Hey.
We're gonna have a look around here. See what we can find.
That's my doorbell. I'll be back in a moment.
All right. Now, one thing I would, and for that I have to switch back to my other camera thingamajig. One thing I would love to mention real quick, especially when it comes to these old boards. I don't know if I can show this on camera, but here down this edge, you have letters A through M. Right? At the top of the board, or maybe the bottom, I can't see, down here, you have 1 through 13. What that does, it splits this board up in a whole bunch of sections. So if you're looking for a fault on a board, whether it's a beige board, a modern board, toaster oven board, don't go zigzagging looking for whatever's wrong because you're going to lose track of wherever you are. Take it section by section, fix what you find along the way or make a note of it, then move on.
Can I make one small observation? Because I know exactly what you were saying
good,
there.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Right.
Absolutely. Definitely want to be systematic with the way you look over the board for sure. But may I recommend before doing that, just focus around the capacitors first. So just move from one capacitor to the next, as in the ones that have been replaced. The ones that used to have surface mount electrolytic capacitors and now have little yellow tantalums. Focus on those areas first because they are usually the most likely areas that have problems. Then, of course, after that, if you don't find any problems, then it's time to start getting systematic across the board.
So what he's saying is he fully expects that Justin did a horrendous job recapping this. So we're going to check that first.
Well, we do know that microscopes help a lot.
They do.
So,
and to be fair, I've seen Justin recap other stuff before. He's not new at this. So,
Justin has mentioned that the axial capacitors have been recapped as well. Interestingly enough, I'm not 100% certain about this, but I think these boards will actually run without those axials even on. So they are generally not where we look for problems on those, but never any harm in checking. Okay, nice solder blobs going on there.
Bruce, I've never done this before. Can you tell me the band on these caps? What side should they be on?
The band should be on the positive for a tantalum. The band should be on negative for an electrolytic. So
I've learned something already. All right,
right now, immediately there, I'm seeing a couple of things that I would want to check. Namely, if you have a look at that capacitor on the left, you see there is a trace that runs underneath the capacitor.
Mm-hmm.
I would be wanting to just check and make sure that we haven't accidentally ended up with a short.
All right.
And what you will also see is if you follow that trace along,
up or down,
then actually follow it to the right. So that, you'll see it then finds its way dangerously close to the pin of that capacitor there as well.
Yep.
And that would be another area of potential danger. I would be getting the multimeter out and checking to make sure that we haven't created a short, because this is one of the things that does often happen when recapping boards that used to have surface mount electrolytic to having tantalums. The electrolytics have a much narrower pin on them. So when you then end up putting a tantalum cap on with the wider pin, it can then end up overlapping either side of the original pad. And if during the recapping process you've accidentally exposed a trace that runs in that area, you can end up creating a short.
Is this the right moment to scream planned obsolescence, or it doesn't apply here?
I don't think. Well, I suppose that these ones here probably weren't as planned obsolete as some of these ones were, but some of the other computers are. But I mean, certainly, if we look at something like a Macintosh Classic that had a lithium battery on the board and it had Torx screws and was not designed to be opened by the owners, those lithium batteries are expected to have a 10 plus years lifetime. And they really saw no need in making that battery accessible to the buyer, because who is going to be using that computer in 10 years when computers were getting so much better and faster?
You must be nuts.
Exactly. 10 years' time, you need a new computer. You don't replace the battery.
Yeah, what's wrong with you? Now, what is this here? This
that is also a tantalum capacitor, but it's just a different one. So that one, I think, is a 10 microfarad, 16 volt. So the two on either side there, they're 47 microfarad, 16 volts, and I'm pretty sure the one in the middle there is a 10. I probably should check out the recapping guide.
Yellow?
Yeah.
Not yellow. This is triggering my OCD, Bruce.
Yeah, well, you'll have to speak to Justin about that.
All right. So, I mean, everything is looking pretty good, but we will check with a multimeter, like Bruce suggested. We got a little bit of scanning down by the pins there, but no lasting damage from what I can tell.
Yep.
All right, where's the next one? Next one is over here.
Okay, there's another one to trigger your OCD.
Why? It's
because because it's so much smaller than the others.
That is definitely.
I really do need to bring
well
up
in
the
place.
Guide. Yep, there's probably a little more solder than needed there, but it should still work. There's nothing close to that gives me pause. That all looks okay.
All right, then we have a few more. Got to rotate the board. A few more over here. Now, this board is in excellent shape as far as old boards go.
Yeah, sure. Under C2 there, we've got that big area of ground sitting underneath that cap. That's another one I would be wanting to check.
Yeah.
Can I chime in 1 second, Bruce?
No. Yeah, sure.
Where does the video come from on this board? Because I don't remember.
Okay.
There's no dedicated. I mean, the on-board video. I know there's no dedicated GPU.
Yep. Let me get the relevant pages of the schematic up, and we'll.
And as Justin is pointing out, the moistness you see around here is deoxid. It's not cap juice or anything. He's cleaned it before.
Cool.
Let's see. There's another cap here somewhere, but I can't find it. Oh, there it is.
Right. What have we got? Video ports. Okay, let me have a look here. That's the last page of the thing, isn't it? So,
ooh, what's that?
Okay, cool. So the main chips responsible for the video are UE9, UA7, and UK11. So
I'm pretty sure these two should be joined together. If I follow the ridge in the PCB.
Oh, okay. Now, sorry. Do you mind just zooming out a little bit so I can have a quick look at that? At what you're looking at there.
Yep.
A bit further. What's the
This
code?
is UH1.
UH1. Okay, cool. Let's have a look. Now, was that one of the ones I just mentioned?
I don't know. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I figured. No, it wasn't. But never mind. That's okay.
But surely you can tell us what UH1 is for, right?
I can, but just hang on a second.
You know these things. I don't.
I've got many things to look at here all at the one time. So I'm working my way through. Bear with me. First thing I should really do is get a nice high-res picture of the Macintosh IIci logic board for me to look at.
Joe answered your question. It's a bidirectional buffer.
See? So he can do it faster than I can bother reading.
Yeah, you got the schematic in front of you. What's wrong with you? Come on.
I'm not actually looking at it. That's one of the things that's wrong with it.
You got a little bit of crumminess around these other UH2 and 3 chips. I have yet to see a trace that's in bad shape. Either Justin did a really good job cleaning this thing, or this board wasn't that bad to begin with. Hey Garth, let's go now. Rudy is here.
Yeah, Rudy.
So is this where an FPU would go?
Okay,
Looks
hang
like
on.
it.
Sorry, I'm still not even looking. There should is it just hang on? Let me have a look.
I say there should be a socket. For it.
No. I think that's. Can you zoom out? No, you can't. Oh yeah, that is the FPU. I'm pretty sure. Because I saw.
UM3.
Hang on.
It's the only space on the board that's not populated, so.
It's very hard to see with the zooming in and stuff. You know.
Yeah, stupid microscope.
Okay.
Focus.
All right. So
What do you
just
mean?
getting a few.
There's focus.
I'm dealing with these things one at a time. So, can we go back and have a look at that UH1, please? That was the biphasic parity controller thing, whatever that said it was. Biphasic turbo encabulator. Okay, hang on.
Whoa.
Just trying to get everything. I'm multiple screened here so that I can look at the same things, more than one thing at a time. I'm going to put that up there.
FPU was directly soldered. Joe suggested I try removing it. You listen to Joe?
I'm pretty sure the FPU has already been removed. I think that was one of the things that that Justin actually did. So
Yeah.
So we should have indicated that at the beginning. So okay, that's pin 1,
Yep.
right? And I take it that pin 2 there is not too bad.
It's connected.
Yeah. Okay. So pin 1, I think you're okay. I don't know why there's that little bit of exposed copper there, but pin 1 is fine because pin 1 actually runs underneath the chip. It shouldn't come outwards. But
Okay, because there's
pin
a decent crater here
yeah.
that would lead me to believe that there's copper that should be there that's not there.
Yeah. Certainly that one there looks a little bit nasty, but I think it's still making contact, is it not? A chip's all a little bit. He's about 0.5 millimeter too far south.
Looks to be connected.
Yeah, cool. So that's all fine. So then the other thing we wanted to look at was, as I say, the FP. So there should be a chip with nothing on it, and it is at position UHG, I think, something like that. That's not it. Okay, that's where the FPU used to be.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I can see.
And that's right next to the RAM slots.
That's UH5.
Then if you go UH5, yes, that's correct. Then if you look around for, is it UM3? I'm having trouble reading this thing because my eyes are terrible. That one there. Now that there was a chip that was installed for the versions of the TCI that required parity RAM sims. Now, I have yet to find a board that has that chip on it. Every board I have ever come across of a 2CI, that chip is vacant, which means you don't need parity RAM for it. And so that's the main one that's out there. But that board was made so that you could put a chip on there so that it need parity RAM.
All right. So we have checked all the capacitors, and that's all looking good. So now I'm just going to do a scanny scan thing and see if we can find any.
So I know you're wanting to be super systematic, but if you did want to focus on specific areas related to the video, we can. Having said that, I'm not even sure it's specifically a video problem. I think the issues with the video might just be a side effect of the problem, but we'll. All
right, so I will be systematic, but I'll focus to the top side of the board. Let's say the first 2 inches where all the ports are. How's that?
Sounds good.
All right. So we'll go up to D.
Cool. Okay, so let me just rotate my little image of the CI so I can play along at home. I really should have a TCI board in front of me, shouldn't I?
I mean,
be better than a picture.
If you think it adds value.
Maybe.
I mean, Joe is still going to beat you to it
Probably.
whenever I have a question.
Probably.
What
And
is
I'm
this?
fine with that.
I see some dark spots.
Yep, definitely dark spots there. They're very worth checking out. That is...
This is UA4.
Okay, yep, no worries. So UA4 and UA5 right next to each other there.
Oh, there's plenty of copper under there.
Yeah.
It's funny. The solder mask is yellow, but it scrapes off as a bright green. Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about those. But still, I kind of need to scrape them all to be sure.
You
right?
do. I mean, particularly that one there, that one, not that one, but the next one to the right, where it's dark at both ends. It's dark at the via and dark at the pad.
What am I doing? Hold on.
Where's your little buzzer?
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm new at this. Come on. There we go. Yep, we're good there. Oh, were you talking about this little bridge thingy?
No, to the left. Four pins left, but you know
This one.
that one there. See how it's dark at both ends? It's dark at the pad and at the via.
This board is going to troll me all the way.
Yeah.
I just know it. But hey, I wanted something to do, and I got it.
Indeed.
Let's see. Are we still around D?
There is also another thing to keep in mind, and that is that is that a dark spot? Just to the left of the UC4 there, up there, and on that same. No, okay, yeah, just muck. Yeah. This board, I don't believe, has been ultrasonically cleaned. Is that correct?
Doesn't look like it. Well, it could have been. It's that clean in some places.
Yeah. Looking.
I am
It
hoping
was
to
cleaned
find
in the
some,
ultrasonic before recap.
Oh, okay. That explains some of the cleanness. I mean,
Boop.
If this cap would have leaked, then I would expect some damage around here. Let me get that in frame. So I would not be inclined to lift this chip up to check underneath if there's no damage around here.
C1. Where the hell is C1?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, there it is. I see it. So now that's interesting. So C1 was originally a tantalum. So, well, it certainly is on my board. So Justin has decided to replace that one. Just curious, Justin, what was your reasoning behind replacing that one when the original was a tantalum? Were you just being super thorough, or was there?
It was probably Joe screaming at him to do it.
It should be a 10 microfarad, 16 volt. Can you check that, please?
Mm-hmm. Can you tell that from the writings?
Yes, I can. 106. Yes, that's 10. Yeah, cool. That's fine. Thank you.
You're right.
Oh, it was shorted. Interesting.
Huh.
That's bizarre.
Big chip here with a lot of crummy pins. I'm going to have to check to see if they're all still attached.
Do you remember we were looking at this board before in the live stream, Jay, and you were asking, what was that area that looked like it had Nutella on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that what you're looking at right now. That definitely wants a repair.
Nah, that's fine.
Yeah, sure.
It's fine. I mean, there's still There's still some meat on those bones.
Mm-hmm. I'd still want to stick a wire on it, but you know. I mean, I'm sure that's been checked for continuity. Otherwise, it would have had something done to it. But
I wonder what this green stuff is I'm finding everywhere. It's kind of like UV solder mask, but not. I think this is from the original board.
maybe.
Or I mean, from the original coating.
We are inspiring Steve to go and fix another computer. He's tired of the 840 now.
Well, the 840 isn't done yet, so he's not allowed to move on to anything else. All right, so we wanna give that some attention. So what I'm mostly looking at now is where traces connect to pins,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll do a scan of everything in between. That's usually how I go about it.
That looks nasty. See just above the C from C15, there's a veer there with a bit of dark spot. I mean, I think there's still copper there, but I think it will need to be cleaned. FedEx were just out the front.
Yeah,
I don't think
we
it was
got
from either.
copper.
Yeah.
That's the one you saw, right? Or am I missing one?
No, that's the one. It looked to me like it would still have copper there, but just still needs to be cleaned.
Got a little bit of exposed copper there, but it is copper.
Mm-hmm. So that's the one that really bothers me. I know you're looking at other things at the moment, but C13 is the one that's really grinding my gears.
It's fine. Let's see. See what I can't stand when I'm working on these beige boards is this dull solder. I just want to replace all of it to make it nice and shiny.
Yeah.
I know I shouldn't, and I won't.
Some of it, sometimes it comes up shiny after a good ultrasonic clean. Some of it, it's too far gone. A few little dark spots on the top of, what is that? That's,
What do you see that I don't see?
just the chip on the bottom right there. There's a few dark spots from those traces coming into the pins.
This one?
Yep,
Oh,
UA13. That's it.
There we go.
That's the ADB chip.
Oh, important, is it?
Yeah, it's important because the reason for that is now, admittedly, we haven't got to this stage yet, but systems do checks on the ADB during startup. So if your ADB isn't working, you often won't get through a complete startup. See some dark spots there, bottom right of that chip, two traces running down, and dark spots going into the pins as well.
Yeah, this bastard is going to have copper on every dark spot. I just know it.
Yeah, until it doesn't, there'll be one that doesn't. And the very first pin on the left, on the bottom of that chip, I see a dark spot there as well. Actually, I'll see dark spots in there.
I'm still scraping it with a blade. Come on. There we go.
Yep, all good. I really want one of those things. They look nifty.
Oh, you can have this one. Oh, you mean the pen?
Mm.
No, you can't have my pen. You can have this board, though. This guy.
I have one of those.
This guy sent it to me. I don't know what.
I used to actually have two 2CIs, but I traded one for a 2CX because I wanted the pair. I wanted the brother and sister pair of 2CX and 2CI.
Why?
Because I'm a collector.
Oh, okay. All right, we have checked out the entire 1/4 of the board, which is where I would imagine some of the issues would come from.
In my experience, often not the case with the chips right near the connectors up there, but you know,
All right,
there's
then
still
we'll check out the areas you want to focus on first, and then I'll.
no. We're being systematic. That's what we're doing.
Oh, we can be. Yeah, sure.
I would consider probably one of the two of the most likely areas for problems on a 2CI board. First of all, the area right behind like the headphone socket, and the other is the area so down here, because the reason being you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 electrolytic capacitors that have to be replaced, and they often leak their stuff all over the place. And they're your 2 sound chips there. They're quite important, but we do know that we're getting sound. So
is this one of those things where the sound chip is more than just a sound chip?
It is, yeah. I think the sound chip is part of the reset as well. But we know that that's working at the moment because we can switch it on. It is chiming. If it was stuck on reset or something, it would be dead. So,
I still don't like this. I want to fix this. I don't like it.
Hang on.
OCD triggered.
Hang on. Oh, no, that's all right. Goodness me, I was looking at the wrong chip there. Oh, there's my friggin' telephone.
Tell them hi for me.
I'm going to mute.
So from what I understand, this chip is not very important at the moment, but I still want to take this off because some of these traces have lifted up from the board and the chip is on crooked. And I just can't sleep knowing that this chip is on crooked. I'm just taking a little stroll between the what are these things called? Nubos?
Now, if I can, of course, just wait for Joe to tell us what those chips are, but I know they are involved with the new bus slots.
The one I was just at?
Yeah, the one that you said you want to replace.
The bi-directional thingy?
The who's the fuzzage thingy? Yep.
Yeah, the thingy. What's that? That looks like flux. Can't reach. Still can't reach.
See you later, Rudy.
Wait, why is Rudy leaving? He just got here.
He said early day tomorrow.
Come on. All right. Yeah, that's nothing. It has to do with slot ID or something like that. So this is where the FPU used to be.
Yep, that's
checking
correct.
for bridges.
Yep.
All we got here is flux, so that should be all right. ROM sim. Dun, dun, dun.
This is one of the computers where you can actually use a big mess of wires ROMinator. So this allows you to have like a more modern and up-to-date ROM on the computer. They're 32-bit clean, and really nicely they actually have a little bootable partition, so you can boot into the ROM if you want to. So
that is pretty nifty.
Yeah, they're a handy little thing, I will say. So they will work in the SE30, I think the 2SI, the 2CI, 2FX. I'm just trying to remember all the ones. 2X, I think, all the ones that have a ROM slot in them. So yeah.
Now the ROMinator, I've been hearing that name being thrown around for at least 2 years, I think. Is
Yep.
that something that is being actively developed? Like it now has a Wi-Fi version, or kind of like Blue SCSI thing, or?
Well, no, I don't think so. I think what we have at the moment is okay. The important thing about it is you can reprogram them. So there are people out there that have got hold of their own Rominators, and then they've gone in and they've altered the startup chimes, or they've altered some of the text that comes up on the screen. Things like they've gone into, modify things that would have been, hard coded into ROM. And so some people have done some really cute and clever stuff. But I believe that what we have at the moment is the latest revision of it, because it has been through updates, but the latest revision of it, I don't think has been changed in a while.
Okay.
Justin just mentioned the 2CI is already 32-bit clean, which is correct. The 2CI, by the time the 2CI came out, the ROMs were 32-bit clean, but things like the SE30 did not have 32-bit clean ROMs, so you can pop them in there. What we did to get around that in the olden days was use a little piece of software called Mode 32.
We have continuity, and this looks like a break on camera, but it's more like a dent.
A dip,
So the copper
yeah.
is still there, but it's kind of dented in.
Are you getting any resistance across it at all?
Resistance? Let me check. I just did the beepity beep thing,
Yeah. The thing is that the beepity beep.
2 ohms. That is pretty high for a wire.
Yeah, I would have thought so. What are you getting on the other ones?
Same.
Okay. Cool. We can tempt with that then.
Oh, even with the leads together, I get 2 ohms, so I guess that's
Oh,
it's not
way
a
out
high
of
beats,
calibration.
man. Come on.
way out of calibration.
It's a Home Depot meter. It's 10 years old. Come on. But I might just run some solder over there.
Yeah.
If we feel that Brankus Creations is not letting me blob it, then we'll run a wire. But I'll just try to.
Yeah, and I think you'll get all you need from a nice bit of solder on there. So tell me, you're going to use a little bit of flux. What flux are you going to be using there, Jay?
If I have any left in the tube, I'm going to use sample 88. And here to tell you all about what this sample 88 actually is Bruce from Brankus Creations.
I'm sure many of you are aware of this already, but Amtech, the maker of the NCC 559 V2TF Tacky Flux, the main distributor and sort of the main people fulfilling sales for Amtech Flux has been a company called, what were they called? Interflux. And no, that's not it.
No, that's not a word. Come on.
I can't remember. That's a different company.
Inventec.
Inventec. And it turned out that for many years they have been releasing the V2 Flux, or the ASM Flux with the V2 label on it, because the V2 was difficult to make. The manufacturing is now being taken over by a company called Amtech Manufacturing, and they have restored the V2 back to the original V2 formula. And but what they have also done is they have made a new formula of flux, which is now REACH compliant, so it can be sold in the EU with the new stricter regulations. And then it is called the Amtech NC 559 V3. But of course, before it was called V3, it was called Sample 88. And Jay got a tube of it recently, and he is going to, after using it for a little while, provide a very extensive and informative review on the product and let us know what he thinks of it.
Absolutely. Now, the reason I said if I have any left in the tube is because since I received this and tried it, the tube has been oozing out sample 88 all over my desk. So,
it's a common problem with these syringes. One of the things that I've done to combat that is use my own, what do you call it? The bit that goes into the syringe, the stem. What do you call that thing? That thing.
You mean the plunger?
The plunger, yes. I use a 3D printed one that's designed to allow air to go around on either side and not sort of lock into position so that it keeps squeezing the stuff out. Now, having said that, you said you took the rubber off your plunger and you're still having problems.
I did take the rubber off.
It's funny, isn't it? I've had some tubes do it and some tubes don't, and I don't know what the difference is.
Well, if you don't know, then
Nobody
who
knows.
will? Yeah. I've rotated the board, and I'm now working on the bottom section of it.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
The image.
I have calibrated
Rotate.
this desk to accommodate for smaller things.
Where's the fun in that?
Yeah, I know. Now this is not sample 88. Justin, what kind of flux is this? We only use Branca's authorized fluxes here. Just a little bit of goop there. Man, these traces look great. That's 1213-A. I am sorry, Justin, that is not on the approved list. You will have to order some sample 88.
Interesting thing is that the 213 is one of the ones that I think I have tried, but I'm not sure that I have. So, Justin, have we tried lots of different RAM here when you were testing? Did you pull out these 4 and try a different 4 and give lots of different RAM a check?
I have a little jumper here. Should that be there?
It should. That's the jumper that tells the computer whether to use the ROMs that are soldered on the board, or the ROMs on the in the ROM in the ROM slot. Now you don't have any ROMs in the ROM slot, so you need that on, and that tells the computer to use the ROMs that are soldered on the board. And the ROMs are the 4. What are they there?
I think
they're
I'm
4
there now.
through holes. Yeah, that's them. They're the 4 ROMs right there. 3 right next to the RAM.
Now, wouldn't it be funny if Justin doused his board in deoxit before it came my way, and in transit it might have fixed all the problems, and this just works now? Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be funny.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have any trace work to do on this thing. Is the 2CI older or newer than the 2X and the 2FX?
It is newer.
Newer.
So the order in which they were released was, obviously, we had all of the compact Macs first, and then there was a demand at the time from people that they wanted computers that weren't compact. They wanted to be able to put bigger screens on them. They wanted some expandability. The little compact Macs weren't doing it for them. So they released the Mac 2, which was the very first modular Mac, which had, I think it was 5 or 6 new bus slots. It had 8 RAM slots, lots of space inside for hard drives, floppy drives. You could actually fit into that thing like 2 hard drives and 2 floppy drives if you wanted to. So, it was, they went down the path of making these modular Macs, obviously a lot more expensive, but catering to a different group. So we had the Mac 2, and then the 2X was a refinement on the 2, a bit faster and a few things a bit better, was able to address more memory, those sorts of things. And then the next we had after that were sort of the release of 2 computers at the same time, which were the 2CI and the 2CX. So the 2CI is the big fancy one that you got there, and the 2CX was the slightly cheaper one. The 2CI had built-in video, the 2CX did not.
Huh.
2FX was next, I think. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but the 2FX was after the 2CI and 2CX and was their big power thing. Like, wow, look how fast this computer is.
Okay, Bruce, so it was a Mac 2, the 2X, 2CX, 2CI, 2SI, 2FX, 2VI.
No way did the SI come out before the FX.
Yeah.
I'm checking you. I'm checking you. I'm checking your work. If you're right, I will apologize.
You're going to have to do more than apologize.
Am I? Okay, so 2X, 2CX. I'm sure he sounds pretty damn sure. So, okay, so just checking now. 2SI was released October 1990. FX was released March 1990.
Okay, so 2FX came out just barely before the 2SI then.
Well, yes,
Because
barely.
the SE30, the 2SI, and the 2CI all came out at the same time. Or was it
The what? Sorry.
I'm trying to. Yeah, the two. So the SE30, the 2SI, and the CI all came out at the same time.
I am going to bring up a timeline to make sure that we're not all being liars.
I probably need a smaller tip for this.
Timeline of Macintosh models. Here we go. We've got Macintosh 2, 2X, 2CX, 2CI, 2FX, 2SI. That's in the modulars. Then the 2VX and 2VI. But the Quadra 700 came out in between those. So I'm talking mainly just the 68030s at the moment. So if we were to look at things just in chronological order, we've got 128K, 512K, plus SE and Mac 2 came out at the same time. Mac 2X, then the SE30 just very quickly after that, then the 2CX, then the 2CI, then the 2FX, and then the classic LC and 2SI all came out at the same time.
Okay, so I was wrong.
That's all right.
I'll shut up and go away now.
We're just making confirmations. So when you are ready, Jay, I really would like to have a look at some of those capacitors that are on there. I know you've got stuff to do. I realize that.
Let me just apply some
My
sample 88
goodness.
here.
Who on earth could that be?
Hey, Steve has arrived.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
So, I've been yelling in the chat for you guys to
So-
look between the RAM slots because I thought I saw something.
Okay, betwixt the RAM slots will be next.
Yeah, it was. I believe on the slot, the most to the right of where Jay was looking, there looked to be a little dot. Now
That
it could
smells
just be
good.
because there was a mono view and Jay saw it better. But...
You are incredibly quiet, Steve. I'm not sure what the situation is there. I
I
have your
didn't want to
volume
say it
turned up
because
all
he
the
never
way.
believes me.
I have your volume switched up all the way, and you are still very much quieter than us two.
Oh, but I switched microphones from the one downstairs to upstairs, and I
Sure.
didn't realize I fiddled with
That's
the knob in
better.
the back.
That's better. That's
I
much better.
switched the gain back to where it should be, because fun fact: when you're recording voiceovers in Final Cut Pro, the vibration of a hard drive on your desk will sound like a hum, and you think, oh, maybe it's the cable, and then no, you lift it off of the desk and the hum goes away. So I need one of those suspending thingamajigs.
Like one of these thingies.
Exactly. I need one of the.
Before I move on from this trace, this is not a permanent fix, and
Yeah,
it's
sure
hard
it is.
to
Sure.
hard to kind of see
Sure.
3D on this camera. But what I've done is just apply some solder.
Yep.
So I kind of made it fatter, so it's still looking messed up, but it has a lot more material. In
I am
case
happy with that.
it was a resistance issue. I will be putting a wire there because this triggers me.
I am happy with that.
So now we will go back to the RAM slots because unlike some people, I actually do read the chat.
Right,
It just
right.
takes me a while to get to it.
That might be a different one, but look right there. See, go down, go down to the right.
Oh, that?
No, to the. I mean, that looks just like a piece of smudge there.
That's a snot. That's
Alright.
a booger.
So go to the right.
The right?
Right. What's that little dot there?
That?
That's what I'm asking you.
Jesus. Are you Port Hawk? The
Yes.
hell?
I was on my couch watching it, and I was and I started spamming the chat. Nobody wanted to listen.
I'm fairly confident that is
Well,
still
when you zoom
copper
into
happy?
it now.
but if you want to
Let's see if I can
run your
get
little
to it. Let's see if I can get this. I don't know where the hell I am.
No,
Where am I?
that does look fine, but in passing, it looks like a
Is this not?
Yeah.
All right. So,
Well,
you wanted to
I'm
go
done
to the
here.
capacitors, and you wanted to go to these, right?
Yes, so there are a few capacitors that I would just like to do a few little tests.
No, you wanted to. Hold on.
I'm getting motion sick.
Well,
You wanted to go
yeah.
here.
They're the ones that I'm concerned about the most. There might be nothing, but I am concerned about those ones the most.
So you want me to beepity beep and see if there's some cross pollination there, do you?
Yeah.
All right. First, we go from here to here.
That's, I
Uh-oh.
think, where we should be.
That's good. And this goes. Wait.
Okay, we're good.
Hold on. Let me see where this ends up. It ends up at that pin. So I'm going to probe you. And then we should. Yeah, okay. So if we get continuity anywhere along the way, we in trouble.
So where are you checking? I can't see where your left probe.
The trace goes up to this pin here.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes, I see.
So I'm keeping one probe there, and then I'm just touching all the inappropriate things.
Yeah. Cool. Yep.
So far, we are good.
Good. Okay. Good.
But I'm not out of the woods yet, am I? Because there's more traces. Like this.
They were the main ones I was concerned about. See, when we look at, for example, those two there,
Wait, where
are
is
you
this
sure
going?
your multimeter hasn't switched off? Because I'm sure you had continuity to that before. Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is the one that the first trace, but this one looks to be in line with that as well, but it's not. This doesn't go that way.
No. What's under that? May we look, please? Would you mind taking that component off? I would love to look and see what's under it.
What? Destroyed
What?
Justin's hard work?
I need to see what's under it.
Justin
It's
will not
simple
be
as that.
happy. I'm just gonna let you know.
No,
He will
Yeah,
not be
I
pleased
know.
with this at all.
he'll have to. He'll have to learn to adapt.
Crap, where are my clippers? Oh, I used them 2 days ago for a thing. And
Do I
then I
have a
forgot to
dead
put them
cell?
back.
Wait.
I've got a-
wait. Clippers.
I've got a dead tooth
Can't
here.
you just desolder it?
I'm gonna wick it, but I want to get rid of the old wick first.
Oh.
I just remembered I've got a dead 2CI board. I'm going to go get it. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I used it at that desk.
I thought Bruce
Then
said he had a dentist appointment.
I heard that too.
But to say it,
What does that have to do with clippers?
Does it hurt when I do this? Yes.
Would it be easier if I were in audio too? Well, we already got 4 people here. Might as well. Anyone want to send Justin the link? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That smells.
Jay, I think I sent you a message. You didn't check it.
There. Flippity flip flip. If I have enough space. Yeah, I should. I should. All right. And now this should come off. Oh, that is the pad for that one. Okay.
Oh, I could have told you that.
Sneaky, but you didn't.
Well, you didn't ask.
You're here. You knew what we were up to.
No, you were very vague.
All right. So that goes there. 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 There. All right. We good. As you were. As you were. All right. Why you wobbly? Here we go. And now you can go back to being here. Steve, where
Yes.
did I put my flux? My solder?
So if you close your eyes and then
Mhm.
move your left hand wildly in all directions, you will find it. See? There it is.
You ain't lying.
Told you. I'm just that good, folks.
You are. All right. Is this a plus? That's a plus.
Your wife says hello, and you don't even respond because you are ignoring
Hey,
the
babe.
chat. How dare you?
Well, she was on the stream.
How dare you?
She was here trying to be all stealth right before I went live. Ended up on camera.
Look at that point right there. What about go
Oh.
back down? See that? Oh, down. A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Stop. Bottom right. You see that point that's coming to an end at the bottom? Yeah. That's just smudge. Okay, good. All right. Just checking.
You are a snot finder.
I am. That's my official title.
All right. Let's put this. I should have put some flux, but we're not going to worry about that now. All right. Now, what I want to do real quick is check the underside of the board.
Joe, you keep your mouth shut.
I mean, the man has a valid question there.
No, I found all those stupid things. I fixed the stupid things. Well, most of them. There's still one stupid thing that's eluding us, but quiet you.
How dare you make sense?
That's not allowed here.
Would have helped if I knew where the camera was. Yeah, well, if I say I'm going live, you should assume there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, Jay sneaks them in places you wouldn't suspect.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
The
yeah.
cheese wedge, camera. Hornet's nest, camera.
Oh, yeah. Now, for me in person, you see this glare here from the light in the room. Makes it real easy for me to observe large areas of traces and see if there's dark spots.
Well, see, that would be helpful, if you have contrasting colors. But if it was all brown with dark brown, like a certain Quadra 840 AV, you'd be in hell.
Come on, man. Look at this poor thing.
It's just a little hair. It's growing.
Just sitting there minding his own business, then wham. How about you take a bath in some flux there, buddy?
Yeah.
There you go. You're free. There is some goop on this side of the board, so I did want to check that out real quick.
Goop Central.
Goop Central. And I'm sorry if I'm not exactly.
Bruce, you're
focus.
muted.
I had to mute because my phone rang again.
Man,
I have
you
grabbed
bastard.
this. So this is a 2CI board, which is in a very poor state. It's battery bombed. I have removed all of the electrolytic caps. So if we need to see what the layout is underneath the cap, to check where the continuity should be going and all that, we can do that.
You should
How
take
nice
a
of you to
scan of
offer
that.
after I took your cap off.
Yeah, which one was that?
One of the ones you objected to existing. I forgot which one, but we figured it out.
Or did you?
I'm checking the underside of the board.
We did.
So-
and I made Jay feel bad for doing it.
Can you tell me why you weren't getting continuity on that cap that was removed?
Because I was checking in the wrong place.
You weren't. I saw you. I done saw you.
No, I really was. I will show you.
Please.
So we were. Whoa. Yep. So we were checking that
Yes.
to that.
But you also were checking it to the bottom of that capacitor, and it wasn't beeping. It should be going
No.
from there to there.
I didn't do that.
You did. I saw you do it.
No, when I was probing this trace, I was checking under there to make sure it wasn't touching under here. But this I never tested.
I am sure I saw you put a probe on that little blob on the left there, and to the bottom of that cap, and it didn't beep.
Whoa,
You
calm the hell
already-
down.
You already called Mike a liar, and we're proven wrong.
So
Now you're calling me a liar.
I think that trace to the left of that capacitor does not go directly to the trace that is above to the right of the axle.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. That's fine.
You hear the beep?
I hear it. I hear it. I didn't hear it before, but I hear it now.
Make
See,
it
it
so
might not
loud
be a
that
Kaiweets.
you cannot ignore it.
Might not be a Kaiweets, but at least I can hear my beep.
I know. All right, I'm going to grab a 2CX. I feel left out.
That makes sense why Jay would have a secret phone. Oh, can I have the first generation SE, please? That's my all-time favorite phone.
I have one with an exploded battery that damaged the screen. You want it?
Yeah, sure. Now I'm gonna take all of these off because the black one is a little wobbly, and that's probably because it's raised up by these solder balls. But I want to make
You've
sure.
been here over an hour, Jay, and you're just wiggling caps now. Come on. This is amateur hour, sir. Sir.
Amateur hour.
Sir.
You want to send me your 840 AV so I can show you how it goes?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Scared, are you?
And now Justin's here to
Oh, God.
also throw shade at you.
Oh God.
How's it doing? How you doing, Justin?
How's it doing?
How's it do? I don't know where I am.
How's it doing? Well, now I feel left out because I don't have a 2CI board to look at.
Well, you could ask Jay to send you one,
I can send you this one if you want.
and in the mail it will fix itself.
I am doing well, and I'm finally on.
Yay!
Hi, Justin.
Hi, Jay.
Welcome to the insanity. You are not allowed to leave for the next 3 hours.
See, there's no pad. Why is there no pad here?
Well, so those caps can be. You can see the outline because Bruce is slacking, so I'm going to talk to you instead. You can see the outline of that capacitor that is showing you where the pads are. So that cap is just a little too big to make it easy to fit on that, which is why I ordered the smaller caps. But as Justin was mentioning before, with the shortage of components that you could grab at a reasonable price these days,
There's
you
a
get what you
shortage
get.
of components? What?
For
I
the
didn't know
very
that.
specific sizes, like that one, I just cleared out Mauser of them probably last month, and the lead time was like 2023. And I bought maybe like 14 of them. That's all they had left. So,
Oh, so you're the prick that's causing the prices for my caps to go up $1 a week.
damn right. This is
Okay.
all my long-term plan for something. I don't know what it is, but I'm planning.
Fantastic.
I wanted all yellow tantalum caps, and part shortage said otherwise. So that's
Well,
why I
you
have.
just get some nail polish and just paint them.
Yeah, just paint them yourself. You'll be all right.
And yeah, the sizes I was able to get are the sizes I was able to get.
At least you didn't pull a Quadra 840 AV and put leads to where the capacitor goes and then just make the capacitors float in free air. I would not advise that.
Yeah, that little tantalum is like just.
That's a good way to practice your soldering skills. If you could get that between there, it's like a bullseye.
Bruce,
Hello.
My sample 88 keeps leaking.
Well, you're doing it wrong.
You're holding it wrong.
God.
That's the Steve Jobs solution.
Hey. Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't open my sample yet because I need to use all my garbage flux first.
No, you have to start using it and then provide a review on your channel.
That was not part of the agreement, sir.
Oh yeah, I heard that after the fact as well. I'm like, thanks for sending this. Yeah, you need to do a
Jay and I are
review.
going to be doing a joint review, and it's going to be all of 43 seconds long.
And you've got to be active on social media to let everyone know.
This is the Amtech Flux, and it tastes better than the other one does.
I'm gonna
I
steal
have-
that script.
I have my MTech sample 88 staged on my workbench for my stream tomorrow.
Ooh, fancy.
You made Eric feel bad for not getting a plunger.
And I made Eric. I'm sorry, Eric.
Eric, if my plunger wasn't like bent at a 45-degree angle, I would send it to you.
I was there on Eric's stream when you publicly shamed him and called him a dummy for not ordering a plunger.
Must I just want to just chime in here and say Eric's stream yesterday of will he won't he light his bench on fire was like some of the most entertaining YouTube I've seen in quite some time. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I am saying I was literally on the edge of my couch being like, oh my gosh, this is fun. Because I've never seen someone live stream a battery repack before. And it was very exciting. I didn't know what to follow or what was incorrect or correct. And so when he thought he let out the magic smoke, my heart stopped. So
You
that was
want to know
exciting.
something else, Steve?
Yeah.
He did 2 more streams today, and he actually finished it.
The what? I was busy
Yeah.
working on crap.
I was probably sleeping.
That's a better excuse.
I came
Well-
home for lunch and hey, Eric's streaming.
So what? It works though, right? Maybe. Well, if it works, congrats. If it doesn't work, congrats. You learned either.
The
way.
battery apparently does work. I think you
that's-
said that earlier on the stream. Yeah.
I have to do that now. I have a lot of those stupid dead battery packs that aren't.
So what sort of battery was it? Just
I think it was like a PowerBook 160 or 180 or one of those, right?
It's definitely
Okay.
a form factor I've never seen before, so it's probably before my time.
A PowerBook Chonk. That's the official model number.
Sounds about right.
So
Now-
I've got
now
a
when he
couple of.
goes to the coffee shop, all the hipsters' brains are going to explode. 180C.
That-
Okay, cool.
Let's see, 11. I take it
Now, Justin, one question. Did you
Sure.
test this with a battery, and does this need a battery for testing?
No.
I did test it with and without a battery, and it does not need a battery.
All right. Well, I fixed it, and I'm sending it back tomorrow. Congratulations.
So can we just have a quick look at C11? You were just there before, up in that same region as the other caps.
11. That must have been up here somewhere.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
So we just, I just want to have a look at that very quickly, if you would bear with me just for a moment.
Don't worry, Justin. This will all be on the written exam after the stream.
I really should have cleaned this before I brought it up here. It is so dirty. Okay, so that, hang on. Sorry, can you just stay on C11 for a sec? Sorry.
No, keep wiggling
Sorry.
around. Make Bruce go crazy.
Okay, so that's fine. That's
The
fine.
screen isn't moving, Bruce. It's the wine.
All right, so yeah, I don't really see any way that there would be any problems there. So, okay, thank you. Just as long as obviously the solder blob at the top of that is not touching the trace directly above it. It looks very close, but I don't think it's actually touching it.
Justin, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So when you tested this, I didn't catch every bit of all your streams, but when you tested this, was there at any time where the monitor went out of the please plug in something to me screen when you turn the machine on? Did it detect anything that would shut the monitor up from saying something like that?
Okay, the best view monitor that I bought, the one like Bruce has,
Mm-hmm.
there was one thing I did where instead of telling me it had no signal,
Mm-hmm.
it told me no support.
All right, so the signal was out as range.
See, I wish you would have told me that earlier. That's a critical hint that I needed to properly troubleshoot this board, but now it's too late. Sorry.
Now Jay is charging a double.
But it might have been when I had it plugged into the new bus card.
Okay.
So it might actually be a
Yeah,
moot point
and those
still.
cards go through a bunch of different frequencies. Like when the machine first turns on, it's like blah, 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 like it will make the a normal LCD blush, but
But
a
I think
CRT will take it fine.
I think I remember though when it told me that, I then clipped the oscilloscope leads on to whatever I was using,
Mhm.
and the signal that I saw did not look like a video signal. It just looked like a clock pulse of some sort. So I'm still not convinced there was video, even though the monitor told me it changed what it said.
And you were using an adapter with dip switches, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I actually tried both a 10 dip switch and one of the 2-row dip switch models.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, my bet is there's something that's shorting something or just not making a connection somewhere.
That ship.
Jay, while you're there, can you just check something very quickly for me? Up,
Fine.
We're so demanding.
only up, just up, just a tiny bit up. Yeah, just want to make sure that trace running down the middle there isn't making any contact with either side. Unlikely, very unlikely, but if there's a little bit too much solder on there, it is possible.
Let's have a look. See you. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Good, thank you.
Where's that?
Fine
go?
with that.
I want to see where it goes.
Just checking.
Oh,
Just
it goes
checking.
in there.
And Justin, I assume this was the exact board that you were showing when you took all the chips off of the startup circuit, correct? That wasn't a second 2CI.
I have not removed. It wasn't the chips in the startup circuit I removed. It was the chips down here in the new bus circuit.
Oh, well, Jay, that's what you're doing next.
What am I doing next?
Removing the
That's
chips.
what
from
he's
the startup circuit.
doing. Is doing right now.
No.
I see. It's not, well, no. See, the problem is that we don't have an issue with the startup circuit.
Well, that's what
It
you would
works.
think.
I press the power button, it turns on.
That's what
It
you would
chimed.
think, though. I
So-
never rule out the obvious.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
What are you doing, Jay? What the heat gun that off of there? Come on. I'm not going to do the manual work, so I'm going to yell at you to do it properly.
You do you, buddy. You do you. All right. So where do we have plastic? We have plastic there, so we're gonna need some shieldage.
I'll just put your thumb
You're a
there.
long way away from the plastic.
What? Plastic is right there.
Oh, that's fine.
Right there.
It's not going to...
Yeah, just blow the air downwards.
And Justin already marked it up a little there.
So he won't notice. Oops, he's here. Sorry.
Yeah, looks like I did get that just a little bit with some
Yes,
heat.
you did.
It's fine.
Shame on you.
When it's in the case of the new bus slot, new bus card on the slot, no one's going to notice. Except you.
Except me. Well, that is assuming I can figure out how to remove the card covers out the back of the case.
Oh, you just need a hammer. Like the iHammer Pro that Mike has never
Oh,
released.
yes. Yeah, okay. Yep, I'll get right on that. Just
Or you breathe on it and the plastic will crumble.
All right, I'm gonna mute the mic real quick while I
Oh, finally.
buzz
Not that
this
loud.
thing up.
Wouldn't worry.
Let's see.
Yeah, so I
420.
have a similar problem, Justin, with the Macintosh 2CX. Of course, the 2CX does not have onboard video. And it seems to chime, and it seems to want to boot, but it will not display any video. And of course, there's no onboard video. And actually, the last time I really played with that was before I got my microscope. So you are really making me itch to just want to abandon my time of not doing anything and just, go poke that and see what happens.
The 2C. Did you say the 2CX?
2CX.
I'm sure I've seen you work on that with a microscope.
Well, I have multiple 2CXs.
Ah,
So the original 2CX that was my parents' first computer, that was the first video I ever did on my channel where I tried to do a recap, and it was not. Oh, there goes the pad.
oh, there goes a pad.
That's fine. He'll be fixed.
Joe did it.
See, Jay did that, not you, Justin.
yeah.
Knock $5 off the price there.
Yeah, I actually managed to get that chip off not once but twice.
Third time's a charm.
Three
Third
times
time's the
yeah, that's right.
Jinx. Oh goodness, it's fun when it's not you. When you're just critiquing someone else's work.
Oh, I've got a video in production that I keep saying I'm going to get out soon. I've got a slight problem in getting it out soon. But, oh yeah, I remember I had to send Joe my Emerson 8000 EC
Oh,
because
that's right.
I had Pad Lift City on that boy. I mean, it was Pad Lift City.
I would like to see a closer look at the two middle pins at the top.
Yeah, I'm
sure
thinking the
that's
same.
fine, but it
Is
looks.
Jay
a
still
little...
with us? Are you
I
still with
think
us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm
I think
just
he's cursing
putting
up a
the
sweat. Oh.
heat shields away.
Some of
So,
those. Oh yeah, some of those pins are supposed to be connected to each other. I figured that out while trying to probe this out.
All right. So,
are you going to attempt to unflip that pad on the right there? Are you going to try and flatten that out?
yeah, but
Oh, that's just moved.
this one is loose and moved.
So the important thing to keep in mind with these, not necessarily for you, Jay, but for anyone who might be watching and thinking of doing this stuff, those pads are held onto the board using an adhesive which softens when they get hot. So if they're getting exposed to a lot of heat, then you're likely to have those pads start sliding around the place.
What's the temperature on your heat gun, Jay? Is it still set in MacBook
Pretty
Pro
much
Oblivion?
maximum.
Yeah.
No, I had a week where I was like, ooh, less is better. And I was like, nah, fuck it. I'm going to max it out again.
Yeah, I mean, with these boards, as Bruce was saying, especially with the age of that adhesive material, I try and stay around 400. But
I think that copper that we were seeing under that pin was actually part of the pad folded over on top of it.
You are exactly right.
And I
Yeah.
really want to unfold this, but it's still kind of soldered together, so I'm probably going to snap it in half if I try. So,
yeah, you need three hands. You need one hand to hold the bottom bit down, one hand on the heat gun, and one hand bending the top over.
where's your kid when you need him?
but the trace does look good though. This one I don't like at all. If
Yeah,
I
that
bend this back, it's probably going to snap, but I'm just going to put a wire there.
Yeah, that one looks suspect.
These are all fixable problems.
Yep.
We believe in you.
Nah, you shouldn't do that.
Now, if you're watching this and you have not subscribed to the House of Moth, first off, what the heck are you doing here? Second off, you can easily rectify that by just clicking that little subscribe button, click the bell, do what you have to do, and make sure you like the video, etc., etc. Jay, please send me my check. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because
I
counting
don't
on
even like that.
yeah,
And he's here.
Probably should, don't you reckon?
Yeah.
Should what?
Like the video.
Nah.
oh yeah.
Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we
Bruce
got?
is part of it, but he objects to liking the content.
All right, so that's not even soldered. That's the actual trace just collapsing.
That's fine.
I don't like it.
Miss Aliki, do live stream while you paint. I believe there are people that would watch that.
That'll be fun. Do it.
She started her channel a few months ago, and she did a short that got like 1,000 views in a span of an hour, and then she completely stopped doing it.
See, Jay needs some motivation because up until this stream, he hasn't streamed in like 3.5 years.
I didn't have anything to stream.
So that's his excuse. So you have to do your painting channel and just like obliterate him in the views, and just make him feel so sorry that he tries harder.
YouTube. Okay. Click on the streamy thing. Press the little like button. And there we go.
This has been Describing YouTube by Breakers Creations.
Now, what do we have here in the way of we've got this one.
Oh yeah.
What's this one? I don't even know what this one is. I'm scared to press it. It's me.
What is it?
Uh-oh.
It says fits perfectly.
Oh yeah, that is you.
Oh, that's the ultrasonic one. Maybe.
Oh, that, of course, yes, from Ultrasonic. But yes, I remember now.
Just throw the board in there.
All right, so this is where we're at. I am not liking this, but we're gonna leave it. Actually, I'm gonna try one more time.
Yeah, do it. You know what I would do? Soldering iron in one hand, scalpel in the other, heat it, bend it over with a scalpel.
Or tweezers. Tweezers
Or
might work too.
My scalpel is duller than my tweezers at the moment. So.
Oh, dear. That's not good. Oh, look at this. Look it. Look it.
That pad hasn't looked that good since it came out of Apple's factory.
Wow.
I
Nice.
don't like
bro.
this either, so I am gonna run a wire when the chip is back on.
Mhm.
The rest
Yep.
is looking pretty good, and at the bottom I need a wire.
Cool. I'm hungry.
Me too. I've been thinking about satay for a few days now.
Yeah, that's my fault. Sorry. Because I think, what was it? What, I can't even remember what we're talking about, but I mentioned some
Well,
satay.
it wasn't Kenny. It was the other one. I forgot the name.
Oh yes, that's right. It was the castle.
The castle.
So I've been showing a few. I guess you'd call them sort of cult Australian films. These are ones made on very low budgets and very basic sort of films. There's one called Kenny, which is about a guy who cleans, or he hires out portable lavatories, and he
Kenny's the man.
and then the other one is The Castle. Anyone who's Australian will know these films very well. But so he's watched those too, and now I'm trying to get him to watch a film called Getting Square, but he seems unusually resistant to watching it. I'm not really sure why.
Me neither.
Maybe he thinks this has something to do with square dancing.
Well, the thing is, of the three movies I mentioned, I think Getting Square is one of the better ones, and he watched the other two, but not this one. So who knows? Who knows?
Ooh, this one looks good.
So I'm wondering, maybe
We'll have to save that for the victory.
maybe you guys can
That's
tell
right.
me, why is the board bubbling up in all these places?
Because you made it angry.
Well, this was before I took the chip off too. Would that be heat?
Yeah, probably. I mean, the 2CI is pretty heat resistant. I mean, I sort of, yeah, I can really think of only two reasons, like heat and pressure.
All right.
It'll be fine though. It'll be fine, pal.
All right. So let's clean that out. And I know
I'm
I
just
don't
gonna
have
test-
to, but I'm going to anyway. I'm going to fill that hole up.
You're a what?
Yep. I created it. I gotta fix it. That's just the way it works.
What? Okay. So let's have a look here. I'm going to just work while we're doing this. Is that all right? You guys don't mind if I just write a little bit of code while we're chatting here, do you?
It's exciting because then Bruce talks about things randomly, and then we mention something and he ignores us.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes. I do have one of those brains that only does one thing at a time. So,
Yeah, mine just thinks about food all day long. That's what my brain does.
Where? Transaction date. Stop.
All right. And again, I really don't have to do this because no one will ever know and no one will ever see. But I still want to.
Justin will see.
It's May the 4th here.
I will know, and I will appreciate it.
Why is my... There we go. All right. You can't see it, but we are now UVing it. There you go. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that.
I think Jay's computer exploded.
I'm having trouble even figuring out what we're looking at the moment, but that's okay. It looks pretty.
I don't know either. It's some part of the board with UV light on it.
Yeah, it's like a little starscape.
Well,
It's very
Justin
pretty.
wanted to do some painting, and that's what he did.
So in the meanwhile, what I will do
Wait,
is...
there's your new channel idea, Jay. Painting with UV materials. There you go.
Ooh.
Free idea.
No. You can have that one, Steve.
I'm sure my Quadra 40AV looks like a painting under the light.
Now, this is just crazy. What have I done wrong here? I've clearly done something wrong. This code's
Well,
not
what are you
working.
working on?
I'm working on something here to calculate points rewards from members who are part of a rewards program. And it's clearly giving me false readings at the moment. So back to the drawing board.
Since my UV laser is kaput, I'm using this this other light.
Oh, that one. Yeah, the one that you plonk on top.
Yeah.
So what happened to your UV laser?
I pressed the button to get UV out of it, and nothing happened. So I let go of the button, and then the button went to the other side of the room. And I haven't been able to find it.
So that's why he's been cleaning.
Okay.
Joe Williams in the house. Hello, Joe.
Don't lie, Jay. You were playing with the cat and broke it.
No, the cats have come to an age where if they chase a laser pen around for 5 minutes, they start wheezing. So I stopped doing that.
Kind of like me when I walked to the bathroom.
Yeah, kind of like that. All right, now, has this hardened? It has. Yay. So now I can just rest the chip on there and don't have to worry about it wobbling or dust getting trapped under there or whatever. It's just a neater way of doing things.
Now, you just close your eyes, you slap some flux on there, you put some solder there, and you move on to the next chip. This is, come on.
All right, let's get this. Oh, nah. Hello, Pat. You want to be back?
It's fine. Just straighten that out and solder it back on. It'll be good to go. Nobody will know.
Yeah,
Except-
no.
except
This
now.
Pat, this Pat wanted.
I knew it had to be somewhere. It was there to start off with.
Welcome to the Quadra 840 AV curse, Jay. Happy to have you here.
It left, so now I will not be hiring it back.
Oh, come on. You just straighten it up. There you go. Perfect.
Nope. Got it.
Make it bridge 2 pins on the left and the right.
So that's looking good. That's looking good. You're a little bit. Why you waving the other way, bro?
Well, that was in protest of what you just did.
That's pin number 1. No, come get back here.
I want to see you put a little wire where that pad is missing and do a little curly thing like I did once.
Curly thing where?
On the missing pad, you put a little wire and you make a little curly thing
You
like a pad.
spin it around. Yeah.
Yeah,
I did that once, and I didn't see a lot of value in it, to be honest.
Exactly. I was trying to waste his time. Come on, Bruce. Get those view hours up. I mean, that's what I meant.
All right, pin's looking good. Let's put this sucker back.
So
And
just
I'm going to use the Brankus approved method of putting such a chip back on. Let's see if I can zoom out a little. Yeah. And do that. Okay.
Can you refresh our memory, Justin, of what other classic Macintosh computers you have in your dwelling?
Yes, I have a Macintosh LC, which is being a bad Macintosh LC right now. I have a Macintosh LC2. I have.
Well, when you have the two, you could just ignore the first one.
I know. I actually kind of wanted to get it. That's a long story, really. But I'm going to get it back up and running for some silly reason. The LC is the first Mac I ever used. So
Okay. All right. So there's some nostalgia there.
there's some nostalgia, even though it's like the one nobody wants because it's only an 020. There's nostalgia there. And then I've got the 2CI, which is partially still in my basement and partially at Jay's right now. And then I have an iMac G4 and a Power Mac G4 FireWire 800.
Now we're talking.
Those are nice machines.
So, and that would conclude my vintage Mac collection.
Now, did I just like stroke out there and not pay attention, or do you not have any beige Power Macs?
I do not have any beige Power Macs.
Good. They suck.
No, you need a 6100 with 7.1 with the stupid system enabler that crashes every 5 minutes. You need that in your life, Justin.
No,
Come on.
Steve, you need that in your life.
I have too many of them. Please take one. That and personal laser writers, I have an abundance of.
Well, if one showed up at my door, I would not turn it away.
Oh, don't worry. It would be completely disintegrated by the time it would get there. I had a 6100 shell, just the shell, mind you, in the attic, and it's been sitting there for maybe 5 years in the heat and the cold and everything. I went to move it, and it's just like, oh, why does this feel light? Oh, it's disintegrating in my hands. Exactly. Like I went to grab the caddy area where the CD-ROM goes as a handle, and I'm like, oh, never mind.
I also do have some, I guess, non-Macintosh, although they're non-Apple computers. I have a Franklin 500 and a Franklin 1000.
Oh, nice. If Mike were still awake, I'd tell him to tell us all about how much he loves the 6100, just as much as he loves the 68020.
They're shit.
There he is.
Oh, I'm awake. I'm still here. It's just,
I know. I'm just.
I keep getting muted, so.
I didn't touch it.
What? Oh, I know.
Yes, the Franklins will be on my channel at some point. I've stopped estimating when things will appear on the channel because
That's
these
the
projects.
the first step to a successful YouTube channel. Never promise anything.
Because these projects take longer than I estimate. So
Did I just give away a trade secret? Ignore what I just said.
Bruce, I have some bad news.
What's up?
I'm not liking Sample 88 too much today.
What's wrong with it?
It's lumpy. It doesn't stay in one place. It keeps oozing out of the needle.
Hey,
It
hey,
smells
hey!
fantastic,
Keep your
though.
personal attacks to me at a minimum today. Come on.
It smells great, but
Oh, thank you.
could some of it be the residue of the 213A that I have that I was
No,
using?
I cleaned this before.
Yeah, that is true. You did. You cleaned it really well. Huh.
That's because I only use Branca's Creations approved Q-tips for the cleaning process.
Wow, my list of things I need to buy is growing longer by the minute.
Yep, affiliate links below. Oh, wait, this is not a Bruce video. Affiliate links on Bruce's channel. All right.
What the is going on?
What's going on? All right, so that's clean enough. As I deposit a healthy dose of fibers there. I'm just making it worse. There we go. Yeah, because let me put this in a position where you can see. All right, right there. So here is sample 88.
There you go, Joe. If you were wondering, I really do have it.
That looked heavy.
Sample 88 is a little bit lumpy.
It is.
It just kind of, it doesn't stick to the board all that well. It kind of drags out.
Mhm.
But now,
Do you have something to compare with?
yes, I do.
I actually, that Franklin 500 is quite hefty for its size. But the sad thing is, I don't have a power supply for it, so I'm going to have to make one.
Now here's the ASM that I've been using. That'll just grab the board like Spider-Man, sticks, stays in place, doesn't flow away before I even apply heat. I don't know. I kind of like ASM today. Yeah.
Well,
But ASM smells like garbage compared to the V3. So I don't know. I might just have to mix them both and make my own batch.
This has been Mixing Flux with Jay from the House
I'm
of
going to
Mom.
call it MTech NC559 V3 ASM TFJ.
Dash HOZMOUZZZZZZZ.
All right, let's put a little wire there. Zoop. Zoop.
that's interesting.
Well, I'll let you know what I think about Sample 88 on my stream tomorrow.
You're doing a stream tomorrow.
I am. As
Oh,
crazy
that's
as
right.
it sounds, I'm going to actually recap my Amiga 1000 logic board.
Oh, you're not doing anything Mac related.
No, I don't have the parts to fix the LC again. So
That means I don't have to be there.
Well, what happened to the LC again?
one of the memory chips died.
Oh, that's fine.
It's
Just
failing.
steal it from the other one.
I'm not stealing a chip from the LC2 because
Actually, Justin, take a picture of that. Jay sent me some nasty, I think it was an LC2 board. Assuming the same chip would work, I could probably just put that in the package that I have to send your floppy drives back to you in. Because I don't know if they work, but the board is trash anyway. One of the chips may work on it.
sure, I'll send you a picture of the board.
Yes, please do.
So
And apologies for the delay on that. They are sitting on my desk, and every time as I go down there, I say, Justin hates me, and I cry.
it's okay, Steve. I understand.
No, it's okay. You hate me. I understand.
Hold on a second. I'm getting accused of stuff in the live chat. The thing is,
Uh-oh.
I have more stuff on my or more space on my desk than I do in the fridge. Unfortunately, we use a fridge that came with the house, and the house is 100 years old, so it is tiny. Okay.
Oh,
Now this desk, I went to IKEA and just bought a big ass desk, so I have a lot more space to be organized.
Joe, I will very, very, very much try not to invert the voltages, but I am very, very, very afraid of making my own power adapter for that Franklin 500.
When Javier visited us at VCF East, I told him to stay far away from my iMac flower power that was overheating. I said, "Don't put that candle near there. Don't light it up. You're gonna blow up the voltages somehow." He was in stitches.
I should have probably bought the Franklin 500 that had the power supply, but it cost way, 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 way more.
It's just
Power.
electricity. It's
I
either
know.
too much or too little. It's that simple. Right, Bruce?
What's up? Sorry.
I said it's electricity. It's either too much or too little, right?
Just
Yeah.
nod and smile, Bruce. Nod and smile. All right, now for this particular thingamajiggy,
For my next
thingamaboo,
trick.
the tip I'm using is way too freaking big, but we're gonna try anyway.
Oh, that's fine.
It's fine.
Jinx.
Ah. Actually, that is fine. Now I can tack down the other end and work on the rest later.
See, when you get to your 8,000th beige board, Jay, you can just use any tip. Just
This
There it is.
will be my last beige board ever.
What about all that glorious beige in your basement? Excuse me.
You just
What about-
sounded like Kenny, straight up. Right there.
What about all the beige in the basement?
Well, I might just forget about it entirely.
I will drive there. I will bribe Jay's wife, and then
The thing is,
walk
I
away with
would
the
I would
heavier
leave it
car.
in the basement and just forget about it. But my wife will want that basement space back eventually, so she's not going to let me forget about it.
I'll fill up the fridge. You know what? I'll get you a new refrigerator. There you go. I'll trade you.
Can I have one that alerts me when I'm out of milk?
No, you want one that actually buys the milk when you're
I'm
running
not
low.
giving my fridge access to my credit card. There are limits.
Out of Bailey's ordering 5 billion.
6 pallets go up. We have analyzed your past consumption and have ordered ahead. Uh-oh. That's
Yeah, I draw the line at refrigerators that even look like they have smart technology in them, because the ice maker's already troublesome enough.
I remember being at this one of those appliance stores, and there was they were like brand new at the time. There was a refrigerator with a little TV screen on the door, and it was touchscreen. So all the functions of the refrigerator were on the touchscreen. And this older gentleman was there, and the guy was trying to sell it, and I was waiting online to buy batteries or something boring. And the guy's like, "Oh yeah, you could do this remotely and this and that." And the guy's like, "Well, I don't have the internet at home. I don't have this." Every sales point the guy was trying to make, the guy was not applicable to him. And the final thing that made me laugh so hard was the guy's like, "Well, when this stupid TV screen breaks, how do I do anything else? All the buttons are on the screen." And the salesperson just like stopped dead in his tracks and was like, "Well, let's show you a different model."
Smart.
Because that's exactly what would happen to me. I would buy one of those things, the stupid screen would go, and then I'd be stuck with the refrigerator set to 70 degrees or something like that.
Yeah, I think the refrigerator in this house is probably the original one. It works great. Knock on wood. It doesn't have any of those fancy smart features that brick it as soon as the touchscreen dies, so I'm just going to keep it until it quits.
My refrigerator is smart enough to yell at me when I leave the door open, and that's it.
Yeah, that's about as smart as mine is. It will beep when you leave the door open too long. It might be a bit too sensitive in that area, but it has saved me once, because there was one time I didn't realize the door didn't actually shut all the way. So
I've been in bed before and been like, "What's that repeated beeping?" Oh crap! I had to get up and close the fridge. Yeah.
So it has saved me. So I will take that smartness from the refrigerator.
That's as smart as it needs to get.
Yeah. Ice makers are troublesome enough, so I don't need any smarter.
That's fine.
All right, now when you do a trace repair like this, trace slash pad repair, you can't just cover it up with a buttload of Kapton tape and call it good.
That's
But-
the way you do it.
But
That's
what
how
I
you
like
do
to
it.
do
I'll be
is
right
take
back.
a brush and actually apply a little bit of violence, because if it survives that, you're usually good to go.
No. You gotta put at least 5 layers of tape on there. 6 if you want to be comfortable.
Hey, it's still there. Look at that.
Or
Look at
8.4.
8.4.
All right, that'll all clean up in the ultrasonic cleaner. Not worried about that.
And now turn it on. See if you fixed it.
No, because if it works, then Bruce is going to say, "Oh, it was a wizard repair," and I'm trying to convince people that there's no such thing as a wizard
Just
repair.
rip off you ripped off a cap. You already put a cap back on. You ripped that off. You put that back on. I think it's time for some tests.
Now,
All right.
I can see that Bruce
Tim
has some
Tam,
goodies
man.
there.
You can see what?
Bruce has some goodies at his desk. He probably has the good goodies too. Yeah, no, look at that.
We have to make
People
Bruce-
move to this country just to get these.
There you go.
We've heard stories.
I'm going to order a blue scuzzy from Bruce just so I can put in the comments section. I don't really want the blue scuzzy. I want a whole box of Tim Tams or whatever those are.
I promised a packet to GT, but I accidentally ate them. So I have to get another packet.
It's okay. He's not watching.
All right, so I don't expect this to work because I haven't actually done anything yet. But just to give my neck a break from staring down a microscope, I am going to power it on.
It's old beige, Jay. It's
Hey.
voodoo.
Now, I could see the new bus suddenly starting to work after that repair.
No,
What?
because even though it looked pretty horrible, it was all connected to in the right place.
Other
But
way,
going like
let's give
that?
him
other
some
way,
false
So
hope.
like that.
like that.
Like that.
It's going to touch the board.
No, you gotta put like a
something in between it,
like a CD
Yeah.
case or an envelope.
or a book or
Or-
something.
You've seen me do stupid stuff like this. Come on, Jay. You're not paying attention.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Or the bottle of super glue like I was using, which is probably actually a bad idea. But I am,
Yep.
yeah, I don't recommend using super glue as a power supply prop because
Oh,
that
it's
could
fine.
go long. That could go wrong in so many different ways.
No, you're just preserving the integrity of the board.
That's
There you go.
yeah,
That's better.
that's better.
All right. So What do we need? We need a battery? No, we don't need a battery.
Do not need a battery.
Need a battery.
Do not need a battery.
But
I need power.
we're going to
for it.
need that speaker plugged in so we can hear if it's chiming.
Oh,
and
shit.
we
Joke,
are
you
going
didn't send me a
to.
speaker.
You told me you had a speaker.
Yeah, I do. Now I have to go find it. I'll be right back.
Just use headphones, Jay. Jay, you don't need speakers.
I did. I forewarned him. I said you'll want a speaker for this live.
Do I
stream."
need a screwdriver to extract the speaker from one of those beige things?
Yes, because
Shouldn't.
the plastic on the two cases, Bruce. The plastic is in 3 tabs on those speakers.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. I mean, I do.
Jay,
it without
just use
screwdriver.
headphones. Just use pair of headphones.
I don't have headphones either. I'll be right back.
Ugh.
Is he going all the way to the basement for this? I did tell him before the stream started. I said you'll need a speaker from the beige machine.
Well, this,
I said that.
Bruce, he just doesn't listen. He's one of these young and foolish types. There's caution to the wind, puts captain tape everywhere. I mean,
Oh dear, crazy.
in my defense, the second I took the tape off, it stopped working.
Seeing as I am in big picture mode now, this is a Macintosh IIci board that I got. Very interesting story behind this one. I had bought a lot of things from a guy, a bunch of Macs, fantastic stuff. I got a Quadra 700, I got Radius Rocket. There were a whole bunch of really wonderful things in the lot. So it was great, and I hadn't paid too much for it. Now, he then contacted me later on. He said, look, I've got a few really prized possessions that I want to try and sell. Can you help me to try and find a seller for them? So I said, yeah, no worries. And we looked in and we found an LC in absolutely mint condition, still in the box. And there was a 2CI that was in, mint condition and still in the box. So I said, look, with the 2CI, there's one thing we really need to check before you go and sell this, because if you're going to just sell it uninspected, you're not going to get as much as you potentially could if it's in working condition. So let's, at the very least, just have a look at it. Do you have a Phillips head screwdriver? So he went and grabbed me one. We took it out of the box. We took the lid off. We opened it up, and I could immediately see some corrosion around the top of the case. Grabbed a screwdriver, took the little hard drive, floppy drive bracket out, and sure enough, battery bombed. And I said to him, look, you've got really 2 options at this stage. You could look to pay to get it repaired and then sell it as a working unit, or you can sell it for like $50 as a not working unit. And he just wanted it gone, so I gave him $50 for it. And this is the one. Now, I still haven't got it fixed because I have, as I've mentioned to some people before, I am pretty lazy with repairing my own stuff. And I'm even twice as lazy repairing my own stuff when I have a working one. And I have a working 2CI, so this desire to get a second working 2CI isn't really there. But anyhow, the battery bombing, and the battery it would be here normally. And it has basically leaked out, and it has caused untold damage all the way along down here next to all the little paths from the ROM.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, one of the first things someone would suggest, if you're with these, they'd say, hey, put in a Rominator, take the little jumper off and see if it works. It doesn't. So it's not just the damage there to the traces of the ROMs. There are obviously damages to other data paths in other places, because this is dead as a doornail. So anyhow, one day I will probably get this fixed. But in the meantime, today it's serving as my little bit of, this is my play along at home one.
Well, now
You can
Bruce,
read along with me in your book. With your book,
You could
You'll
just
know
cut
it is
this
time to
clip
turn the
out
page.
and just make a trailer for when you stream that.
I could.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if someone wanted to buy that board from you after you repaired it? I would probably keep it. Sorry. I am very much into... Is everything frozen? Is it just me, or is everything frozen?
Let's all move around wildly.
Okay, well, good. Sorry, no, Jay's just very still. Everyone was just really still there for a minute.
I'm
Because
still...
of the nature of what I do in terms of repairs and stuff like that, I generally hang on to every board I have. I don't really sell any. So, Jay, you got yourself a speaker.
I'm listening. I'm just moving my hand now so you don't get freaked out.
I knew. Yeah, I did. I got freaked out. Everyone just went perfectly still. And congratulations on that. But yeah, it did freak me out.
Yeah. Now, to follow up on the question for you, this board is for sale after I fix it. Just to let you know. Now, I have a speaker, a 2FX speaker. I have power supply. I have 2 tubes of UV solder mask holding this thing up. What else do I need?
Oh, sorry. I just quickly, Eric. Yes, they are a standard thread and size. You'll find if you go onto eBay and you look for syringes of that sort of size and syringe tips, you'll find a whole stack of them out there, different lengths, different thicknesses, the whole thing, you name it. And yes, they are a standard thread on those little tips for the syringes. So shouldn't have any problem.
You
Also,
need a monitor, Jay.
this little cap that is on the tubes, you could just snip the tip off and use that.
Yes, you could. You could. In actual fact, you could probably just use it without the tip at all, but you'd get
Life
a fair
hack.
Well, let's not be savages, Bruce.
Yeah. So, now, okay, so we're all good. Now, what we fully expect at this stage is we probably will get a chime, but we won't be able to check anything else until we actually plug in either a blue SCSI to see whether we're getting any drive activity, or if we plug in the display adapter and a display to see if we're getting any video.
Display.
So I'm going for a chime
Display.
first.
I should put that in, shouldn't I? I'm going to upload that video.
Chime first is good.
Okay.
Chime.
Chime.
Getting a chime. What happens if you press the
Chimed.
restart button now? There is a restart button on the side.
Which one?
Yep.
The
Try
level.
either one. See what happens.
All right, let me turn it back on.
That's reset.
Yeah. The other one.
That's interrupt.
They're both doing good things. They're both
It
doing good
screamed
things.
at me.
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
normal.
like you.
That's normal.
It's upset.
So the other button is a program as interrupt, and you press that program as interrupt at a time where it cannot be interrupted, which is why it swore at you.
So get a monitor.
Oh, come on, man.
That's
Now, Bruce, I do have this,
Yes.
and I have this to go in there.
Yes.
What I
Didn't you
need
make
is
one
a-
up for testing before?
No, because I was trying to take a shower and find. Because you freaked me out, dude. You said, "Oh, you need this for testing. You need that for testing. Have you said a prayer? You need to do that for testing." So I didn't even have time to take a shower.
So
I spent half an hour looking for this. All right,
yeah, okay. Switch 1 and 4 on, all the rest off, please.
1 and 4 on, all the rest off. Wait, it would help to know. Oh, this is on. Cool. All right, switch set. I still need an image to put on this SD card. Though.
Well, just
Now,
start with the monitor first.
Didn't you have an image when you were testing your original beiges?
Yes, but that was 6 months ago. How the hell do I know what that
All right,
is?
no worries. Well, I can send you an image if you want to test that out.
Yeah, but I think the monitor test would tell us if
All
we have
right,
any
I'm
progress.
gonna
at this
go
point.
grab a thing,
Monitor.
and I believe this goes in there.
What are we doing? Do you want me to send you an image? Do you want me to send you an image? I'll send you
Yeah,
an
send me an image. macOS 8.6, if you please.
I was
0.9.2.
an interesting thing. I was actually I was using a 2VX the other day, belonging to Madeline, who of course has been a guest on the MacX show. Hello to Madeline if she's watching. She's probably not. And I was installing 7.6 on it, and my goodness, what an exercise in frustration that is. With this vintage of 030 chip, I would highly recommend 7.1 is probably the highest you want to go for practical use.
Well, Bruce, you obviously did not watch my live time install of a Macintosh system 7.6.1 from an original Apple CD on an
Yes.
LC3 that is 44 minutes long.
It felt longer. Sorry.
It does.
All right. My prediction is going to be that we are not going to get a chime.
Even
And-
with just the adapter plugged in, I should not get a chime.
Well, Dana's here, so now it's going to act weird.
Who's
Now
not,
it'll
who
act
knows?
weird. Well, remember it was only chiming when I had no video plugged into the onboard video, or I had the monitor adapter set to a mode that the onboard video does not support.
He's right. With this adapter plugged in, there is no chime.
Well,
I
plug
want
in
to
the
look
monitor,
inside
see
this
if it
thing here.
does anything.
Oh, you actually already tried turning it on, and
Yeah, no chime. So I don't trust this thing, because if there's a short or something going on in here, then I would imagine even with a display card, this is going to interfere with
Yeah,
that.
look in the back of that connector.
Yeah.
See if you find that solder balls.
See, it would be cool if I can actually find something wrong with this damn board. It would
Yeah,
be awesome.
do the thing where you tilt your microscope and just look in the back of that, and I'd be very
Yeah,
curious.
I
Do
don't
the
do that.
thing.
I don't do that thing.
Oh,
Do
come
the
what?
Come on, buddy. See, that's a beige thing. That's not an Intel thing.
Yeah.
No, for real. I never have to check at an angle when I'm doing the
Angles are
the-
fine.
Yeah, that's the
Oh, at least you can see the side of the knock to a fan I put in the power supply right now.
Hold the phone.
Mr. Moth,
Yeah.
I have just messaged you a link to a disk image for the Blue SCSI.
Oh, well, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Is it a 2 gigabyte one that's going to take forever to expand?
It's compressed. It is 1.18 gig.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you sent me one once that was like 20 megs and expanded to 2 gigs. That took
Yeah,
like 5 minutes
yeah,
to do.
yeah.
I was like, what the heck is this?
Oh shit! I sent him the wrong one. Sorry, that wasn't me swearing.
He beat you to it already.
I sent him the wrong one. I'm giving you another one.
Just
Uh,
stick your tongue in there, Jay. I would check
mean-
that cap next to the video port just to.
I mean,
for
if the
funsies.
back looks that good, then it can't be too bad inside.
Wouldn't think
That's-
so, would you?
I've sprayed deoxid in that video connector.
Oh, well, you ruined it. There goes my
that's
chance
the
of
problem.
fixing it.
I like how he told you after he sent it to you.
I would say that I immersed the board in deoxit, but then you would know I didn't because deoxit's too expensive to do that.
All right.
Yeah,
So-
even when my Quadra 840AV came out of the ultrasonic cleaner, I usually use distilled water to clean it, and I'm like, oh, I'll use the alcohol this time, and I like measured like by the drop because I'm like, I'm not wasting one drop I don't need to on this stupid thing because it's not going to work anyway, and then it worked.
Actually, I was wrong. If there's an issue with this port, it chimes without anything connected. So this port is not going to interfere with the new bus card.
Well, so something connected to that port is drawing something or doing something.
The DAC is a possibility. The DAC would be that first chip, right? No, the DAC is the first chip behind the video connector. Not that one. That one. That's the DAC.
Look at it on an angle. Put pressure on it and turn it on. Do the
the
thing.
big one or the small one?
The big chip is the DAC.
Your left hand.
Yeah, your left
The
hand.
big dick marks.
Yes.
The chip from Analog Devices. That's the DAC.
We're
For
just
the
here now to
video
make Dana chuckle.
What's the code?
Bruce is not a big Dick Marks fan.
Oh,
No. UA7, I think that's the chip. Would that be correct?
yep.
Yep. Okay, so
Oh, those-
UA7, you got a pen and paper there, Joe?
Pen and paper. What is it? 1990? No, I don't have a pen and give me a second.
UA7,
Yes, he
UE9, and UK11.
You sunk my battleship, Bruce. We should totally play Battleship with freaking capacitor values. How freaking
Right.
dorky would that be?
I have paper and a pencil, and that's as good as it's gonna get.
That
What
is
am
just
I writing down?
I'd just like you to write down UA7,
Okay.
UA!
UE9,
UE9,
and UK11.
UK11. And I wrote those down because
They're all involved in the video.
Those are Bruce's
Okay.
next lotto numbers.
all right. So we go. The first one was UA7. And
Steve, you have given me a bad idea for my website. Now I want an
Please
app.
do.
Now I want an app on my website that will let you play recap Battleship while I live stream recaps.
I like this idea.
UE9.
Just slap my logo on it somewhere. It meets my seal of
Yeah. So
10% finder's fee.
yeah, 10% finder's fee.
So UE9 is the one that's VLSI, and it's near 3 crystals. That's
Got
it.
Yeah, this one did look a little crummy.
Now,
I don't like
don't
the
know.
amount of crumb I'm seeing there.
That's
No.
fine.
Oh,
Now, I have no doubt
No,
they're all still
no.
attached, but you
Just,
know,
just poke them if they wiggle, then just make them not
Yeah.
wiggle.
Show some respect, man. You don't just poke it.
Oh, that's how I fix everything.
Rude.
I was kind of disappointed with how not quite aligned that chip is from the factory.
Yeah.
That pick and place machine was drunk.
This one was done on Friday.
Right.
Yeah, even the machines were like, yeah, whatever.
There's actually some resistors and capacitors on the bottom of the board that are also cattywampus, and it's from the factory. And I'm like, this is not cool, Apple.
Yeah, the
love
back
that
of
word.
the Quadra 840 AV, Justin, like half of the capacitors and the little resistors on the back are like almost at 90-degree angles. It's like, okay, thanks.
It's like,
Not even Apple cared.
It's crummy, but it is all attached.
Yeah, looks all right.
Oh,
I would
Yeah.
check the video chip that was on your left hand previously, and maybe just put pressure on that when you turn it on. See what happens.
The one that one.
That's the
There you go.
UA7.
And
Yep.
Put
check that
pressure on
cap
it?
right there too.
So putting pressure on it would assume that one of the pins is not.
Well, if
Let's-
you don't want to look at it at an angle, then do that. But yeah, here we go.
Let's
I
have a
don't
look at some
space to
pins.
put this shit at an angle.
You're doing great. You're doing great. We're all really impressed here.
We're all
looks like an angle to me.
Shut your mouth. Even that's
Nah.
crooked.
It looks okay.
All right, but now I have to put it at an angle this way.
Now you know the plight of when Bruce and I are like, "Oh, this big stupid board's
Yeah.
on my desk." Because no matter how you turn, it's going to knock into something. Then you have capacitors on the floor, and the cat's eating them.
that's
and-
that's an easy fix. I can just drag solder the crap out of that entire chip and make sure it's all
Just
connected.
put solder everywhere.
Yep. That's one way to do it.
That one. I was just threatening the wrong chip. Oops.
It
Well,
falls
now-
off the board.
that one you just threatened was the SCSI controller. It might need some threatening too, but we haven't,
Okay.
we're not far enough into the boot sequence yet.
Oh no, he's actually doing it. No, don't do that. Well, have fun, Bruce. Jay, whoever you are.
Listen, I fully expected to spend some quality time with this board this week. So I might as well.
I mean,
You're doing
I
fine.
I would have, just probed it with the multimeter on each pin for like.
My
5
wife
seconds.
would like to know what VCF is.
Vintage
No.
Computer Federation.
Oh, I
also
thought it was
known as-
festival. I don't even
Well,
know.
there are two companies that are exactly the same initials. One is Federation, one is Festival. And the Midwest one is located in Chicago, or Elmhurst, Illinois, to be exact. But if you go to
Sounds like a made-up place.
vcfed.org, vcfed.org, you can find out all the information there.
Remember points accrual. Let's have a look.
Oh,
Okay,
I think-
so remember points accrual. That's next. Let's see what's right.
Oh no, a bridge. What am I gonna do?
Now it's
I'll say it.
Jay's crossing the streams again. Somebody tell somebody.
That's looking good.
Where's your fast forward button is stuck on?
That made me giggle. I need a smaller tip.
What? Oh. Good. Good.
So Dana, what are you up to?
I'm watching you fix the beige.
Well, fixing it is a bit premature, but
Watching you try to fix the beige.
there you go.
Activity.
No pressure though. The owner's only watching you.
Yeah, but he doesn't have my address, so it's okay. Even if
I do.
look it up.
Justin, it can be had for a price.
Well, I'll just let Jay continue to think I don't have his address.
Justin weaves. He's a master Google weaver.
I always feel like somebody's watching me. I've had that song stuck in my head for 2 days.
Well, now it's stuck in your head for another 2 days.
And
You're
before
talking about-
that, it was Metallica when Nothing Else Matters. I had to play that on loop for like an hour today. Get that out of my head.
Well, if Ohio's anything like West Virginia, everyone knows everyone. So
How strange you go from Metallica to Rockwell.
Oh, dude. And before that, it was Toto's Africa.
Well, now that's one that everybody has to have that stuck in their head.
Now, am I correct in saying that it was actually Michael Jackson singing the chorus in that Rockwell song?
Yes.
Yes, thought so.
Yep.
I'm switching computers. I'll be right back.
It is.
Okay, let's go.
Is the king of pop himself. Ever heard the MIDI version of Africa? I've heard so many versions of Africa, I can't even tell you.
Tell me.
But I'm sure I've heard that one, yes.
Boom, 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 boom.
So there's the guy that has all those floppy drives and scanners and stuff.
Floppinator? Yeah.
Yeah, he
Dude
did
is
that
awesome.
song, and it was fantastic.
I hate floppies, and even I watched that.
Yeah, that was fine.
now,
Why aren't you drag soldering?
I'm not a big fan of drag soldering.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes,
Bruce
you are.
isn't a fan of big dick marks either, but
Well, that's Bruce. I love me some big dick marks. If it's sung the right way. Don't just hum it without using the words. I can't have that.
should have known better.
All right.
Display.
That has been remedied.
Display. Love it.
Now, someone did tell me that Justin bought the cheapest capacitors you could find on the black or the dark web in China.
Black web.
Yeah, the black web. How the fuck did I think of that?
Mac Studio and Studio Display. Display.
That's great.
Display. All right. Dana, can you sing Africa?
No,
Come on.
it's like 5-part harmony. I can't do it.
I have to admit, as much as I do like tantalums, I got my Mauser order in today, and I have to say, I ordered electrolytic caps for a recapping project. Only because I would have
Well-
not been able to afford using tantalums for it.
At least you've got at least a good 25, 30 years out of them, and then
I don't,
take a lot to drag me away from you.
I need
All
to.
right. So we should get a chime. Chime.
yay!
All right. Now, if we plug this in, we should get a chime, but will we get a chime?
Sorry, did we do anything? Oh, yeah, okay. I know it. That's right. You did
We
nothing.
got a
Yeah.
pop, but we do not have a chime.
All right. It was
So it
prob-
stands to reason that that chip was not loose.
Hmm.
So, moving on.
Why would it not chime when you plug a video adapter in?
How the fuck
That's
should
a-
I know?
Very good question, and we are all wondering.
I think it's just screwing with him.
Probably trolling me. Yeah.
well,
all right.
it was doing it for
No.
me too, so
No.
at least we're seeing consistent results.
Have you guys seen this? Have
Now's
you
not the
guys
time for your flights of fancy.
seen this?
I had like 4 of those.
What is that?
You put this.
It's a condom for a puck mouse.
A little bit of background. There were some people that were unable to properly hold the puck mouse, and they made a product for such mentally impaired people called the eye catch. You would snap it on the puck mouse, and it would give
Prophylactic.
Yeah, there you go. And this one, in the packaging, will join the collection of other eye catches and other puck mouse accessories I already have. Now, I don't know if this friend ever wants to reveal their identity, but a friend of mine spotted me some cash because I was broke as hell and I couldn't buy this. So,
And I had a little bit of money bouncing around in my PayPal account.
awesome.
I am the mystery benefactor.
And I thank you very much.
I would have actually given him the whole amount, but I didn't realize that you guys get charged tax on secondhand goods. So you don't have to just pay tax when the thing gets sold originally. You have to pay tax again when someone sells it as a secondhand product at a later date, which to me is fucking bizarre.
It is fucking bizarre.
Welcome to America, Bruce.
All right, I need to know one more location.
Oh, we need the
and
fair
that is
tax.
the UK 11. Where do I find UK 11? I got UJ.
I think
Okay, so hang on. So which one? Which one were you after again? Sorry,
UK 11.
Okay, you'll find that down near the ROM chips, just above
ROM
the ROM chips, near the floppy connector. Big round, squarey one there next to a crystal.
That one.
That's the one.
Oh, I was looking at this VLSI before. This is also a
There are a few Vilces in there.
Yeah, the one down near the ROM chips is I think the memory controller that does all the mapping magic for the memory. That other big VLSI chip is the actual video chip.
Well, this one looks better than the last one. What the
I
hell?
know. It
Where
looks
did
really-
Steve go? We have lost Steve.
Yeah, he decided to go.
Steve is probably mentally preparing for those interviews.
Now, if this wasn't a live stream, I would say I'm not doing anything else until I run this through the ultrasonic cleaner. But since this is a live stream, I'll just stick around until we start dropping viewers.
Sure. There is still one cap I wanted to check too, by the way.
Which one?
It's probably fine, but just to satisfy my curiosity, C2.
There he is.
Good night, my wife. Love you.
Hey, it's Steve.
We got a picture this time.
Yeah, I'm in the basement now.
I just pulled up a random capacitor, hoping that that's the one you were looking for, because I wasn't listening.
Right behind the ADB connector, C2.
Oh, that's definitely not the cap you were looking for. C2, yes.
Now, you see how it's
the
sitting on that
ground.
great big bit of ground there? I just want to make sure it's not making contact with that ground,
It's
either
not.
of the fins.
You know it's
I don't
not.
think it is, but
You know it's not.
He's
You're going to
not
make me
dumb.
take it off anyway, right?
No. Don't take it off.
Yes.
No need to take it off. No need to take it off.
Do it.
Actually, we can test it fairly straightforward.
Do we have the whole one? Is the whole one there?
Should I play the whole one?
Yeah, I
Your
love
man might
that.
have the Star Wars Lego set Death Star, but can he chug a sparkling water and not burp? Oh my gosh! What do I do?
Oh god.
Oh, dude, that is one of the funniest things. Just I mean, even without the finale of hitting the garage door, it's still funny.
Yeah. What do I do?
Hey, whoa! Sorry, can we just go back a tiny bit there? Something
Go
caught my eye.
back.
But
No,
that
it's
was
all right.
one full send into that garage door.
Yep.
That,
Yeeted.
There's no issues with the. See that little trace that's running up where the words UB2 are on the right hand side of the picture there.
UB2.
Yeah, see, we got copper from that via down to that trace, don't we? It
Copper?
just sort of looks copper.
There you go. You said it correctly.
Are you
there.
thinking it might be a break?
It's just something that caught my eye. It might be fine. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Sorry,
Dude, I'm surrounded by fucking Hawkeyes. What the hell?
just this little black
It's
line there.
our desire to prove you wrong, Jay. That's what it is.
Yeah,
We good.
she's fine. What's the color of a 2-cent piece? Copper.
Dun, dun, dun.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Just look at it. Just look
Look
at
at
that. Just look
Will
at
you
that.
look at it? Will you look at it?
Now,
Let's-
Justin,
would you look at
remind
that?
me. Remind
look at
me
that.
if I put a display card in here. Also, whatever I connect, the chime goes away, right?
No,
If you put a USB card but don't put the connector on, you still get a chime, but you don't get any video.
actually, if you put a new bus card in, it doesn't matter, video connected or not. I was getting a chime, but I was not getting a video signal. Now, there is a possibility that you might have better luck, because one possibility is that none of the monitors in my house are sync on green.
This is possible, which now makes me want to see this tried.
I tried all of the monitors I have that claim to be sync on green, and none of them worked, which I will, if you can get it to work, then I will call into question the spec sheet for the said monitors.
But the fact that I lose the chime as soon as I do connect this is not bueno.
Well, but put the adapter. Well, yeah, that's not good. But let's see if we get a video image if you use video on the new bus card.
Let's do it.
Okay, there's trouble in paradise. Eric's having some trouble with the battery that he repacked.
Yeah, I saw that. What the hell?
Uh-oh.
He's gonna have to stream for another 8 hours to make it right.
Oh no. Sounds like there might be a short in it.
Or a long.
Or a long.
Oh, John, I want to see that again. Can we see that again? I love that one.
These are the lovely bits you get to see, Justin. When
Was-
you're part of the network.
was that an outtake or was that actually in the vid?
It was an outtake, but he put it in the video. at
Oh,
the end.
okay.
Yeah,
Put
it's
a whole
a
bunch of
bunch of
outtakes.
information. So
What did he do? Did he like drop something glass?
I don't
During
remember.
the dog
Nothing has
knocking
to
over?
No, I think he just forgot a line.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He kept flubbing his lines. That's right. In fact, I think in the finished video, there's still he gave up on trying to get the two product lines.
The secret is
Well-
to just give up and merge it together.
We've told him time and time and time again that he needs to write a script, and he won't do it. So, just like we told him he needs a better microphone
all right. Power.
and wired
I didn't
internet.
connect the power cable to that. Hold on.
Today is episode 8 of series 6 of my series on childhood.
The hand gestures.
It's all right. You don't watch this anyway.
I gave up trying to get things episode number.
I can't do the voice as well as Dana does, but
Next week, I'm going to be there.
I kind of do want to know if that kid was okay after he chugged that beverage. Because
Yeah, unfortunately, that's where the video ends, so we don't
I mean-
know.
He was okay to have it posted.
I love how cocky he is at the beginning. Yeah.
All right, pressing the power button.
I see a green light.
Hey, it chimed.
No signal input.
Okay.
Come on, baby.
Oh,
Keep fiddling with them dip switches, buddy.
Nah, Bruce told me the winning combination.
I really don't expect this to work. I so don't expect it to work.
That's what you said about my Quadra. 5 years later, wait,
Did I try other switch combinations on that thing?
Yeah, I mean, look, I really think you're fine. I don't think that's the problem. I mean, you could go and lug one of your beiges up to check, but you know,
Nope.
If you have a computer that doesn't work, like Steve, all you need is about 5 years of time and tons of hours of live stream and the tenacity of a honey badger.
Hold on. What do you mean one of my beiges? Because combination 1 and 4 is not what I use on my beiges.
Try something else then.
My beiges.
Right,
You could put the video card in one of your beiges to see if you get a video image on the card.
Try
Just make
3,
sure the
4,
card's fine.
5.
I've got a sneaking suspicion none of his beiges work at the moment.
Oh, that's right. Oh, actually, yeah, I thought he had one working.
Yeah, I had 1, 4, and 5 set. There you go.
Oh, give that a try.
I am giving that a try.
Do it. You remember what resolution that is?
I have no idea.
That is 640 by 480 at 66 hertz with sync on horizontal. Oh, wait a minute, not sync on horizontal. It's too dark in my room for me to read. Composite sync.
All right, well, I ain't doing shit.
So, yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
So,
because that video card you're using now was tested, working, and the eBay seller even had a picture of the card working in a Mac IIci, but how do I know that was actually that card?
There's like one cap on those cards, isn't there? Or are there no caps, no electrolytic caps? I can't remember, but those cards are pretty freaking bulletproof.
There were no electrolytics that I saw on that card.
Yeah.
Should I try a different card? Because I got a bunch of these.
Feel free, but I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Well, I don't hear you offering any winning solutions here, Bruce.
Maybe try
this is true.
Try the card you were using when you were testing your beige.
That means you got to go downstairs and get it.
No, I got the cards up here.
I figured he had that card up there.
Otherwise,
I would have still offered it as a suggestion.
You might need to get the oscilloscope out next, Jay.
Would we be okay with a high resolution display card?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that should work.
No, you got to send that one to me. That one doesn't work.
All right, we have chime.
It's the happy chime.
Bruce, can you send me the schematics as well, please?
Sure.
Nope, nada.
I think the machine is failing before it gets to video initialization, potentially. Or there's still something wrong with new bus.
All right, we'll keep digging.
It's too bad this doesn't have built-in video.
Well, I'm dealing with a 2CX with no built-in video. So there.
Well, my 2CI has...
It's too bad these don't have built-in video.
But they do.
They do. That's why I made the joke.
They?
2CI.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah. I thought the 2SI was the first to have built-in video.
No, 2CI, yeah.
The 2CI.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then there, yeah. So don't you know?
The 2SI does use the same video chip as the 2CI. That's why the 2SI, well, the 2SI is stubborn because the 2CI's onboard video is stubborn.
Now, not to question your work here, Justin.
But he's going to question your work.
Are we sure the power supply is 100%? There's not a rail missing that could be causing this or something?
I am not 100% sure. I had trouble reading the Bomark schematics. I did test plus
Will you
5.
stop fucking whispering and just say what you got to say, Bruce?
I know plus 5, plus 12, and minus 12 are working. Because I was able to find test points for those.
I think the power supply is just fine.
Yes, so do I. It's a really, really easy way to test it if you want to, Jay. If you switch it on while it has the power going and all that and things and such, if you go into the Molex connector on the board where you would plug in the hard drive, so that's located next to it. See the white yeah. So inside that, if you just sort of get your multimeter on DC voltage, connect to the black to a ground somewhere, poke in there. One of them should be reading 5 volts. One of them should be reading 12 volts.
And Justin, you did that?
Yes.
All right, then fucking, I won't do it. What William is saying, drop the memory to a minimum. Is that something to try?
It's generally the best practice for for working is to work with the minimum amount of RAM in there because it just rules out
Then why
additional
are we
things that could be
testing
causing
this
problems.
with 8 freaking sticks in it?
So you need 4 in bank A.
I have tried it with 4 in Bank A, and it didn't do anything different.
Yeah, I think we're pretty sure it's not the RAM, but yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm just trying to say something today, and it's taking me absolutely forever.
Well, John's asking, could it be a bad ROM?
It's possible. It is possible. But it wouldn't be my first thought.
It wasn't my at the top of my list because it chimes.
Justin?
Yes.
What is this?
A big blob of UV solder mask.
Why?
Because that one of those axial caps. I boogered the trace up, but I didn't booger it. I just burned the solder mask off the top of the trace, soldering that axial cap in that's to the left.
Oh, okay, but the trace is okay.
Trace was okay. I checked it before I put UV solder mask on.
And I can take your word for this. You will bet your firstborn on that?
I don't think I would go that far.
Yeah.
I might bet you $5, but I'm not going to bet my firstborn.
You know what? I could use $5 right now. I'm going to check it.
I've sent you that schematic, Joe.
Oh, thank you.
Geez, your pro points are pointy.
Could have made $5 there.
He's got pointy points.
All right,
Pointy
schematic. Let me roll over to the other desk and grab the schematic, and I'll be right back.
Pointy birds are pointy. Anoint my head, anointy.
I labeled my logic boards wrong.
Anyone know what movie that one comes from?
I don't know.
It's quite funny. I don't know how it's aged, but it was a quite funny film. Steve Martin in it.
I'm not a big Steve Martin fan.
Doesn't work as well.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, you're stripping the screws. Hey, that's me. I want to play along the home version.
We don't have the home version. Sorry.
Ow! The hell is this?
0081.
Ooh, a Super Mac.
Super Mac.
Ooh, we have a 2CX with the soldered processor and a 2CX with the removable processor.
Soldered.
Oh, special.
A socketed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is my family's first computer board ever. And I mixed it up with the one I purchased in 2021. So I moved the label over.
Key out.
So.
All right, let's see how they did schematics before my time.
Bank A is where I want the memory, right, Bruce?
That is correct.
Holy fuck.
So
let me.
So I picked up my 23rd MacBook today.
Justin has no idea what's going on.
See you later, Vintage Hillbilly.
That was like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, better late than never.
Hey, these memory modules say Apple Computer on them too. They're probably garbage as well.
Wow. That's they're worth thousands.
I know.
Do they have MT RAM chips on them?
No, thankfully they're Oki.
Oh, they're probably Oki then.
They're M4. Justin. Dangly parts.
Boom, boom.
Double entendre.
Well, let's see if this one still makes noise, huh? So
That's fine.
And if
I'm
anyone's
just,
wondering,
checking the back of the board here.
Cat member activity. So, push member activity val. So that's
the memory chip that failed in my LC is not an empty RAM chip, if anyone's wondering. So I was actually surprised that it. Yeah,
oh.
I was
It's
surprised.
all right,
that it
Justin.
failed.
Bruce is talking to himself.
Oh. Oh.
Yep. This happens all the time.
yeah, you think Bruce is like having like a very Dan's here. Hey Dan. You think Bruce is having like an epiphany and
Get it, girl.
Hey Dan.
Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Val.
How you doing, Dan?
Diane, computer collecting Canadian man.
Bruce.
You saw that.
You saw that. Hello.
Yeah,
Bruce. So
Hello.
this chip is responsible for the onboard video.
Can you? Is that a UA7? Yeah,
That
it's one
is
of them.
UA7, yes.
yeah, that's the digital to analog converter.
So yeah,
Duke.
VDAC.
So it's going to take, I think the chip that's below it, UA9, I believe it is. I think it's UA9 is going to feed it a digital signal and turn it into analog.
It's UE9.
UE9, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one sitting next to all the crystals.
all right. So back in the day, were these chips advanced enough to need stuff like an enable signal and all that? Or not?
Oh, maybe.
Love the confidence of Bruce's maybe.
So let me have a look.
Probably, maybe. Who knows? Probably not.
This might blow up if anybody wants to just
So let's have a look here. You've got
realize.
Fire.
Uh-oh.
Why does that keep happening?
Here
Okay,
goes
so
nothing.
that's UE9. UE9. Yeah, that's what are we looking at UE9? Is that what we said?
When you read this chip, what would you expect the values to be?
1.
16 volt.
Yeah. How many ohms?
10.
That doesn't sound happy.
So here, there are a couple of other things that we need to factor in here, and that is that there are a bunch of capacitors and resistors that travel from the video connector to these chips.
Yeah.
Now, I'm wondering whether it would make sense to have a look at these, given the fact that it's only stuffing up when we connect the connector up. So these would be some of the birdseed on the back of the board. I'm just wondering whether we shouldn't have a look at some of those.
I'm just checking this one, and this is reading twice what it should. And usually when caps short, they short high. So
That cat is high as a cat.
So
hang on. Let me get a multimeter and then we can compare notes.
Multimeter? So
Where is
say
my
multimeter, I say multimeter. Let's call the whole thing off.
where is my multimeter?
come on.
Where's my multimeter?
Oh,
Like, oh, Jay was trying to clear the flux away, and it was just making it worse.
Fuck it.
I think I found the problem with my code, so I'm going to sort that out in a sec. What am I testing? What?
this may blow up. It's making weird noises.
Shebang about.
Oh, it helps that the power's plugged in.
well,
You saw that.
when I think a computer is going to blow up when I turn it on, I usually keep my head well away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or switch your camera on.
And the more I think it'll blow up, the more
All
I
right,
replace the
so
replace for.
C7, that is
Yes.
underneath UA7.
Yes, and what are you measuring it as? With? How? What method?
I am getting
Ruler.
180 microfarad.
Okay, so you're doing capacitance on that one, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. 180, you say?
I did say that.
180 micro.
That doesn't sound right.
It doesn't sound right, but it's in circuit, and that could be throwing off the measurement,
Yeah.
depending on what else is on the circuit.
My 2CX has the same problem as your 2CI.
This is my stupid multimeter.
Doesn't
They should
work.
be friends.
You're not using a Kaiwitz, are you?
No, I'm not. This is my in-the-house multimeter.
Oh
I've
my
got another
God.
in-the-house multimeter under all this shit.
Hey,
Oh,
hey, Bruce. what is it?
Eric has a cool multimeter. It's analog. I want one of those.
Yeah, they're cool.
Never
I
mind.
One of those. I killed it. Excellent. One of the things that you can do with an analog multimeter that you can't do with a digital one is if you're detecting pulses in something. Because when you get an analog multimeter with a needle and you go in and you connect it to something that might be pulsing, you get to see the needle go boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom. If you try and do the same thing with a digital multimeter, you just see numbers changing. You don't get that kind of pulsing. You don't really get to see the same pulsing. It almost becomes like a poor man's oscilloscope.
Yeah.
It's Bondy. I have a meeting in 48 minutes and I need to have lunch before then.
All right. So
Cool.
I
So,
knew there was a reason
can-
someone changed the branding.
Can I make just a small suggestion, Jay? Because there is actually going to be a point where I'm going to have to jump off. I mean, I might be able to jump on afterwards, but I do actually have a few
We'll
things
keep it
that I need
company.
to do. If you have a look at the connector, the video connector,
yeah.
even though this is probably not it, but you have a look at the video connector. If you flip over onto the other side of the board, there's a little row of capacitors and resistors there that travel from the connector to wherever they're going. Just down a bit. There you go. There. I'd be checking around there, making sure nothing's missing, checking to make sure that there's nothing shorted here, that sort of thing as well. Just on the list of things to do. Just on the list of many things to do.
So what you're telling me is that you're not going to measure the capacitor on the other side.
I will need to go get a multimeter. I'll be right back.
Why the hell are we on Maciac branding?
I have one here, but I can't find it.
Someone fix that.
Because I think someone really wanted to play the It's Bundy video.
It says House of Moth to me. No, it switched. Yeah.
Display.
Here is a Macintosh Classic motherboard. As you can see, it fits in the cleaner perfectly.
For 3 days. he left that in there for like 2 or 3 days because he forgot about it.
Well, it
Typical
was
Bruce.
clean.
He filmed that scene for his video and then went off to work on it and forgot to take the board out for like 2 days.
Well, I think Joe still has the record for longest logic board soak in an ultrasonic.
We need like an awards show, like at the end of the year. Like the longest soak goes to Joe.
How long did Joe leave it in?
It was over a week.
A good week.
Oh my God.
It was a good week.
That's hilarious.
And
All
he
right.
could
Most
not
burps go to
find that
Dan.
board. And then I think it was Jay finally during one of Joe's streams or something asked Joe, "Did you take that board out of the ultrasonic cleaner?"
So Jay.
Oh,
Oh,
Bunch of freaking idiots.
I'm reading zero.
Zero.
Zero
Oh, that's nasty.
on that cap.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, zero's
Your board
not.
works.
All right. So one of our caps is full.
Yeah, no. This doesn't work. What resistance are you getting across that cap?
Resistance. Resistance.
Yes.
Just take it off and shake it out and it'll be all right.
Okay,
You know that.
hold on. Let me grab my Kaiwitz.
Bruce, would one of the sound chips on the 2CX cause no video?
Wouldn't think so.
I'm assuming this is a sound chip.
I get 20 ohms.
Yeah, I'm getting about 16.
Ohms.
Yeah,
You get about what?
16.
ROADs.
Roads.
But I am getting 0 microfarads across that cap. By contrast, C1 above, I'm getting 10, 13, 12 microfarads. Now, we know that testing these things in
Nominator.
circuit.
Well, that's why I'm using a very expensive smart meter.
This is
I'm
some
getting
solder
10
blobs.
microfarad above.
10?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting about that. I'm going to give or take. But for the bottom one, I'm getting nothing. But having said that, this cap could be rooted.
Yeah, but this 10 should mean I should get 10, right? Not 170.
Well, it's in circuit though.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
these tweezers can deal with that.
No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't.
It's parasitic capacitance.
That's bullshit. So,
Well, anyway, I'm going to look up that cap and see if it's
Mag
important.
requested the cat falling.
yeah, sure. That's C7, isn't it?
Oh, great. Someone hasn't converted this PDF to a readable, searchable format.
No,
Ah.
I've done
All.
some of them, but not all of them.
What the hell is this chip verse?
UA7. If you're showing me something, I can't actually see it. Hang on.
How dare you?
Oh, that looks like a cereal chip to me. I could be wrong though.
Because it looks pretty grummy.
If Joe's in the chat, he'll know what it is.
Yeah, it looks like it's.
Joe just came back. Joe, what is that?
Oh, the sound chips are clearly labeled on this board. I'm an idiot. They are cereal
Yeah,
chips.
that is not the. Those are not the sound chips.
Since you've seen it before, Bruce, what page is UA7 on?
EIA
I
buffer.
would say it will be either on page 11 or 12.
Joe says EIA buffer.
Okay, I see C7. I see C7.
yo.
EIA buffer.
Yep.
Let's see. We got UA7.
With a buff here. And
Stop it.
So it's on C7 is on page 11, and it's the sort of top right hand area. It's coming out of pin 29 on UA7.
Oh, UA7 isn't square; it's a rectangle. Yeah, I didn't find it.
let's flux it up.
Okay, now I still need to find C7. C1, C.
Joe just spat out a bunch of techno jargon that I don't know what it is.
Well, even though it's probably not related to why there's no video on this, I'm going to desolder it and put it back on.
C7, 1016.
Beep, 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 beep.
One
Beep, beep.
side should be going to ground.
Feel free
That
to
is
mute me
correct.
if this is too loud, okay?
The I believe the negative side is going to ground.
What the crap? No. Muting Steve.
Got to finish this. Got to finish this code.
All right, I have both sides going to ground.
Oh yeah, but on one side it'd be like 16 ohms. The other side would be 0.
What the hell?
I hate it when you're right.
Sorry.
All right.
So
Oh.
Time for a drink.
All right.
yeah.
All right. Can we start ripping new bus slots off this thing? Make Justin sweat a little? Or...
Oh my God, Steve, mute yourself.
Yeah, Joe. I think that chip, the EIA buffer, isn't that have something to do with the RS-485 on the serial ports?
All right.
Because RS-485, I believe, is differential.
Un momento.
Yes.
It's Bondi. Bondi.
Yeah. He doesn't like that version.
Well, why is it here?
I don't know. Maybe I put it there.
It's pronounced Bondi.
Oh, this is nasty.
Display.
Wham! I think I still like the garage door.
Oh yeah,
That's a classic.
it is a classic.
Oh, yeah, it's all pretty now. Joe, I made it pretty just because of you.
I don't like what's going on this chip. So I'm going to undo my own work. If I can find my
Makes
wick.
no sense. That does not make sense.
Where's my wick?
Oh no, there it is.
Does not compute.
What the hell?
Common points and fielders.
I lost my wick.
Error was there all along.
Where is it?
Okay.
Wick.
Points.
Wick. Oh, there you are, Wick.
Oh, you dumbass.
Marty Rugged.
Should have known better.
You freaking weirdos.
I think Bruce found his problem.
Yeah.
You can't sing.
Stupid.
Jay, you're melting the corner of that little gimmick there.
No, it's just getting wet. It's getting moist.
All right, it's moist.
Okay.
Moist.
Yes.
Yeah. Flashback.
Here's all that.
Yeah, see, we got a bridge going on.
I heard they canceled Archive 81, Bruce.
They sure did after one series. And look, it's perfectly self-contained as it is, but I would have enjoyed another series of it. It's a very good show.
Mm.
You saw that?
I'll watch it now. I did not see that.
Ah.
It was. I'll tell you what. Some of the earlier episodes were scary as bro.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, that short might explain some of the funkiness you were reading in that capacitor.
How did you guys trick me into recapping work? I accept that as an answer.
Probably the same way we trick you into doing 8+ hour live streams.
Yeah, you guys are pretty good at that. Especially when I'm bribed with super chats. I'm like, I get that.
You don't need a whole lot of convincing, though.
We're Prada.
All right, the bridge has been removed. Let's make sure all these pins are still attached.
Ew.
Jay's on life support.
Oh. No.
Oh, speaking of that cat, Joe, Mike just found out that Prada's actually a female.
Yeah.
All this time he thought the cat was male.
Well, the owner said it was male, and it's floofy enough to not realize.
Yeah. Mike went into great
really
detail
up to this
talking
business.
about the floofiness of his butt region, so he couldn't tell what gender the cat was.
I've seen the cat. It's very floof.
Using
I was pretty sure it was a female, but I figured Mike probably knew. But now I realize that he didn't.
Well, now we just know. We never could trust anything Mike says.
Can't trust Prada either, masquerading as a male all this time.
Hey, Bruce.
Hello.
UA7. I have,
Bingo.
if I'm counting the right way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have pins 7 and 10 all connected to each other.
Okay.
Ew.
Do you mean for that?
I don't think that should be that way.
What UA7 you say?
Yeah. And I'm counting clockwise from pin 1, right? Not counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise.
Counter? Fuck, that's a lot more counting. then
You
that
will
is-
find on that schematic, Trey,
Yeah.
if you have a look at that schematic on page 11,
Yeah.
the little illustration up the top showing the dot, showing you where pin 1 is and showing you where the numbers start on and finish on each side. So you've got 40
see no
to
dot.
6 on the chip.
Well, this is there's no dot, but there's a flat corner here. So one of these is pin
There's a
1,
dot.
right?
There's a friggin' dot.
Where's the fucking
Dwight.
dot?
It's a Dwight.
It's on the side. I see
It's on the
Jay.
right hand. It's on the right hand side.
Mother.
No, it's
fucker.
on the flat edge. On the flat edge. Is
Oh, flat edge. What?
There's a little dimple in there. No. Right. Can you see on the board there is a screen printed white dot?
I see the dimple on the side of the chip. It's
Dimple.
actually on
Hey,
the
come
bevel.
on.
Jay,
It's on the
Listen,
Come
side.
I
on,
am talking
Jay.
about all corners.
It's right between.
All the corners are 90 degrees. This one is not. So this would indicate that pin 1 is this one.
It is not,
Or
because that's a
that one.
PLCC chip. On PLCC chips, pin 1 is right in the middle of a row, and it's in the middle of the row
Who
on the
the
right there.
fuck thinks that up?
Yeah, I know. So there you go. See the little dimple on that flat bit?
That.
You'd know that
That
if you
dimple.
watched my quadra
That's your pin 1.
Okay, so and then that is number 2, or that is number 2.
Yes, the upwards.
Upward. That's 2.
Holy shit! How many pins are on this thing?
Okay, there are
44
44 pins.
44.
7 million.
So then
And
this
what
is
did you want to
44.
check? What did you want to check?
So this one, this one, this one, and this one. So that's 44 to 40.
Yep. Yep, that is correct. And then 39, and then it goes 39 to 29, 28 to 18, 17 to 7, and then 6 to 1 in the middle.
All right. So 44 to 40 are all connected to each other?
44 to 40. Is that what you're saying? 44 to 40 are all connected to each other.
I don't even see the goddamn numbers on the schematic.
Yes, that is correct. So you've got what should all be connected, and they're all going to ground 24, 3, 44, 43, 41, and 19.
Are we looking at the same page? What the fuck?
It's actually over 2 pages, which sucks.
Yeah, it's. Oh, I don't like how that's on the page break. That is so hard to read.
Yeah, it's a real pisser.
So 40 and 42 are not included in that block of pins, but I don't see where they are.
Yeah, we've got to look. I mean, they may be part of it as well. Okay, no, 40 is meant to be connected to clock.
So 40 should not be bridged.
No. Well, what's the resistance? Because he also goes to ground via C65.
Oh.
So if you're getting some resistance between 40 and 41, maybe.
All right. 44, 43, 42, 44. Nothing. These are not in the least connected.
Oh, well, that's okay. So all right, cool. So what is connected?
These are.
Okay, so that is 44, 43, 42, 42 and 41?
Yeah.
Okay. 41. 42 is a possibility because we're right on the fold here. It could 42 might have missed out on
Good
getting
night,
the
Eric.
scare.
Thank you for joining.
Good night, Eric.
So
Because there is a little bit missing between where these 2 pages join up. So there is a possibility.
All right. So all
I
these
should
pins
test mine,
are
shouldn't I?
connecting to this capacitor.
I've got it here. I've got it here. I'll check it. I'll check
So
it.
you're telling
Oh,
me
yeah.
there's a chance.
Let Bruce check it. Yeah. Educated guess says that those 4 are connected because I see there is data missing on the scan.
We are looking at UA7, aren't we?
Yeah.
Cool. Where's the dot? There's the dot. All right. Oh, by the way, Jay, this may interest you. If you have a look at that board, can you see there's some screen printing on the board next to that chip? And you see the number there, 40, and then 7, and then 39, and then 29, and then 28. That's showing you the number of the pins in those corners.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, isn't it?
Son of a bitch.
Okay, so what were we saying? 40 and... What were we saying?
44 to 41.
Okay, so that's 44. Yep. Yep, we can fairly safely say that 41, 42, 43, 44 are all together.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that was a nothing burger. Now, where was UK? What was it? UK 11 was this one. Actually, let me not move away from this yet.
Venue
I'm
ID.
still very curious why we're getting different readings on this cap. I don't trust it.
It doesn't trust you either.
Looking at the schematic, I don't know if that capacitor is critical to operation. It looks like a filter cap.
Yeah, and it's in. Oh, no, those are not. Those are resist.
Because there's three capacitors that look like they're in parallel. Although
Well,
that is the largest.
The two
of the
next to
three.
it are capacitors. Why does this one have a different symbol?
It wants to freak you out.
That
I'm
would
thinking
be-
about it, Joe. Because as long as Joe is here, I feel the pressure to perform. So
Oh. 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 I made a mistake. Oh. Fix the mistake.
I was told Bruce doesn't make mistakes.
Right. POS ID, user ID. Yeah. Fix that one.
Hey!
I'm gonna do a quick little test here, see if it works. Gotta do it now. It's just gotta work.
What the hell?
Come on.
Where's the other 2CX board?
Come on, little chip. Come on, little chip.
You're
I will
naughty.
give it this, though.
You're naughty.
You're a naughty little chip. You're naughty.
Formula. Sample 88 smells fantastic. I will
Thomas,
give it that.
Steve is working on a 2CX, and Jay is working on a 2CI. Neither of them are Quadra 840 AVs.
Yeah, the Quadra is brown and very, very tiny traces.
Ba-ba-bum. Now this is my
I
parents.
think my Quadra board is green though.
Huh?
Didn't we? I don't remember.
Yeah, so the second Quadra boards are brown and don't have a ROM slot. The first revision is green and has a ROM slot.
I want to say mine's green, but I don't remember.
Hey,
The green ones were made in Ireland.
Bruce.
Holland.
Ireland. Yeah.
I'm getting 10 microfarad on that cap.
Hang on. Which one? This one?
The one,
That's what it should be. 10 microfarad, 16 volt. That's
so
what
why
that
do you
cap
get
is.
0?
I was testing mine in socket. Mine could be stuffed. This board's a piece of shit. There are bits of it that are okay, but there are large bits of it that aren't.
You're testing it against the board that may or may not work.
And the bits of it work.
Apparently not that one.
I like how
That one.
optimistic Bruce is.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't have that clip on here when Bruce lost his mind. Oh, I got threatened at work today. Bruce laughed so hard he saw stars. Why is that one not on here, Jay?
It's in there somewhere. Find it.
I don't see it.
Find it.
I don't see it.
Check the just hanging out one. That is all the incriminating stuff.
That's what I'm
Dana,
in.
shut it.
That's the one I'm in. Is it Bruce Choke? Is that it?
Yeah, I think it is.
We'll try it.
Oh, my whole face hurts.
Next week I'm going to be there.
Make me laugh. I'm holding the scalpel.
That was the one. That was where I lost my mouthful of wine, or nearly lost my mouthful of wine.
So we got the one where you mumbled like Biden. We got the one where you talked about big dick marks, and that's it. We don't have the one where.
Yeah, it is. It's at the bottom.
Huh? I don't see it.
It's there.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
So I got threatened today.
Oh, shit. Oh, I just saw stars. Oh, God.
I get the biggest kick out of it because I sound nothing.
Oh, man.
That was fun.
I'm glad it's there. Can I move it? Can I move it up with the others?
All right.
There we
So
go.
all these vias that are coming out of, or all these traces, go there. They don't go to anything. They just go to the other side of the board, where they continue on in two different directions. Over there.
And you'll find they are going to.
And over there. And if I flip the board back around, that means they go to this chip here, which is UD11. And where the other ones go? Hold on. UD11 and UA10 and UA11.
What are we looking at?
Those address or data lines?
So it connects to these three chips with at least one or two traces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Justin, when you removed these caps, did they leak? Was there scunge around it, or was it all clean?
Yeah, it was scungy.
Scungy. So I might want to remove UD11. What is UD11?
What was it? UD11? Is that what you said? Yeah, okay, I can see it now. It's on the
says
board.
via.
UD11. I will make it my mission to take this, what is it, Bromark schematic, run it
Bromark.
through OCR, and make it searchable, because this
Yeah.
is
Good luck. It's all handwritten.
Yes, so Saul.
Oh.
Never underestimate a motivated moth.
It's a peripheral I/O chip.
No.
Bruce, either Joe has this entire schematic memorized, or you are just awfully slow today.
It's probably the former.
Bruce is working.
He just looks at things and goes, "Yeah, that's that." But I've said it before. Joe's a very, very smart human being. He's not a sort of
now
an imposter like I am.
I need to browse 10 pages of marker to find this fucking chip.
You'll find it on page 3, and 4. It's another over the page one.
Oh, look how much flex is in here.
So it looks like that connects to the ADB, the real-time clock, the SCSI, and the...
So one could argue it's a pretty fucking important chip.
Hang on.
Probably very important.
Now, if this had scunge on this side of it, might there be some scunge underneath it? I think
Oh
we
my
should find
gosh,
out.
this is when I was using the dog food flux.
Dog
Remember
food
that?
Flux?
Dog food.
Dog food.
There could be something going on under that chip. That is a possibility.
We're gonna find out.
We go find out.
I'm gonna fart.
Let me get some heat shields going here.
So,
we'll also tweet out that video on the official Retro Repair Roundup Twitter thingamaboob. Wait, did I just say that? Thingamaboob.
No. Sorry, Joe. I didn't push it.
I would have if I knew it was there.
So, Joe, maybe you'll know the answer to this. Is the 6522 related to the 6502?
Well, now he's not going to help
way?
He's taking his toys and going home.
He's laughing. Joe's good people.
He's good people, man. Good people.
Same chip family, yes.
Two chips.
All right, I have applied some heat shieldage.
Two
Sorry, what?
Steve just blurted out 2 chips.
That was it. Oh god.
I'm sorry I can't fit this entire thing in frame.
No, you're not. Don't
It is
mind
what
us.
it is. I'm gonna apply some sample 88.
You can zoom out a bit.
No, this is as far as I can zoom out.
No,
100%?
100%, Mike.
And you too can order Sample 88 at amtechdirect.com. Just make sure you go to their accessories section and add a plunger because
Wait,
it's
they're
not
not paying
included.
Jay.
You can't zoom out to 99%.
You see this big honking lovely chip? See it? See it? This is the chips I work on a normal day. See, it easily fits in frame. Like I could fit half of this MacBook board on this one chip. It's ridiculous.
Oh, this is weird.
The bigger stuff then should be easier to work on. Why isn't it?
Here's the CPU of a MacBook. It's the same width and almost the same size as this ADB whatever.
I don't
chip.
care.
Crazy. Crazy.
I have 2 different revision 2C exports. I just noticed.
All right. I'm going to mute while I remove this chip. Goodbye.
Poopity poop.
Blip, blip. Blip, blip. Blip, blip.
Who wants to see a very weird Apple part number?
Sure, why not?
You're up, buddy. Focus that camera.
I'll try. Hold on.
We love weird Apple part numbers.
So instead of 820 space, it's 820F.
Huh.
For no frigs given.
812 friggin' space 023.
And then if you look at the other one, it's got the dash there.
So what would the F mean then?
Is the one with the
Boulevard.
dash the one that has the socketed processor?
Yep.
I bet they put an F instead of a dash to indicate it's probably the cost out board. Because that's
what
probably
board?
why they went to a soldered processor, was to cost out the cost of making the board.
Well, this one's also missing a few capacitors on the back that are probably just deemed unnecessary from the factory.
Probably.
So, because we got one here by the
Looks like one was there,
Well, it doesn't look like it was ripped away because they look all smooth.
but the green stuff is flaking.
They
Well,
probably
that's fine.
They probably put the F in the part number for fixed, and that's what they told management, but we can all imagine what they might have actually meant. Management making us take this socketed processor off.
Yeah.
It means fluxed.
Oh no, my serial number, my secrets.
Oh no, now Steve won't be able to register this computer with Apple Care or with iCloud. Oh wait, it's a 2CX.
Who wants to see
you're
really
safe.
bad soldering jobs I did on axial capacitors years ago?
That's a bit scungy.
Ba-ba-bum.
Oh, balls.
That's fine. Look at the blow on that one.
Huh,
You see that?
you saw that.
This
You
is
saw that.
fine.
I'll put Jay back.
Do you
Look
regret
how
joining,
clean.
Justin? Do you regret joining yet, Justin?
What? Shut up.
There was a little bit of crumminess on that chip, but nothing that I would expect to cause issues.
That's not how you use a fork.
It's the Australian way.
I guess.
Lasagna.
Lasagna.
At least we ruled it out.
Do you eat it counterclockwise?
Hey.
Ah.
You got that?
Who wants to look at a schematic for a 2CX for me?
Fuck you.
No.
14 minutes. Got 14 minutes to eat. Oh shit! What did I just do?
Is it one of these
Quick.
meetings that you should have prepared?
Record time, go.
Well, no, I don't think so. I'm not even sure what the story is for the meeting, to be honest. So. Oh, we'll find out, I guess.
What
Okay,
do you
so
look-
that's
What are you looking for on the schematic, Steve?
Well, I'm getting no video on the 2CX, so I'm wondering what is it going on? I'm assuming it's something Nubus related because that's where I'm plugging in the video card. But so that would be the new chip.
There are 3. Oh, wait a minute. The 2CX. It's got that. Instead of having like 2 chips for the bus transceiver, it has a whole bunch of LS logic.
It's got 748 LS 651 chips. It got 8 of them.
The fuck
Oh
was that?
yeah.
that was a car going past. Very
Oh.
noisy car.
I thought that was Jay's.
Is there also by chance below the new bus slots 2 ALS 240As and an F244?
There's a 74F240.
This is riveting.
This guy.
Ah,
These traces look really good.
because on
Dude,
the
this whole
two
board looks fucking amazing. It's pissing me
on
off.
the
It just
On the-
doesn't work.
on the 2CI, those 240s,
Ooh, those are dirty.
if they don't work, new bus don't work
Uh,
because they're buffer chips.
well, you see that?
I mean, I'm just looking for hopefully any visual issues. So I would be like, "Ooh, I need to scrape that. That's not connecting to the pad, but I know it is."
There is a problem on this board somewhere, Jay, and
And I will find it. It's just
you
not
will
going to
find
happen
it.
this live stream.
Thank you for not sending it to me, Justin. I'm glad I'm backed up with repairs at this point.
well, Jay asked me first, and yeah, I knew you were backed up with repairs and interviews, and
Did you ultrasonic this board yet?
I have not, but it has been ultrasonic before.
it was ultrasonic with Elmatech,
Should know better.
With what?
the Elmatech A1. That's what I have.
Elmo Tech.
Oh no, Joe's saying failed chip, and I
I'm gonna clean your board.
Is that Elmo?
Elmo says clean your board.
My crappy ass attempt
Yeah.
at Elmo.
That was a horrible Elmo.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit higher.
That's Elmo with.
You ever seen the guy that does the voice for Elmo? Big black dude.
Wasn't there some
Clash.
allegations?
His name is Kevin Clash. The voices he can do not look like they should come out of that man.
I love when that happens to a voice actor. Like you look at Billy West, and he just looks like this normal
Yeah.
guy, and he just like has all these crazy voices coming out.
Billy West always looks ill.
Yeah. Yeah.
think
I
there's a
love it.
solder ball on the bottom of that chip.
Nah, it's just a booger.
Oh,
Booger.
Let me clean it up.
Pick it.
Joe's like, show me now. Joe, just come over here and you can look in person, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, this stupid software
It's
can
like the
hold
live
two
chat
people.
is like all Joe all the time right now.
I love it. We got to keep someone entertained.
And I do apologize for not paying that much attention to the live chat.
No,
I
nobody
try
is.
to
Don't worry.
usually be a
A
little
little
bit
hard to
more
do when you-
mindful, but yeah.
A little hard to do when you're looking through a microscope.
When did Mike leave?
Long time ago. He was muted when I got here and he never said anything.
He fell asleep.
I think we upset him.
well, I think we'll lose Joe in
I
the
blame
chat
Justin.
shortly. Yeah, it's probably my fault. Everything's my fault.
Oh, Joe's in bed. Patrick's
Oh,
in
would-
bed.
would a
Everyone's in bed.
Raminator work-
I should go get in bed.
Would a Raminator work on the 2CX, Bruce?
Sick, does it have a RAM slot? A ROM
Yeah.
slot, sorry?
Yeah.
If it's got a ROM slot, yeah, the Rominator should work on it.
So
It's
that-
that era.
As I'm pulling chips off, is it worth testing the machine while I have the chips off?
Can't hurt.
Yes, more work for Jay.
This is an ADB chip, so I don't know if that's important or not.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce, is that homemade lasagna?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Put it through the camera.
Put sauce on it.
Ooh.
What is that stuff on top? It looks like syrup.
It's barbecue sauce.
On lasagna?
What?
Probably my favorite is Frank's. You know, the Frank's hot sauce. I love
Frank's
that.
Red Hot?
Yeah,
I can see that, but barbecue sauce.
Yeah. It's meat. Meat and barbecue sauce.
There are things you do not do to lasagna. Sauce on it.
It is triggered now.
This Rominator does not want to fit in the slot.
All right.
Where's the hammer? Oh, Bruce, it won't fit. You lied.
That's what she said.
Flip it around.
All right. Speaker, let's see if we have at least the original chime.
It looks like it needs a notch on the other side. I think Bruce is just trolling me.
All right. With that chip removed, I have lost the chime.
What chip was it?
I don't know.
The
What are
VIA.
you talking about?
I think it's the
what is it?
VIA.
BIEIA.
I think it's UD11.
Oh, look here. Look here. Look at it. Would you just look at it? Just look at that.
UD11, you said? That's the VIA chip, yeah. Yep. No worries.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we know that one needs to be on there.
Yeah.
UD11 is important, as it turns out. So let me put that back.
Jot that down somewhere.
No, because I'm only
I
going
made this lasagna. I can stick whatever fucking sauce on it I want.
No, you cannot. Not on a live stream. You cannot. All right, so where's pin 1 on this thing? There.
Pin 1
There you go.
down, I think.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. Now that I see exactly where that chip connects to, I'm not surprised it didn't chime.
All right. Well, this is one of the chips where that UA7 connects to. So I had to
Yes.
rule it out.
Put it back.
But I think looking at what it's doing to UA7, it may be providing its enable signal.
There we go.
Why the hell
Finally, an
was-
enable signal. Something I can work with. My tweezers aren't big enough. Ah.
Oh, I just had to shove it in the slot. There we go.
No,
That's what. Sorry.
correction. It's not the enable, but it's a bunch of other important signals like the interrupt and the clock.
Oh, you don't need all those.
5 minutes to my meeting.
Clocks and interrupts are overrated.
Fine,
You know.
Bruce. Leave me hanging.
Meetings are usually well, you got to do them.
Didn't realize it'd still be going.
I clicked that by accident right after Bruce burped. I'm sorry.
We have fun here.
Yes, I see.
I'm using an SD card and a compact flash card to wedge the memory into the position it should be because the clip broke.
Or are you?
I'm using memory to hold up the memory.
We look for things to make us go.
Yeah.
We are smart.
I shove things in. Things.
Yeah, all these
That's from Star Trek.
That is from Star Trek. And then Steve made it all gross and sexy.
That's what I do.
That's what I do.
I don't think that's the correct. Well, I can't tell if that's correct or not.
Where's the dimple?
Oh, it's fine. I see the dimple now.
Yep.
Man, I know Dimple now.
Bruce, with the
The
ROM
dimple bot.
that W1 thing has to be removed, right?
If you're using a ROM sim, it should be off. Yes.
Alrighty.
I don't know why you guys hating on barbecue sauce. What sort of barbecue sauce do you
I
guys
love
use?
barbecue
I
sauce.
love
Not on lasagna.
Yeah, not on lasagna.
It depends on what the lasagna is made of. Well, like, what is Australian lasagna made of?
Meat and pasta.
So you got meat, pasta, cheese, tomato sauce.
Yeah.
Barbecue sauce.
I chuck a little bit of finely chopped carrot and finely chopped celery and onion, of course, in there as well.
I don't even put vegetables in mine. What the hell's your problem?
Well, considering the barbecue sauce I usually use is the Carolina style, I wouldn't put that on lasagna because that's your vinegar with spices.
Yeah.
Although then again, I've heard people say don't knock it till you try it, but
I'm knocking.
Well, I can. All I can really say at this stage is, until you've tried Eater brand barbecue sauce, you can't really judge.
Is it mustard based or ketchup based?
Probably ketchup based.
All right.
We
Well,
don't do.
At
we
least
don't
it
do
has
ketchup.
that in common with lasagna.
We have tomato sauce. We don't really do ketchup here.
Well,
thank goodness.
Well, I guess now I'm ordering 2 blue scuzzies from Bruce so I can get Tam Tams and a bottle of that
Tim Tams.
barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Tim Tams and a bottle of barbecue sauce.
It's not a smoky barbecue sauce. I guess what I should mention. It's
sweet.
Yeah,
There's no
pretty
saving
sweet. It's pretty sweet and vinegary as well. It's got that sweet vinegar balance going on. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think I am going to have to try that.
All I have is Sweet Baby Ray's, and I know that will not go on lasagna very well.
Yeah, that's the smoky one. That one, isn't it?
The one I have is the original flavor, so it's
okay.
It's more sweet than smoky.
The only
lasagna abuse.
Okay, now what am I looking at here? Why isn't this working? Can someone tell me why this isn't working?
You touch yourself at night.
Hey!
That one's never getting old. You saw that. Okay, now
You
hang on.
saw that.
So what am I doing here?
Woohoo! I have a lead on some Tim Tams.
I know I'm probably a little behind, but Patrick is preaching some truth over here.
You can get Tim Tams on Amazon, can't you?
They're stupid pricey.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to pay a shitload of shipping costs, but
what's going on here?
All right, let's see if this explodes.
Hold on.
It better.
Steve, you're like zoomed in on
Oh.
thing.
Well, I'm glad you told me.
What? What? Okay, well, maybe it's not. Okay, cool. We'll try later. All right, gentlemen, I must leave. I am about to have another meeting. I may jump back on again if I can.
You better.
Yeah. So hang on. Just
Thank you,
let me.
Bruce.
No worries. Bye now.
Bye now.
I got the
That's the first thing Bruce does when he joins the meeting. Oh, sorry, gentlemen.
Yeah, I
A
heard.
bit of lasagna with barbecue sauce, and they're like, "What the hell? You're fired."
Well, Steve got the pirate chime.
Yeah, I got the chime before, but no video.
Oh, you have the
There's
video
still no
card?
explosion,
Yeah, it's in there.
son. I am disappointed.
It's a Mac 2 video card, which I don't know if it needs a special whatever the hell. Also, I'm pushing the power button; it doesn't turn off, so that's cool.
That could be the power circuit.
My 2SI did that one
this
time.
board responds to the power button.
Well, it works if I just jam my finger in there.
My 2SI did that one time after a storm. We had a power surge, and it took out my modem. It took out my Style Writer 2, and it blew the cap off. It blew the top off of a cap or a chip on the 2SI board.
Oh
and
my.
the weird thing was the 2SI would boot just fine, but when you shut it down, it would just turn itself back on again.
I want to live.
You couldn't turn it off. Had to get a replacement board.
Oh no, you're going to use me all the time.
I am not turning off, baby. That was a weird sound. What was that?
That's the Big Mess of Wires ROM thing.
Oh, right.
Well, it doesn't like the other video card either.
Bum, bum, bum.
The hell, man! I could use the tech step, I guess.
You could.
That's right. You have a tech step.
Tech step.
All right, this chip
You
has
could
been
use the
put
tech
back.
step.
There it is.
I love when Steve gets up from his chair and he immediately has to step over something that's like 3 feet high.
There's iMac G5s and Intels all over the freaking floor here. I haven't moved them since my video.
I tried to buy an iMac G5 that was on Craigslist in the area, and apparently the seller did not like the thought of negotiating an extra $5 off, so that I did not have to go to the bank to get $45. I wanted to. I countered $40.
You could have the broken one for the cost of shipping.
Did we miss something here?
What? Ooh. Is that touching?
I don't
I
know.
bet
I
it's
hope
not.
it is, because now finally find something wrong.
Dun, 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 dun. Maybe not.
What if it is, though? What if it is?
Well,
I bet it's
you're viewing it from the wrong angle to tell if it is or not.
I don't have angles. I got multimeters.
All right, check it with a multimeter, but I think the blob is above, but not on the VIA.
It's touching!
Oh, fix it.
Well, what if that's actually the pad underneath, too? Yeah.
It might be. the
Well,
pad.
wait. Let me get mine. I'll test it.
No, I think that might be the pad under there.
It's crooked anyway. Remove it.
Yeah. I'm too lazy to get up now. So,
All right, we're waiting for Steve to test his.
all right, let me get up. I have to step over it. I have these tripods for support, so I can grab onto them.
Oh. Joe's Computer Museum says, like finding a thin whisper of solder blob bridging two address lines under a socket.
No, that's not the pad. Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Watch, this is going to turn out to be a nothing burger. But
All right,
Shut up.
what capacitor number is that?
that's a good question. I think it's 10.
C10.
C10, yeah. All right. Well, I am somewhat relieved that Jay found a mistake.
I don't know yet if I found a mistake. Hold on.
Oh. Oh.
Nope, I did not find a mistake. It's the pad.
Oh, you made me bring this damn thing over here.
It's not like you have anything better to do.
Oh,
Lol.
go fuck yourself.
I am going to mask this off because it was
Now I have to step over this thing.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I thought we found something.
Steve, you should hire Jay to come clean your basement.
No,
Yeah,
then he just-
with a flamethrower, maybe.
Nah. You know that.
There we go. Good as new.
That whole trace is exposed. What the crap?
I knew. It's feeling vulnerable right now.
It's so exposed.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Damn
sure.
you, Vile Trace.
Stop it.
I mean, I don't remember that trace being exposed, but it probably was, or maybe the heat from soldering exposed it. So I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure
I
I
know.
would have covered that if I had seen it.
But you didn't see it.
The
But I
tech
didn't see
snap turns on. Hooray. We're going to test the hell out of this, friends.
So will the tech step run on a Mac that has a Raminator in it?
That's a good question. Let's remove that.
Nah.
Thank you for somebody paying attention.
Well, someone has to try.
I got my own base to worry about.
Joe, I think the only person that can answer that question has already gone to a meeting.
I don't think
Yeah.
Bruce has too much experience with the next step.
No, I'm talking about Joe's comment about diagnostic dongles for Snooper 2. I remember Snooper. I used to use Snooper all the time. It's fun.
There's
fun.
the dongles. Joe, do you mean the serial port ones? Then the answer is yes. They're on Tinker different. If you're talking about the Nubus card, that's different.
Well, I've got Snooper on this disc. There we
That
go.
does you a whole lot of good.
I know. I have nothing to run it on right now. And this is not the only green disc that I have on my desk that doesn't have a label on it.
It looks like Seafoam.
Yeah, it is Seafoam. It's a box of Fujifilm discs.
A bit of teal. A bit of teal.
The bad thing is that I know which disc is which only due to proximity on my desk.
Wait.
Ooh, this is the Apple branded cable.
Jay, what port is that?
Wasn't someone getting Joe in here?
He's in bed. He won't come.
He's not in bed. He's fixing solder blobs.
Somebody should tell his wife that he needs to come here.
He fixed it earlier.
No.
Wait. Jay, what port were we looking at there?
I don't know. It's very wide and
Scuzzy
there's a lot of
port?
holes in it.
Oh no, Joe's Franklin 2000 has
trolling.
a bad and irreplaceable PAL chip.
Joe
All right.
says there's no audio.
Oh, that's his problem.
Hold on. Let me check my feed
Unmute us
here.
then.
Joe, I think you fell asleep and touched the wrong thing in your dream.
No,
All right,
I'm getting audio from the feed, so.
Yeah.
it's on Joe's
That's
end.
why he should be in here.
I lost audio today.
So, Dana, I don't know. We got the display port here, then a wider port here, and then a slightly less wide port here. I have no
Slightly
idea.
slightly less wide is the floppy one.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the wide one is the Scuzzy port.
Why did you want to know about that port?
Because I thought if that was the video port and you're looking at this cap that was touching the trace, the solder ball was touching the trace right by the video port. Maybe that has something to do with why you lost chime when you plugged in the adapter before.
I see your logic.
All right. Well, I think we now need to try to find a way to reverse engineer the PAL in the Franklin 2000 so Joe can fix his Franklin 2000.
You know why it's fun plugging in a tech step? Look at all the wires you in your lap.
That's called a big mess of wires.
Oh, this guy gets it.
So, Joe, get in here. We know you're not in bed.
Oh, you're stripping the screws.
I better get a nickel every time you do that.
Not from me.
Dana's like, no.
And Dave is here, but we are not ending the stream.
Oh, no.
All right, that's looking pretty funky right there, in a good way. Let's put this cap back.
Well, Joe, that's where I say where there's a will, there's a way.
Where there's a Joe, there's a way.
Dun, dun, dun.
What we need now is a Rodney McKay.
Yeah.
Difficult, couple seconds, impossible, couple minutes. Rodney McKay'd have you a new PAL chip. He'd have you a whole factory full of new PAL chips for that Franklin 2000 in a couple minutes.
And it would run OS 10.
And it would run OS 10. Oh, good.
For
Okay.
about 5 minutes and then explode. And then he would get very offended when you asked him why it exploded.
Oh, God, there's so many freaking cables.
What kind of crap I had to work with here?
You blew up a solar system? More like 3/4. Rodney!
I know you've been here, Dave, but I'm just pointing out that if you're waiting for me to end the stream, you're going to be here a while.
All right, let's try this
The Mac
again.
Yak.
Okay, that was weird. The tech step turned it on without me touching anything.
Well, that's why you pay the big bucks.
Tech Step's like, hurry up, God, I'm sick of waiting for you.
Please turn off CPU. Well, you're the one that turned it on.
Listen to Steve
Initiating
argue
test
with the
manager
tech
mode.
step.
Communications established.
Right.
Let's do some logic text. Whatever.
Words are hard.
It passed the logic test. It's doing the memory right now. It's testing the vias. Passed. Clock test. Passed. PRAM. Passed. Serial.
Needs milk.
All right, that cap is back
He's
on.
literally crossing his fingers.
I'm waiting.
Wow, I would have thought it would be done with the serial test by now.
Oh, it takes a while.
Cereal's not fast.
Pass. Scuzzy test. Pass. Swim test. Oop, it said something.
Probably
It said, ah, crap.
Ah, shit. All right,
ADB
so
test.
again, we haven't really done anything, but we're still going to test it in the meanwhile.
You can put that cap back on.
All tests passed.
Hooray, why won't it boot?
Let's do video tests.
You.
Go. Pick a card. 1, 2, 3, and they're all blank. No card. Okay, so there's something wrong with the new bus if this can't detect it.
Uh-huh.
Or is the card too new, maybe, for the tech step?
Oh, that's cool. It tells me the power supplies. I'm getting 5 volts, and that says okay. Sweet. I should really put the camera on here because
The new bus is screwing up.
There we go.
All right, we're back to a point where we have a chime now. I'm going to connect this adapter, and then we will lose chime. Correct.
Huh?
All right.
That's so bizarre. It's a video port. Why would it lose the chime?
I know I'm probably wasting my time here. This thing needs to be cleaned again first, but
Do it.
actually, you know what? I don't trust any of you Bejos when you say I don't need a battery to make this work. So I'm going to put a battery in.
There is one thing you might try before you clean it. Reattach the FPU.
Yeah, but FPU is not needed for
Well,
board.
Adam was not so sure about that, but I can't find any corroborating evidence for or against booting without an FPU on a 2CI.
Right, so that chimed.
Mm.
And that does not chime. Okay.
That's the weirdest thing.
Put the FPU back, he says. Fine. Fine. Stop screaming at me, Justin. I'll put it back. Jeez.
All right, yeah, there's something wrong with the new bus because this is not even detecting the card that's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I know I should have a bag full of FPUs here, but oh, there it is.
There are 2 in it. One is the original 25 megahertz part, which I did test as good in the LC2. The other one is a 40 megahertz part purchased from UT Source, also tested good in the LC2. I'd almost maybe say put the... I don't know if I'd be able to overclock this computer ever in the future or not. So
Yeah, it powered it off. That's cool.
So which one do I put on, the 40 or the 25?
put the 40 on.
The tech step may have come in useful.
The tech step
Jay
sheds
doesn't
a
watch,
tear.
Star Wars.
It's like he praised me instead of yelling at me.
I'm so happy I'm still relevant.
You're not special.
Yeah, sure. Would you look at it? Would you just look at that?
I can always
All
rely
right.
on Dana to laugh at the things.
Jay, fix this. What are you doing now?
Well, Justin was screaming at me to put the FPU back
Oh,
on. So that's what I'm
all right.
doing.
Well, knock yourself out. I'm going to bed.
Bed.
Dana's like, screw this.
I'm tired, dude.
Bed.
I worked a lot today.
So it's Sunday.
Why? Damn it, where'd that go?
All right, Dana. Well, thank you for inviting yourself and hanging out.
I sat down on the couch and I was like, oh, Jay's stream is still going on. Oh, look at all the friendly faces.
I'm going to bombard them.
Oh, come on. Where'd it go? I have to find it.
He needs to click on the burp before he leaves.
No.
Display.
See you, Dana. Have a good night.
Later. Bye,
Hey,
everybody.
wait, you're coming
Bye.
by next weekend, right?
No, next. Wait a minute. The 14th?
14th? All right.
Is that next weekend?
I don't know. I think.
I will have to double check, but I think that's the only weekend I have free this month.
When you see Jay, tell him I said hi.
You should come and get the beige tower.
Jay will shoot me before I get in his house.
That's all right. I'll let you in.
Bruce's hair.
Look, Bruce Bayak.
Yeah, I was supposed to read something before that meeting.
Are they all mad at you?
No, it's okay. It just made me look like a dick.
Well, I mean, these things happen.
These things happen.
Yeah. It's like, it was, this meeting gets set up. Yeah, no worries. Hey, how's it going? Good. So, everything clear in that document I sent you?
That's when you say yes, as long as there are no follow-up questions.
Did you bullshit your way through, or did you say, "No, I couldn't be ours"?
I said I hadn't had a chance to read it yet. That I would be having a looking at it next. I said I was working on something else for the same client. I was working on something else.
I wish I
so
could have been
that's-
in that call. I want to see how quick you turned red.
You could have told them I was just eating my lasagna with barbecue sauce, and it would have been clear to them you're mentally, a little bit.
I'm just amazed that you guys have never had lasagna with barbecue sauce, and
I would not have even thought of it.
You are so quick to knock it, but have never tried it. So
Amazing, your wife hasn't shot you.
My Italian relatives are rolling in their graves because of you.
yeah, any sauce is good. I mean, it really doesn't matter what the sauce is. Has anyone had mayonnaise on lasagna?
Oh, fuck
no!
Yeah,
Get the hell out of here!
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But I just thought I'd see how everyone would react.
Bruce
And listen,
triggered
I
me.
have mayonnaise pumping through my veins, but
Thank you for that video. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Mayonnaise on lasagna.
Looks like we're putting the FPU back on.
well, Justin was screaming at me to do it, so I'm doing it.
He was literally screaming.
Want the FPU on?
Yo.
He was not very nice about it either.
The tech step actually told us something useful, Bruce.
Where? When?
On my 2CX, it can't
Oh, yeah.
detect any of the video cards, so there's something wrong with the Nubus.
The Anubis.
That was my
Could you-
guess. Now we have a confirmation.
Yes, I was going to say that was your suspicion originally. Anyway, was it not?
Yeah, but what's nice is it passed all the other tests.
That is good.
I would check those the chips between the. I'm looking at the
Between
schematic.
the fish.
Yeah, between the things. I know that was really.
Justin's a little tired.
Yeah.
Tell him he's dreaming.
You saw that?
If I saw the logic board, I could tell you where they're between because that's.
Just 10 more minutes, Dana.
Yeah. Shut up, Ron.
I need to go blow a fuse.
I have to play this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a feature, not a bug.
You saw that? Did you see that on Archive 81?
The what?
What'd you just say?
Let's try that again.
So
you went full
I
Joe
made it.
Biden there for a minute. Did you say that conference was in 81?
So I made a recommendation to Jay a while ago for a television show on Netflix called.
We played those. So you should trim it. You should trim the fat of those clips.
I love when he tries to get like so serious at the end.
He's trying to explain it.
His
Yeah.
head is kind of bobbling back and forth.
I'm not drunk.
Made a
I'm not
recommendation
drunk.
to Jay the other day.
It's you guys. I'm not drunk.
Stop spinning the room. All right. With that, I am out. Good night, gentlemen.
See you,
Good night,
Dan.
sir.
So what's nice, Bruce, is when you tap on the video tests on the text step, it says, "Please choose a Nubus card," and it showed 3 blank slots.
Okay. Well, that's fairly conclusive.
I'm wondering if
So-
it's the transceivers on the new bus.
And that's these puppies.
As soon as you go to
Oh.
microscope view, I can confirm.
Hey,
This lack of drag soldering is driving me bananas.
I want to make 100% sure each pin is fused to this board.
That's a
Okay,
resistor
well,
pack.
the next one down doesn't look too crash hot.
I know.
Those, I believe, are the transceivers.
oh yeah, there were 8 of them.
I think those are the transceivers I'm thinking
There
of.
we go.
These aren't the transceivers you're looking for.
You may go about your business.
So,
74
your
LS.
meeting was rescheduled,
242.
I imagine, Bruce?
243. Well, it's to be honest, it's not really required. I've got a full, sort of list of specifications of what's required, and I really only need to contact him if there's something that doesn't make sense. So it's sort of like I'm going to just get cracking, and if something doesn't make sense or if I'm missing something, I'll be in touch. So that's kind of it.
Yep.
That's that.
I put the scalpel blade on backwards somehow.
That happens.
Now let's see if I can take it off without killing myself.
Now, I need to do something now. I will probably come back afterwards, but I'm just disappearing for a few minutes.
Look at this man making excuses constantly.
Well, here's the thing. I need to go test something, and the process of testing it will result in a blown circuit breaker. And I would like to do that before my wife gets home, because it's just a little bit disruptive, like if
Well,
she's
make
in the
sure you
middle of
turn all
doing
your computers off.
well, I'll switch this one off.
Good
Keep all
luck.
the others on. Keep the servers on. All right, gentlemen, I shall be back soon, maybe.
Oh, Bruce.
Now, is Joe still here?
Probably. His wife kicked him out of bed for giggling too much.
Oh, so he can join us now. So, Justin, maybe if Joe is not here, maybe you can tell me the logic behind removing the FPU to troubleshoot. Is that a common thing?
Not that I've heard.
It is because Joe had a Mac that had a bad FPU that kept it from booting.
Okay.
I believe it was his SE30.
I like blaming Joe for things.
And Joe is just put yes in the chat, so I believe I am remembering correctly.
So he was giggling and his wife kicked him out of bed.
Quite possibly. He could be saying yes to that. But I believe it was this SE30, and it actually had a bad FPU, and it kept it from booting, and it had the same symptoms as the 2CI did.
Love you, Joe.
Until he removed it.
Gotcha.
As Joe just explained it, he's seen a bad FPU fail to respond, so the CPU sits in a loop waiting for the FPU to return, and it never does.
No, Alex, this is an illusion. We're not streaming.
This is not the stream that you think it is. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that might actually work today.
All right, here we go.
If you're in the correct time zones.
Well, it didn't get worse. We still have a chime. and no chime. You're confused. I'm working on a freaking beige board. Who do you think is confused here? All jokes aside, I'm working on this because it's a beige board. I like challenges. In case you haven't seen any of my blog posts or
Careful, Jay. I'll send this to you next.
or other videos, I will spend good money for the most damaged boards eBay has to offer, just so I can work on them and ideally fix them.
By the way, Jay. Oh no, Steve. Joe is coming your way with an empty hatchback, and he expects to leave with a full one.
That's okay. I have a bunch of broken laser printers. You can have them. Wait, but I was supposed to not say that until he came here.
Yeah, I think you just said the quiet part out loud.
That's okay. I'll get all new broken laser printers for him. And he gets to reach up high to the 11-foot high shelf in the garage. Like as I was putting the last laser printer up there, I was like, this is how I die. The step stool I'm on is gonna just bend 1 degree backwards. I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna crack my head open on the back of a shelf, and then the other laser printer is gonna fly off and smack me in the front of the face. And that's just how I'm gonna die. I just accepted the fact as I was putting the laser writer at the top shelf.
Here lies Steve, befallen by a laser writer.
And my wife is crying. I thought it was gonna be a pile of laser discs. That's the running joke in the house.
Here lies Steve. At least it wasn't the Molar Mac falling on him.
And Joe's at the funeral crying. So when can I stop by? Here's my card. So this new chip, I assume is the all the lines go to the new bus thing.
Yes. Now the new chip could be.
We're gonna make sure it go to the things.
But I know at least on the 2CI, some of those logic chips are prone to failing on the new bus slot.
Well, now you
logic, which is why I was suggesting maybe looking at those bus transceivers, because I think those are all standard LS logic chips.
I looked at them, but that's about it.
Well, yeah. And actually, the reason I changed the 3 standard logic chips below the new bus slots on my 2CI is because one of them was crusty green when I got the board.
Delicious.
Yeah, that was actually the worst looking thing on the board with the legs on the chip.
Wait, are we talking about this board?
Yep.
I need to know these things. Which chip?
The one you already repaired.
Oh.
It was crusty green when I got it.
I'm finding all the colors of hair on this thing. Sorry for all the beeping. I'm just cussing up a storm.
And Apple's Anonymous, I did not bring home any CRTs.
Bullshit!
No, I didn't. From the shed, I didn't bring any.
Yeah, that chip was replaced with a brand new one, Joe. So, that's kind of what I thought. In fact, actually, it was replaced with 2 brand new ones because the first one The first one came from UT Source. The second one came from Mauser.
All right. So I know this might not make sense, but I have wicked away all of the solder, all the excess, and the chip is still attached. There's still solder underneath all those legs. And I just did that so I can quickly test if maybe there was a bridge or something that, oh God, oh fucking mighty, what was that? If something was touching that should not have been touching. And once we rule that out, I will put the solder back.
Damn it, they all touch.
Really? I couldn't tell.
Well, want me to do it again?
Yeah.
Is this an FPU? Yeah, 6888.
That's an FPU.
FPU.
That gives us a chime.
I suspect since the tech step ran and passed, it's probably fine.
Yeah, it did do that. So there's
All right, I should point out, I don't know if it's relevant to the diagnostics, but let me change camera here. With this adapter connected, we get no chime. We already knew that. But the reset button and the one next to it stop responding as well. So
it's not happy.
Without this adapter, I can start it, get a chime, reset works, and the other one makes it angry. So I don't know how that fits into the diagnostics, but I would imagine that the reset always has to work because it unlocks your system, doesn't it? If it freezes. So what ties together the display and the reset button? Whatever is in between those two, plug it in while the chime is happening. Okay. Why are you beeping at me, bro?
No, don't hot plug things. Well, Joe used the perfect phrase there to see if it kills it.
Okay. Now the reset works when I plug this in while it chimed.
I think that might be latched on
The other one too.
Or it might be latched on power up, whatever the state of that is.
Ah.
A warm reset may not initialize whatever the video if it doesn't see a monitor on cold boot.
Yeah, when
What
if
ties
the
it
monitor's
together is
not
the
plugged
memory
in
bus?
before the machine turns on.
It would be the DAC, the RBV, and the memory bus. I think the memory. I would be inclined to believe that so you checked the DAC and there was nothing bad, ugly under it.
Uh-huh.
There's that big, huge chip, though. Of course, that could be a red herring, but that's the actual main video chip.
Okay.
And it's going to
yes,
be on the address
Apple's-
data buses.
This is the exact setting I used on the. I know my camera isn't focusing, but
It's 1, 4, and 5.
this is what I used on my pile of beige.
Actually, I think I tested it. Any of the 13-inch RGB settings caused it not to chime. Because there's like 6 different modes you can set it to.
All right, so what is this connector called? Video 1. Let's look up Video 1 in the schematic. I want to see where every single pin connects to.
Have fun.
Let's see. Yeah, I got to find it first in this piece of crap. Video.
All right, so every single leg on these transceivers is rock solid.
Oh, it's 1 down, 7 to go.
Well, I did all of them.
Oh. 8 down, none to go. Okay.
I was hoping one of them would be loose. Oh, I spilled some of the freaking alcohol.
Well, now your desk is going to get drunk.
It's very drunk.
MPU, cache card ports, RAM, UK11, RAM, new bus ports. No. UH.
Well, I know they're prone to failure, but I'm not just going to buy like a bunch of chips and just slap them on if the rest of the tests say, yeah, they're okay.
All right. This schematic does not mention specifically a port named Video 1, but it does mention monitor port. So
Yeah, that's it, Jay.
That's
let's go
it.
with that.
Use
Let's
it.
investigate that.
This is not connected.
If the board is okay, then it has to be bad chips. You talking to me? Or you talking to Steve?
I assume me. Well, I mean, the tech step doesn't lie, right?
Oh, this could be J6. There's a J over there. J6.
Joe actually said both. I was beginning to wonder that my last stream if there maybe wasn't a bad chip somewhere on the board.
If there is, we'll find it.
I do have donor ports, but I suspect there's just a bad connection somewhere, and I don't know where it is.
UE9. This is UE9, isn't it? UE9. UE9 doesn't have any traces that go there.
It's because it goes through the DAC, the chip one of the chips you've already removed, and
yeah,
or actually you didn't remove it, but you touched it up.
All right, so J6 would be that, and UE9 we have pin 1. Okay. That goes to the sync channels.
That was excellent timing. Where did Bruce go? And Bruce came back.
I just went and blew a fuse.
Yay.
Guess what, Jay?
What?
It was one of the new drivers that blew the fuse.
No shit.
Yes, shit.
Oh, you're
Now what?
ultrasonic?
Yeah. Now what?
You were just
Now
saying how rock solid it was.
yeah. Until it
Well,
blew.
as you were chasing a weird power draw with the transducers, do you think your transducers are actually messing up your drivers?
It is possible. You know what I need to do? You know what I didn't do? What a twat. I didn't pay attention to which transducers that one was connected to.
Come on, man.
I know, that's a rookie error, that is.
And I know I said not 10 minutes ago that lasagna is sacred, but that said, I would at least try lasagna with ice cream.
Ooh.
I would try. Yep. That just sounds amazing. And I'm not just saying that because it's 32 degrees Celsius in my office.
Yeah.
Why is it 32 degrees Celsius in your office? That's just crazy.
So, Bruce, if you had a theoretical Macintosh IIci that didn't display video, what would you do?
I would be looking at all the issues with the new bus slots. I'd be looking at all of the little chips coming off it and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we've been looking. All of them don't wiggle.
Could well have one fried.
And I would never know it.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah.
You didn't happen to have any photos of this board before you started working on it?
You can watch his live streams.
What are you looking for a picture of specifically? I do have a few photos.
Well, typically when I work on a board that had cap leakage, liquid damage, whatever, I would love to have the original evidence of where the damage was, so I can kind of Sherlock Holmes it all together.
Can I ask, have you checked on the back to see if there are any missing birdseed?
No missing birdseed.
Okay, cool.
And the ones by the video port, I checked them all. They all have the right resistance and stuff.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'm missing 2 bird seeds, but it's a different revision.
I don't think I've got the photos you need. The only one.
What the hell, Justin?
I know. I need to start taking photos of the board more than just the artsy thumbnail background photos.
You should. There's some grime on the back. I'm just going to clean up real quick. I'm pretty sure it's just fluxodioxide, but just want to be sure.
So I did notice that the transformers were getting really hot.
How hot we talking?
Well, the high 40s. That was my tests. I mean, it's
not too bad.
No, I wouldn't have thought that would be the problem. I haven't had a chance, needless to say, I've been here. I haven't had a chance to go in and do any form of investigation at this stage to find out if I can smell burning anywhere on the thing or if I can visibly see anything. I haven't had a chance to check and see if anything is blown, but it just instantly makes the thing trip, you know, so it's like a short type thing. It makes the circuit breaker trip.
So,
got a whole bunch of SCSI connectors today.
yay!
So I'm just in the process of separating them all into their 3 respective parts because I have a tray for each one. The only downside is that they've provided them. Oh, they're broken. They've provided them with 2 of the parts already connected, and that makes it really annoying to pull apart.
Justin, would you happen to know the values of these blue axials? What they should be?
I could tell you.
All right.
Those are 470.
All of them?
They're either 470 or 220.
I think there's 301 and one of the other.
You know,
I know someone who, when he recaps them, he always makes sure the values are easy to read. So top 2 are 470, bottom 1 is 220, as Steve said.
Yeah, there's a great website called recapashack.au.
Which was down just a few seconds ago when the power went out.
I could hear people screaming around the earth.
Oh my god. Those are all brand new axials, and those I would suspect your reading might be influenced by capacitance on the rest of the board.
Yeah, I'm not getting any readings right now, so.
I would be absolutely flabbergasted if those caps were the cause of the problem.
You want to see something nasty? Look at that.
Well, that is nasty.
Ew.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's like those nasty boys that keep asking Janet Jackson out.
Oh, I've removed the battery connector from this and I forgot.
Today
All
is a
right,
good
so
day to remember.
Bank A needs memory, right, to work?
That is correct.
Oh, you stupid multimeter. It shut off the second I went to probe something. I'm like, oh, that makes a connection. It shut off.
Those are actually the Sims that I got with that board, and I put them back in the same order they were in originally. Not that that probably matters.
No, but they're laughing at you anyway. You guys bamboozled me. Now I'm bored of this.
I am doing something genuinely boring here, but it does need to be done. was hoping this might be my bloody blue pill shipment, but it's not. I've got a 4 p.m. It was just grit that spot in between the RAM there. There?
Yeah.
Just grit? Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Booga.
That little. Actually, I think there's a little dot somewhere, not there, but before that, which is probably also just another piece of grit.
Yeah.
No. Oh, yep.
I mean, this thing doesn't have a single damage trace on it, so I'd be really surprised to find one now.
Yeah. Yes, no, it's looking at this stage probably more likely to be, sort of a damaged component rather than a bad trace.
You find that, let me know. Maybe we have a shared thing.
Well, the main problem is, of course, going to be finding replacements without a donor board.
And I don't
have
have
a donor board here.
Does this share components with the 2 or the 2X?
Oh, you probably find it shares some, but they did make some really big improvements between there where they were, sort of combining things into a single chip that were separate chips, because there's obviously a much smaller board than those ones.
They might share the same speaker header.
That's a start.
That's a fairly safe bet, yeah.
All right, Nick Lopez in the chat says, check for shorts on video pins 4, 7, and 10. They should be the only inputs that would care what's plugged into them.
All right.
Yeah, see, there we get someone doing something useful.
Let me find a pinout, and then I can do just that. Oh, wait. 4, 7, 10. I have access to 1 through 8.
Yeah, 4 and 7 are easy.
And I'm checking short to what? Short to ground or short
to ground?
to?
Yeah. I would be checking short to ground.
Or short to each other.
You could check for both.
All right, let's see. Pin 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pin 1 is ground. 4, 5, 6. 6 is ground. 7 is not. 8 is not. Pin 10, I would need a pinout to find that on the back.
Just count. Oh, I think I found a solder thingamajig.
I think it goes pins 1 through 8, and then pin 9 goes back to the other side.
I found a thing.
10. Well, 10 is connected to ground.
I'm trying to find the video connector on the schematic.
Yeah, hang on. What are you checking? What are you testing at the moment?
Currently, which pins connect to ground?
Okay, you're actually checking the connector. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So
I had to because Nick was screaming at me.
Sorry, I had to restart this computer, so everything I had open is not open.
Bruce is not one of those people that checks that checkbox.
Oh no. No. There is nothing that drives me madder than switching a computer on and then having to sit and wait for it to open a whole stack of stuff while I sit there staring at it with a dumb look on my face.
Yeah, I
You know
turned
what's
that shit off
scary?
by default too.
The new machine left that on by default, Bruce.
Mm.
And it was so fucking quick, I didn't even notice. It's like, oh, everything's
I should hope it's quick. That's that's the motivation behind buying something like that. One would hope.
I will say I am continually surprised with how freaking quick that thing is.
Excellent. So you said pin 10 went to ground?
Yes, sir.
A lot of these pins
1, 6, and 10 and 11 are going to ground.
Yeah, 1, that's fine. 6
is fine.
6 is
That's
fine. Hang
green
on.
ground.
1 is fine, 6 is fine, 13 is fine. Now you said, did you say 10?
I did.
10 goes through a capacitor. So what's the resistance you're actually getting when you?
Well, in that case, I'm counting wrong. I know 1 through 8 are labeled on the front, so I know I got those right. 1 is ground. 4, 5.
9 is right under 1.
Oh, okay, so it starts over on the other side.
It starts over on the other side.
Counting wrong. So 9 has a path to ground, but it's high. It's not a direct short. 10,
yeah, that's fine.
It's not. 11 is ground.
Yep.
13 is ground. 14 is ground.
Yep.
So what was the original request to do?
Check pins 4, 7, and 10.
Yeah.
So those connect to chip UE9, which I think is the RBV chip. That's the main video chip. Pins 4, 7, and 10 are the ID signals. And I can tell you which pins they connect to on the RBV chip. But you'll be...
What would be an RBV chip? What's the number on that?
UE9.
UE9. Holy shit, that's a lot of pins. Hold
yeah,
on.
you'd be looking for pins 122, 124, and 127.
All right, hold that thought. How many pins on one side?
There is a little diagram in the schematic. And the pin 1 is at the end. It's not like those other ones where the pin 1 is in the middle.
That actually, those pins would be fairly easy to find.
33 pins per side.
So there should be a side that's has a 128 and then a 1 on the other corner.
All right, so I'm looking for which pins?
Let's start with pin 124. And I say that because you can also get to pin 7 on the monitor connector easily.
124 to 7. All right, let me check that.
There should be, I believe, a 2.2K ohm resistance.
Let me find 124.
Apple's Anonymous, I prefer the Mac Studio for everything except external storage. If I, would be able to have like a freaking, bunch of drive bays in there, cool. But yeah, other than that, I like it.
It might be a
3 ohm resistance.
Actually, I think I read that wrong. I think it's just 2.2. I added a K where I don't think there should have been one. And then pin 1.
I'm getting 3 ohm, but even a direct path to ground is 1 or 2 ohms on my meter. So I say that's within spec.
Probably. And then pin 122 to monitor 4.
Hold on. Yep, same resistance. Those connect.
10 is probably the more difficult because I don't know that you can get to pin 10 on that side of the board, but that one's connected to pin 127. I don't know if you can finagle your multimeter probe around and whatnot.
No connection there.
Are there any inductors on the video circuit?
You said 120. 7, right?
127 goes to 10.
Let me make sure I have the right pin here. Yep. That's all good.
Well, Thomas, to answer your question, I'd have to look up a schematic element cheat sheet.
So, Justin,
Gentlemen?
yes.
Sorry, I'm afraid work beckons, so I must away. So
Have fun being yelled at.
Yeah, yes, it's all it's all fun, and I'm sure you guys all. I mean, Jay, you've just about got this sorted, haven't you? This is all good.
Oh yeah. I actually
Sweet.
already fixed it once, and then I broke it because the stream was going to end too soon.
Of course.
Yeah.
How long have you been going for? 4.5 hours. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll cut it off at 5 if we're still going. And we will still be going because I have no idea what's wrong with this board, and I need more time to figure it out. But we'll figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, enjoy, and I shall see you guys in the future.
Thank you, Bruce. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. So, Justin, you said these little chips here, these are LS, whatever the Huda was it?
Yeah, LS 74 LS 651 SGs.
Okay. And these are readily available?
Mauser may still sell those.
So I should just order 8 of them just for funsies.
So Joe says, bad video chip or bad connection from it to the system, causing it to hang the machine. So the video chip would be UA7, right? Or is that the big UE9?
UE9 is the video chip.
Okay. Now this does have a whole side full of dodgy connections, but they all connect. So I don't think resoldering them would do anything good.
Couldn't hoit.
Or a bad connection from it to the system. Now, are we talking about specific pins that do system things? Or?
Yes. As long as there are no follow-up questions, yes.
I mean, I could just take the chip off and peek underneath, but there's no capacitor anywhere near it, so I doubt there was any crud there.
Well, now there is an interesting question. If we pull that chip off, I think we would obviously not have onboard video, but if that chip is hanging boot, would we get new bus video then?
That is a very good question. A question that Joe knows the answer to.
Joe is generalizing.
Let's see if Joe can fix my problem. Joe, if I replace these 8 chips, would that work? Yes, Steven. Okay, thank you, Joe.
Steve, I would recommend ordering 10 probably.
I'll order 1 billion.
Yeah.
Let's see how expensive this Mauser order will get real quick.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And Steve might be taking that to mean that I just punched in some numbers in Mauser search and
they're not available.
They're not available.
Wait, he's answering Steve, but not you.
Those are obsolete parts. Come on, Texas Instruments. We still have electronics out there using them. They're not obsolete. All right.
What is the colloquial term for them?
Jelly bean logic.
But they're 74 LS whatever's.
Yep.
Yeah, because if I do a search for that on the Googles, nothing comes up.
So sorry to interrupt, but I want to pose this question again for anyone listening. If we remove UE9, we lose onboard video. Would new bus video still work?
Ooh, DigiKey found some, but I don't know if they're the same ones.
Only one way to find out. That's what I would usually say, damn it. Okay, let's do it. And this gives me a chance to play with low melt solder, which I haven't done yet.
Ah, dang it. Wait a second. Justin,
Yes.
I just found some on Mauser, I think. I searched for SN74LS651SG. Oh, wait, no, they're very similar. Gosh darn it.
I don't know if the SG part is significant or not. Sometimes
Yeah,
that
it matches up to LS365, and then there's one SG. That doesn't match.
that's not a match.
That poopy.
Now, I've never played with low melt solder, so if I
Poopy.
completely mess this up, apologies in advance.
Poopy doop. I got excited for a moment. Thank you, Joe. See, Joe's paying attention.
Yeah, I know that SN part is Texas Instruments.
Okay.
I don't know why Texas Instruments is SN. It probably has to do with the company they acquired back in the 70s or 80s or something like that. That's, yeah, 74LS651 is the magic part number, and then that SG is probably a process indicator of some sort.
Well, I found a lot of PDFs online, but I can't seem to find the stupid thing to buy.
And Joe is asking if we've checked UT source, and I'm going to double check. I typed the number correct, but it appears as if they might have it, although I do not know what package that is, but it's an Inquire price chip, and I don't even know if it's the correct footprint because it doesn't even say what footprint it is.
I'm going to tell them I want 12, and they're going to laugh at me.
Actually,
yep, minimum quantity 100.
They must have upped their minimum at some point because...
Or maybe I'm just using it wrong. It could be very well be the case.
Oh, actually, it just let me inquire about 12 of them.
Oh. Well, then I'm too brain dead to do the thing.
But I will
have to say, this sample 88 smells fantastic. It's actually making me hungry.
I did order some parts using the inquiry cart once, and I'm not quite sure I got the correct parts for that adventure, but at least they only cost me $5 a piece. But I sure thought I was ordering the dip version of the V20 processor, and I received the PLCC version, which could be counterfeit. I need to find a friend at the UVA chemistry department who might be willing to maybe put one of these V20s in a vat of nitric acid for me.
All right. To the best of my knowledge, now that low melt solder has been applied to all of these pins, I should be able to get this chip off with bare minimal effort. So let's try it.
All right, after this, I'm going to bed.
I'm not going to mute, so enjoy the noise.
Low effort muting for low effort work. Makes sense to me.
I'm tired of looking at boards. And that's saying something.
Says the man who does 8-hour live streams.
Exactly.
Holy crap. That was awesome.
That was cool. All right. Well, you're not going to top that, so I'm going to bid you guys adieu.
All right. See you later, Steve.
Take care, guys.
See you later, Steve.
Take care, Jay. And good luck with the board, Justin.
All right. Wow, that was pretty sweet there, Jay.
Dude, low melt
right
is
off.
awesome. That was really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, it takes a minute for the heat gun to turn off.
At first glance, I don't see any traces bad under that chip.
No, just like the rest of the board, this thing looks freaking fantastic underneath.
Well, what can I say? I lucked out when I bought it because the one thing I couldn't see was the battery area.
Well, the
Because
least you could have done was buy a working one.
well, now that's the interesting thing. The eBay auction description was kind of bad because parts of it made it sound like they did test it, and parts of it made it sound like they did not test it.
Huh.
And I'm inclined to believe that the did not had it.
Or maybe they just heard a chime and assume it worked.
Yeah, that too. Oh, look, it chimed. There's a power LED. It works.
Yeah. Rare. Steve Jobs.
Rare contains signatures inside the case. Actually, for a 2CI, that would be rare because I don't think any of them had it.
All right. So we got no bridges. No trace damage. Let me run this one. This was the crummy side.
Yeah, that was the worst side.
All right. Let me do a quick cleanup and then we'll test it. Then we will test it.
I think Apple's Anonymous may actually have hit it on the head. They tested it and it did not work. Whether or not they didn't know, whether or not they knew it didn't work is another question because they very well may have gone for the it chimed and there's a power LED metric like so many eBay sellers do.
All right. And meanwhile, we'll take this chip and put it there. That goes there.
But I can tell you one thing. If you ever see one of my eBay listings and I tell you it does not work, believe me, it does not work. I probably have already tested it 10 ways to Sunday. Or whatever the idiom is.
Just 10 ways.
Because I'm actually about to list a video card on eBay and it does not work. So if you find it, I'm basically going to sell it for parts because I'm thinking maybe someone could use the heat sink. But yeah, it was like, I paid good money for it. It doesn't work. I'm going to at least get a few bucks back on it.
Might as well. All right. We should get a chime.
We should.
We get a crackle and a pop.
Oh.
But no chime.
No chime.
So I guess that video chip does more than just video. Or maybe we need to put in a card now because it's missing video. So let's try that.
I mean, it is possible that does more than video. It's hard to tell from the schematic.
Still no chime. Let me try the different slots just in case. But it does respond to the how you call it? To the reset button. Because I can hear the pop. Now if we reconnect this, it still responds to the reset button. So that little quirk has been resolved by removing that chip.
Okay, there is one other thing you might need to try.
Hook up a screen, see what happens.
I was actually, well, would be one thing. I was actually going to say you might need to move the RAM to bank B.
I'll just put it all back because it chimed before.
That too.
It said legend on that side, so.
Bruce says, put that chip back and try it with UA7 off.
No, I won't.
At least not tonight. Actually, I think. Oh no, we haven't removed UA7 yet.
I don't even remember what UA7 is.
UA7 is the chip that you touched it up with solder all the way around, but I don't think you actually removed it from the board. That's the digital to analog converter.
Man, we'll just do what Bruce does. We'll put it on a heat plate and just squeegee the entire board clean. No components, no issues, right?
Well, that does have a certain amount of sense to it.
Still no chime? I'm just going to try this.
It is quite possible that chip is more important than we realize.
Yep. Let's be sure, though. If it doesn't work, at least we can rule it out.
Bruce says you liked UA7, Jay. You said nice things about it.
Forgot to hit connect power again. Hold on. All right. Are you on? You're on.
It's on.
You like UA7? I don't think I did.
Might give it a moment just to make sure it's not like...
Nah, it turned red. It looks green on camera, but it turned red, so no input. All right. Now, the last couple of times I did this, I did test it with a battery. So just for shits and giggles, I'm going to put the battery back. Nope.
Hmm.
All right. Well, at least we tried that. We can say we did. So what did he say? Put that chip back and try it with UA7 off. Oh, we got 15 minutes left here, so I will do that. Ugh. Let's see. What is UA7? Is that one?
I think so.
All right. Let's do it. Actually, let's clean up this chip first. Actually, let's get a drink first. Are you serious, Apple's Anonymous? Should I have tried zapping the PRAM?
I don't think we're getting far enough into the boot for us.
Yeah, you need a chime to do PRAM, right?
I think if it's not chiming, it's not even getting anywhere close to where it would even respond to keyboard.
I need to turn on the AC because this is becoming unbearable. I would have liked UA7 to be tried first. Well, then you should have been here. Can't just be.
But he was too slow to react. The low melt solder is too efficient. Yeah, it was too efficient.
It was damn efficient.
I'm going to have to get me some of that for my rework. See, another thing on the Jay and Bruce approved list. Is that just the chip quick low melt?
What?
Is that just the chip quick low melt? Or something like it?
This is SRA fast chip.
Ah, okay. Yep, I've seen that too.
I don't know. I probably picked up this particular brand from someone's recommendation on a stream or something. Or maybe I just picked it at random from Amazon. I don't know.
It's probably very similar to Chip Quick.
Well, it sure as shit gets the job done.
That's for sure.
All right. Now, just because I'm a nerd and I get to try and use stuff that I usually can never use, I'm going to see if this fits this. No, it's too small. Damn it. Hold on. See, when I work on the beige boards, I get to use tools that I usually never get to use. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's put you off to the side for a second. And up you go. Now, theoretically, it should be real easy now to clean out those pins. Hey, Alf is here. What's up, Alf? Come on, beep. Beep. There you go. Ah. Let's try that again. Are you melting? You doing anything? There we go. Oh no, it's stuck. It's working. Not as smooth as I had hoped, but it's working. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on. Could be smoother. Getting my morning coffee. Where the hell are you? Snowing? Oh, Norway, that's right. Damn you, I'm jealous. I was just complaining how it's 33 degrees Celsius in my office. I had to turn the AC on. Ooh, that's not going well. Nope. Clip that off. Try again. There we go. That's better. One more side to go, and then this chip can go back on the board. What'd you save on AC here in Norway? Tell me about it. I spent the first 25 years of my life in the Netherlands. I only heard about AC in movies. Never actually used it. Didn't really need it. It was hot 2 days out of the year, and that's it. Then I had the bright idea to move to Florida. Not my proudest moment. Come on, get in there. Man. And I spent 10 years in that hellhole before I had the good sense to move out to Ohio, where at least once in a while it snows. What? Why you not? Why? I'm betting this was the cruddy side. Let's see if some sample 88 can make sense of this.
Yeah, no, that's just weird. That must be the cruddy side.
I don't see anything being pulled into the wick, so. Oh, hey, there we go.
There we go.
Give it up, baby.
Sample 88 to the rescue.
Oh, yeah. Sweet. Now, let's clean it up a little bit just because we can. Ohio represent. Damn right. Joe is in Ohio, and he claims to be my friend, though he's never visited me once. So I don't know how serious he is when he says that. Oh, Jay, you're such a nice guy. Can we be friends? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then he never visits me. What the hell? All right, that's clean enough. The ultrasonic cleaner will take care of the rest. One clean chippy. All right, let's get that chip back on. Somewhere over there. Yep. Let's see. Let's find pin 1. Nope. 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 Pin 1. And then that should be right there. It's almost like this chip was meant to be here. Look at that. Look at that. High in the middle and round on both ends. Sorry for the silence. Just concentrating for a second. All right. Let's get that thing back on. I'm going to use low melt again on that other chip because I was impressed. See, and this always happens with Bruce. He's like, "Oh no, I can't be there, or I gotta leave early because I have work to do." Then he doesn't do shit, and he just sits there on his ass, drinking wine, watching the live stream. He ain't actually working. I can tell you that. Oh man, it moved. Come on, Jay, you new at this? Why aren't you letting go? Why are you being stubborn? You're just being an asshole now. I will fix that later. Who knows? That bridge might actually fix all our problems. What do you think?
Well,
could be, man.
Could be. Let's go to the schematic. Oh. Well, let's see. Pin 33 is a ground. Pin 34 is hiding on the
My
schematic.
nearest neighbor is about 300 yards away. Yeah. I mean, I lucked out with my neighbors. My neighbors are really nice people on one side of me, and I don't speak yards, but they're a good 100 meters away from me on either side. One side, he's just the nicest dude ever. On the other side, I have no idea. We say hi, we say bye. Other than that, we don't understand a word we're saying to each other. But never any issues. So as far as having neighbors, I prefer not to have any. But when I do have them, it's nice that they're nice. All right, this is sufficiently tacked on. Now I'm going to try that drag solder thing that Bruce keeps talking about. And historically, I have sucked at drag soldering, which is why I never do it. Well, we'll see where we end up. Shall we?
But you are using the Bruce approved flux.
I am. Maybe that's making me drag like a champion here. Eh? See, I'm still not happy with the way that comes out. There we go. 1 yard is close to a meter. Can we all just use meters? Come on. We're civilized people. We're not cavemen. Let's just use the metric system. Justin agrees, even though he's not saying anything. But then again, I have the other neighbors, cattle trampling my lawn. Hey, I wish I had a cow, man. Save me mowing the lawn. Oh, yeah. There we go. That's why I do not drag solder. Son of a bitch. Oh. And yes, I know it's my fault because I put way too much solder on the tip. But I'm still going to blame the process.
That makes sense to me.
Right? If you can blame something else, do it.
What's the old saying? If you can't fix the problem, fix the blame.
I like that. I'm going to tattoo that on my lower back. All right, that turned out halfway decent. Which side is next?
Those solder joints certainly look shinier than they were, and that chip is straighter than Apple got it.
Dude, that birdseed on the back, half of it is crooked.
Seriously. Yeah, I think this board was built on a Friday afternoon, like right before 5. It's like, can we finish putting this thing together so we can get out of here and get a beer?
I think they started the beer before they finished this one.
Actually, you are right. This board might have been assembled right after 5, after they'd cracked the beers open.
There we go. All right. Oh, crap. One more side to go. Now, I do like how smooth sample 88 comes out of the tube. It's definitely an improvement over the ASM stuff. And I love the smell, like I've said before, but I don't know.
I can definitely see it's more transparent than the stuff I've been using.
Yeah, the whole transparency thing has never really bothered me, because even the flux that you can't really see through, as soon as you heat it up with the iron, it turns, what do you call it? Translucent. So that's never really been an issue for me. But yeah, you know. In Australia, 2 or 3 p.m. is sometimes bear o'clock. All right, I'm applying a little bit of force to all of these pins now. Hey, we got a winner. That one's loose. How about now? That's better. All right, crummy side.
Oh yeah, that side's way straighter than it was because I think that was the. Not only was it crummy from electrolyte, it was the most cattywampus side too. Whoop.
Got another one.
We've got another runner.
Hopefully I don't break it. Come on. Just move back. Why are you being a pain in my ass? There we go. All right, you stuck now? Yep. And we're good. Now, we passed the 5-hour mark, but hey, we might as well see this through. What was the one that I had to take off again?
UA7, I believe it was.
UA7. That's this little bastard, isn't it?
Yes.
Fine.
Do we want to check and see what the board does before we do that? Not that I expect it's going to magically work.
Yeah, I
now,
haven't really done anything, but you know, might as well.
At least make sure it still chimes.
Working from home is awesome. Yeah, I agree, man. That's one of the most difficult things I've done. When I started working from home in 2015, I spent a year not actually working. Like, I'll do this repair later. I'll do this later. I was lacking any discipline you need to work from home. All right, we should get a chime. No more chime.
Oh no.
We have lost our chime. Huh. Okay, so it stands to reason, since all we have done is take that chip off and put it back, that I missed one of the pins. So I'm going to double check all that. Because it makes no sense to lose our chime now, when we've had it the entire time. Should I remove the battery? I'm going to check my work anyway, just to be safe. And I'm going to use a stronger pair of tweezers. So if it moves, that side good. That side good. I'm also checking for solder balls, by the way. Yeah, that one's good. That one's good. No bridges. All the pins are firmly attached.
Well, Joe just said something in the chat that is
Is it something I want to hear?
probably not. It's not something I wanted to hear.
Heat.
But
Nah.
I should probably say it anyways because you'll eventually see it. He said heat killed an already marginal chip.
No, we don't accept that. Besides, I barely used any heat because I used low melt solder. I cranked my heat gun down to basically breath temperature. But what if it melted something close to it?
Ah, now there's a thought.
Sorry for the noise. I need more alcohol. There we go.
Thomas is asking where do you get a shirt like the one you're wearing?
I got this one from iFixit.
Thomas is also asking if you have any freeze spray. Oh, it was Alf that was asking where you got the shirt. Thomas, freeze spray. I think Thomas's comment came in as I was trying to read Alf's. Sorry about the mix-up. Words might turn around sometimes.
Freeze spray, yeah. I can manufacture some. If I just use this upside down, I got freeze spray. What do you want me to freeze? I can't freeze this chip because it'll be under the power supply.
Yeah, that's...
So that's good, that's good, that's good. Okay.
I guess probably ought to try it again. Pull the battery and try it.
Pull the battery?
For Apple's Anonymous's comment.
All right.
Oh, and double check you don't have something under the board because there's some straggly things I can see.
Yeah, the wick. We like wick. It fixes flaws in boards we didn't even know we had.
Yep. Now you see it, now you don't. The power supply covers some of the important chips on this board. Like half the 030 CPU, the power circuit, that video chip, the DAC.
All right. Did he say what he wanted me to freeze?
He hasn't said. Probably that chip that's under the power supply that you can't really see.
No chime. We have the LED. We have no chime. So in taking that chip off and putting it back, we broke something. Or more likely, what Joe said, the chip failed. Because there was no trace damage. The chip isn't on crooked. All the pins are connected. There's no solder bridges. And let's put a heat shield on top of the important parts. Okay, which parts are those? By the way, thank you to the 9 of you still hanging out here. You are a trooper. Which one is the CPU anyway?
It's the one that's... No, it's by the SCSI connector. It's the chip that's half covered by the power supply.
So everything good is under there.
Yeah, exactly.
The power supply is in a bad spot. Yeah.
Yes, Thomas, it is in a bad spot.
I'm propping it up with these plastic tubes on both sides, so it's not connecting anywhere it shouldn't. And that said, hold on. Hold the phone. This connector. Do we have enough cable to... it comes out from the inside. Damn. I figured if we can disconnect this and pull a little bit of cable out, we could just lay it next to it. Or rotate it so we can use it outside the board.
There's not enough cable really to do that.
Yeah.
Apple minimized the cable in that thing. Or I guess it was Aztec. Well...
Nope, no stray pieces of wick. Oh, did you? You mean freeze this chip and then power it on? See if that'll make it work? We can try that, I guess. Yeah, maybe.
Do you have an ATX extension cable?
No. What do you think? I work on Beige and PC? Come on. So now, also, this is not very accurate. So if I try to freeze that chip, I'll probably end up freezing this entire section of the board. Let's see. Quick!
The chip is now frozen. Just in time for Bruce to rejoin.
It's happening.
We just froze the chip.
Why?
Because Thomas said so.
Still no chime.
What's the state of the board at the moment?
We have now resolved one of the items. The board no longer chimes.
Okay, how was it resolved?
We removed and
we removed the
resoldered
ability to chime. If that was our goal, we have succeeded.
So he removed the RBV chip.
Yep.
What UE9 or whatever it is. It didn't chime when we powered it up. So we put the chip back on. I suggested let's check it to make sure it chimes now, and it didn't. So it no longer chimes.
Okay, so we've broken it. Cool.
So Joe has made the comment, and the heat might have killed an already marginal chip. So
Now,
that might have.
Let's summarize or brainstorm or whatever you want to call it. With this chip, it chimes, but as soon as you connect an adapter, it stopped. Without this chip, no chime either. So if this chip was already on its way out and a little bit of heat killed it, would a new chip solve all our problems?
Well, can I also mention that something else did actually happen amongst all this with the chiming thing? And this may not be the cause, and maybe you guys did cover this and you did test it, but the FPU was put back on. Did you test whether it was chiming after the FPU went back on?
Yes.
So it did chime with the FPU on?
Yep.
Sweet. Okay, that's awesome. I like it.
Now, with the amount of grime and stuff on this board, wait, could it be because the speaker is only connected with one pin? Could
yes.
I have been staring at this thing for 5 hours. So.
Sorry for laughing, but I had to.
Oh, no, that is indeed funny. I do not blame you. Now,
I love all these colorful UV masks you've got. They're awesome.
Still no chime, though. Although the chip is now back to room temperature, but I am fairly confident that that chip is dead. Yes, because when I was working on my Beige machines, it was kind of pissing me off that this is way greener than the actual PCB. But this was way more yellow than the PCB. So I mixed up about 15 to 20 batches and found the perfect mixture to match the PCB color. And by the time I figured that out, I realized it's not worth my time and effort. So I never ended up using the yellow again.
Cool. I love it, though. It's just so colorful. It just appeals to the child in me.
Yeah. The one I use the most, though. Black.
Black.
Because we all know the good boards. The good boards are black.
Now, so not that I don't trust you, Jay, but can we have a nice look at the work you did on putting that chip back?
Wow. Just say it.
Straight out. Just straight out and set it.
Jesus Christ. All right.
Anyone would think I was Dutch.
It does look a bit more grimy now because I just sprayed the crap out of it with the freeze spray. But actually, let me try and clean that up a little.
Oh, geez, that one doesn't even look like it's soldered on. Look at it.
It is. I checked.
It doesn't look like it, though.
I checked.
Never leave my workshop looking like that.
Oh, it wouldn't leave the workshop. But I have checked. Where did I put that spray? Over here. All right.
So, can you zoom in a little bit closer so we can get a nice, juicy look at these pins?
I know exactly which pin you want to see, so let me just zoom in on that one. Why don't I?
Yeah, it is one of the ones that I want to see, but I do want to see all of them. Yeah, I can see it's holding on. So let's go for a little travel, shall we?
All right.
Let's go. Oh, that's yeah, okay, cool. Yep. Yep. I assume that's flux that looks like it's bridging at the top of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yes. Actually, why is that there? It shouldn't fucking be there. I just cleaned it. I thought this Sampo 88 was easy to clean. What the hell?
What? Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's looking better. I like that. It's a lot easier to see now.
And I noticed that the Sampo 88 is bubbly as hell when you try to clean it.
Yeah, but so is ASM.
No, it's not.
Okay. You know, if I'm to be totally honest, what's that?
The fuck is that? No, that's flux. That's still flux.
You sure?
Yeah,
Can you
I'm
do us a favor and be sure? Because
stop trying
I
to
just
make
saw
me look
you
bad.
clean it.
Oh my god, what's on there? What is that? Hairs. Ew.
Let's hope they're not conductive hairs. I was going to say...
This flux doesn't come off at all. Look at this shit.
So the Sample 88 is going to be about the same difficulty in removing as the ASM.
Bullshit. You might be the expert, but I call bullshit.
Well, no, I mean, look, I'm to be totally honest with you, I'll be sticking with ASM. I prefer it. I prefer it over the V3. But you got to remember, there are some people that cannot buy ASM because of the reach restrictions. So, if you are going to, if you're wanting to go down the path of having a flux that is safer to use, then yeah, sure, I think it's doing a pretty good job. But I think I am still an ASM user for life.
Yeah. Me too, probably, because look at this shit.
You got to try that Chip Quick one as well. The one that I bought recently. That's really good. The last time I tried Chip Quick, it was garbage, but this one's really good.
I might have to try that Chip Quick too.
Oh my! What the?
Joe says in the comments.
I don't want to hear it because Joe keeps saying negative things. What do you say?
Air blew it from under the chip.
Stop making sense. It's too late for that. Anyway, we have seen that all these pins are soldered on.
Okay. Shall we test it again?
No, because if it works, it means that no, that makes me look bad. We're not doing this.
Maybe you want to put it through the ultrasonic cleaner and then
this
try it.
Definitely is getting a bath tomorrow.
Yeah. Because then at least if it works, you can say it was the ultrasonic clean the whole time.
Well, I wanted to run this through the cleaner 4.5 hours ago, but I knew that it wouldn't make for a fun live stream. And then we still poked around a bit and had fun.
Well, I did ultrasonically clean it, but then the debug started, and I've added flux and deoxit and my own brand of wonderful chip placement.
Here we go.
John. there is something. I'm just going to ask. I'm just going to ask it. I'm just going to ask it.
Just
Come on.
rip the Band-Aid off, Bruce.
Is the chip you put back in the right orientation?
That is going too far, sir. Too far. What the fuck? I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. I should mention that even though it doesn't chime, it is responding to reset. I can hear the speaker pop. It didn't do that.
You're getting a little pop there, yeah. So that tells us a few things are working, but we're now not talking to those ROMs. Well, I know what I'd do next.
Enlighten us.
I start swapping parts with this donor board I've got.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
All we need is for Joe to engage the transporter beam from Australia to Ohio, and
we'd
Joe, there's the coordinates right there. Bruce's hand.
Replace this one. Replace this one.
Yep, there's the orientation dot and pin 1.
This one.
No, that's not clear enough for Bruce. Let me clean it. Clearly see. There we go. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know that a lot of these chips actually have 4 dots on them. They have a dot in each corner.
Go fuck yourself. This one only has 1 dot. Damn you.
Yeah. No, you're right. That is the right way around. The words should be upside down, so you're fine. Or should they?
Well, he's got the board upside down.
Hang on.
No, not
you're
hang
right.
on. Nope. Mm-mm.
What?
Nope.
Hang on.
Nope.
Yeah, that chip's on upside down.
No, this pin 1. There's a fucking dot right there.
I'm pretty darn sure that chip's upside down. But don't.
Oh shit!
Oh man, there's the pin 1 orientation.
Are you shitting me?
No, he's not. No, he's not. I didn't even catch that.
Why would they put... Okay, so what?
There are 4 lights.
What the shit? Why would it have a dot here, Bruce? Make this make sense to me.
I think that's like from some sort of mold. I think that's a dot from a mold. Yeah. Some sort of injection molding process or something like that. But yes, it's quite bizarre, isn't it?
Fuck you, Chip.
Well,
and I even didn't you have work to do or some shit?
Yeah, I sure do. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Oh, thank you. I don't give a shit how long I'm going to be here. I'm going to put this chip on right.
Yeah, I think you have to. While you're doing that, I'm going to make a quick phone call. I'll be back.
Do I have to low melt it again?
No. You get the stuff about low melt. Just hit it with the hot air and whip it off. You can low melt it if you want to.
At this point, well, I hate to leave before you're done working.
You can't leave.
Board,
you're in it. You're in it.
Someone has to stay. I guess my phone call waits.
I know some of us have jobs.
I do have to go to work in the morning.
Oh dear.
I'll accept that.
All right. Well, I hope you gentlemen have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
And
I won't. Not after this bullshit with the dot. I'll try.
If I could play the garage video right now, I would. But instead, I'm just going to have to say adieu, parting is such sweet sorrow. And I hope to see everyone later.
All right, Justin. See you later, man.
Thanks, Justin. See ya.
All right. Fuck. 2 dots. Are you shitting me?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't
Are you
it?
shitting me?
Been caught out by that one before, I can tell you.
You couldn't tell me this as I was doing it.
I wasn't here.
Because no, you had work to do.
Yeah, I had a meeting.
Yeah. How much toilet paper did you use during that meeting?
As I always say when I go to the toilet, I say I just been to the bathroom and I got most of it in.
All right, beer back.
What? What do you mean beer back?
Well, you can't hear me with this blower on.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. I can tell you that with this particular project happening today, which I've been very happy to be part of, I have enjoyed it immensely, don't get me wrong. I really cannot afford this time. I have got so much work to do. I've got orders to fulfill. I've got code to write. I've got ultrasonic cleaners to sort out. You name it. It is crazy. Oh, hang on. At least we know why it doesn't chime anymore. I mean, that's the most important thing. We have to look at the positive. It's interesting. This one this has dot in each corner and whatnot. The one that I've got here actually has 4 dots on it, but the one that represents pin 1 is a little bit deeper than the other 3. Thank you, Zodia.
Thank you,
for the
Zodi.
super chat.
I have to low melt it. My nozzle is too narrow to cover the whole chip.
Fair enough. I'm impressed by that low melt. I'm going to buy some.
Oh yeah. I wish I didn't have to use it twice.
Low melt. So is there any particular brand I should be looking for?
Look, the board is still hot enough.
God, it's amazing. That stuff is amazing.
I'm using a lot more than I should, but still.
Where do I get it from? Can I buy just that from the local place? No. Low melt solder. Low melt solder. MG Chemicals, low melts. No, that's a solder paste. What the hell? Shopping. Chip quick.
Cooled off too much.
Solder one, no. Entry salt, no. Low melt sold 60-40 low melting point. No. No.
Just work.
Where the hell is this crap? Where do I buy it from?
I get it from Amazon.
I mean, is it? I'm just looking at some of these that say low melting point. Is it just they're saying, hey, this stuff has a low melting point, or are they actually selling low melt solder?
I think you should just buy it and try it.
Tell you, I need to find stuff for silver soldering. I need to get into that.
For what?
Silver soldering.
Why?
Because I want to try silver soldering these things on the base of my ultrasonic cleaner.
Ah. All right, trying again with the low melt applied.
Silver solder. So I've already got the blowtorch. I just need the, I assume, solder and flux. Silver brazing, silver solder train, flame, silver solder. Excuse me. And there's silver brazing flux. Some are calling it brazing, some are calling it soldering.
Man, this stuff is fucking amazing.
I love it. I'm going to get myself some. This item not available. Hang on. Well, that's just stupid. Set as my store. Select store. Select store. Right, so they don't have it. Oh, it says it's in stock.
Sorry. Now, let's clean this up.
This is going to be a corrosive flux, this stuff. Low stock. But you're saying there's a chance.
This stuff looks like a game changer. Dude,
5%.
I've seen, what's his name? I mean, I know his name. His name is Josh. Micro Mage Repair. He uses low melt solder all the time. And I was like, I don't need that stuff. And then one day, as I often do, I was bored and I spent money, and I picked up some, and I tested it, and like, oh, it does melt quick, but I've never had an actual use for it like I do now, and I'm sold on it. I'm definitely sold on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. I can think of several times where that would come in handy.
If you apply low melt solder to the bottom of one of those RAM slots and you put it on a hot plate, you'd have this off in 20 seconds or less.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. I like it. Okay, so Nick is telling us that Altronics don't have low melt solder and they don't have silver solder either. I do know I can get silver solder from Bunnings though, so that's something. But yeah, the low melt solder I'm going to have to get from somewhere like RS Components or.
Is Nick in your neck of the woods then?
He is. Yes, he is. He works at a company called Altronics. They're another big chain like J-Car that sell lots of components and things like that. There is one, I think the closest one to me, I'm just trying to check. Got to check. Nearest Altronics to me. Nearest Altronics to me. They're another one of these companies that have these absolutely awesome big catalogs, big catalogs of bits.
Oh, I miss those catalogs.
Love those catalogs. Auburn is the closest one to me.
Look at this. Look at this. See? Just oozes out.
Oh, that's terrible. It's terrible.
It is. Can't believe this chip has 2 dots. Unbelievable.
Yeah. It does seem like that chip was deliberately trolling you.
I'm going to go with that.
Plenty of catalogs I can send you. I used to actually get the Altronics catalog with one of the magazines that I used to buy, but I stopped buying it because I just wasn't getting around to reading it. Silicon Chip magazine. I've been published in Silicon Chip a couple of times, actually. You can take a sunrise.
I don't feel like I'm absorbing anything right now, and I'm not.
Yeah, it just looks like I could see trails of solder coming off that.
Yep. But even though this night has been largely unsuccessful in the fixing stuff department, I wasn't bored.
Yeah, it's definitely been good in the tinkering department, hasn't it?
Yeah, I know it's for most people the motivation is money when they start a new job. I'm just really excited to learn some new stuff and not be bored anymore. I mean, the money helps. Obviously, keeping a roof over our head is important.
The one thing I'm looking forward to learning is why one of my ultrasonic drivers is making the fuse blow.
All right. Clean it up.
Interesting enough, I've always called this place Altronics, Ultronics, and I'm just wondering, is it pronounced Altronics? Altronics or Ultronics? Altronics? Ultronics, Altronics? I don't know. You can call me Altronics. Probably Altronics.
Justin is probably regretting not sending this to Steve or someone else that actually knows what they're doing.
We know that we will get methodical work from you, Jay.
All right, so with Bruce and 9 people watching, we're going to do this again.
I'm watching it, so it's kind of 8 people.
Actually, we're not. There's still a bunch of low melts on the board.
Oh, excuse me. You know what? I hope you haven't fried this chip.
Well, if I have, then I'm just going to blame it on that, obviously.
Pronounce Alltronics. Okay.
All right, that looks clean. That looks clean. That looks clean. All right. We are going to clean this up real quick. Good. All right. Do we all agree that that on the left there is pin 1?
Yes.
All right. Do we then agree that this might be the right orientation?
Can you just move across so we can see the direction of the writing? That is the correct orientation.
Bastard.
100%. 100%.
All right. Now we got to do the tacky thing again. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. I'm not going to promise I'm going to get it on as straight as I did the last time. So even though it was on the wrong way, it was incredibly straight.
Which counts for a lot.
It does.
I just need to stay until it chimes again. Then I've got to go make a phone call.
If it chimes again, I'm getting my ass to the couch and watch a movie.
I've been playing phone tag with someone today. Whereas like I call him and he can't take the call, and then he calls me and I can't take the call. So.
You know, you can just leave a voicemail.
No. We've got to actually discuss stuff.
And then the other person calls back and leaves a voicemail with their response to your voicemail.
Yes, we could. I think he wants to actually interact while he's telling me this stuff.
Interact. It's one of those old people, isn't it?
He's my age. He's my age, so yeah, pretty old. I hate the telephone. I have seriously lost so much time today to things like meetings and calls and stuff like that.
See, you know what I'm doing here, Bruce?
Mm.
I am tacking the chip on in 2 corners.
Yeah.
Brankus Creations told me that is how it's done.
Yeah. Hello, Bacchus. Thanks for joining. 8:40 a.m. So where would that put you? That would put you somewhere in Europe. Would that be right? Yeah, I'm with you, Zodium. I would much rather, here's the classic one that happened today, and of course, it's the person sent me something, and then we had a meeting. He was asking me a meeting to ask if it makes sense, and it's like, surely sending me an email to say, does it make sense? And then if I say no, then we schedule a meeting to discuss what doesn't make sense. But if it does make sense, we probably don't need a meeting. Trondheim.
You'll be happy to know I tried drag soldering earlier. Hated every second of it because of this shit. Son of a bitch.
Need more flux. Pleased to hear it, Zodium. Zodium's in for the long haul.
Sleep is not in my vocabulary.
Oh, Justin's still up. What's going on?
Well, that's kind of like you saying you have work to do. It's all bullshit to just get away from it.
I did get some stuff done today during those little moments when I wasn't on here. I have to admit, I did not expect this would go for near 6 hours.
Oh, me neither. I thought 2 hours, and I'll call it a day. Because I knew that unless there were damaged traces, I was pretty confident I could fix this up. But if there were no damaged traces to be found, I figured I would have to dive into the schematic and, actually use my brain. Which is what I'll be doing tomorrow, apparently. No.
You don't need that much solar. Come on.
I know. But I look at those big shiny bridges.
Shiny bridges.
Now, if this chimes, what have we learned?
Nothing. But what I did want to do is, if it does chime, the next thing I wanted to do is see if the computer will work with UE7 removed and a new bus card with doing display.
So you actually still want me to keep on working after all this?
Well, I wanted you to do that friggin' ages ago. It's not my fault you didn't get this stuff right.
I'm glad you're not my manager. But it's Christmas, Bruce. Work, you dog. Sheesh. Brutal.
What time is it there for? So it's coming up for 3 a.m. where you are, Joe.
Correct. Which means I might get a phone call from my mom soon. Because where she lives, it is now 8:45.
Excuse me.
Another thing, I find the V3 formula to be a lot more splashy.
Splashy, okay. I don't really know what that means, but
that means that kind of like when you're welding, the splatter just goes everywhere.
Oh, okay. So I tried on a number of different tasks, and I found it to perform quite well. Where I felt it was lacking was when I was doing trace repair, and so I was putting the trace down on top of, or putting wire down on top of where a trace was and soldering it on. And I just found that the solder was getting all lumpy really quickly. And I kept having to reapply the flux, but I found with the ASM, it was staying on longer.
Huh. And also my soldering is perfect. So the fact that I'm getting solder bridges now is not me. It's the flux.
Yep.
100%.
Yep, fair.
100%.
Fair enough. I'm fine with that.
Because, all right, I'm not even going to test the pins. I'm just going to fire this bitch up and see what happens. That's how confident I am in my work. So, first let me catch up on the chat. Now, in Dutch, I would say Bacchus. Is that the way you pronounce it, wherever you're from? Or is it Bacchus, with like English way of saying it? It's fixed yet? Yes, it is fixed, but Bruce had me undo my hard work to try something else. So that's what we're doing now. Dutch is closest. All right. Are you Dutch, or is it close to Dutch? Are you like Belgium or somewhere in that area?
Oslo.
This thing better fucking chime, I'll tell you that. Ready?
Yep.
Oh.
The chip's still good. That's good to know. Hey, we put the display connector in. How about that? We've taken it off and put it on again. We might have magically fixed
You
it.
are determined to prove a wizard repaired. I ain't doing it.
Yeah, that's right. Come on. See,
Son
you
of
could
a
have done a
bitch.
wizard repair. You never know.
Kind of got to try it. God damn it. No challenge.
Okay. So, all I want you to do, this shouldn't take more than a few moments to just get the hot air, whip off your E7, and then do exactly what you did then, and to see what happens.
Norwegian. Cool. I dated a Norwegian girl once, but she was Chinese. So I don't know if that counts. But she lived in Norway. So I don't know. Kind of does count, I guess. Nice girl. UA7, right?
Hang on.
There's a lot of plastic there, dude.
That's the one. UA7, I would just like you to whip that off. And we'll just go through the process of what we did before. And then I promise, after that, we're fine. It's just that this is something I asked for about 2 hours ago, and I would just love to see it finished. Yes, I would. This is the digital to analog converter. Video digital to analog converter. VDAC. VDAC.
Anyone with a permanent residency. Okay, cool. I dated a Norwegian girl.
Are you doing the low melt?
I am, because there's way too much plastic around here to keep the hot air gun involved for too long.
Okay.
Now, I did say I was going to see if this burned or not, but I would prefer to test that after I fix it.
These ones are a little bit easier to do the orientation, only because they only have one dot on them.
They damn well better.
Mm.
All right, so we're going to blow the air that way. So we're going to put a shield over here, just so we don't mess everything up. And that should be safe, and that should be safe. Now, since we're low melting, it should pop off right away.
Excellent.
Let me get my tweezers ready. Do the tweezers fit under the chip? No. I'm going to have to hook it over here. Okay, I can do that. Be right back.
We can take a sunrise, sprinkle it in June.
Huh. It's not working.
Well, come on.
What the shit?
Give it a nudge. Give it a nudge. Give it a nudge with a pair of tweezers. Give it a nudge.
Ooh, it's smoking. My whole office smells like
V3.
cotton candy.
Yeah. The Candyman can.
All right. Let's clean that up. Just to make Bruce happy. Let's clean it up.
Yeah.
How do I keep losing my wick? What's up with that?
Jeez, mate.
There we go.
So there are, what is it, 3 possible outcomes here. 1, it won't chime. 2, it will chime and it'll be exactly the same as it was before. And if it is exactly the same as it was before, then we can pretty much eliminate this chip, which is good.
I didn't hear a word you said because my hot air thing was still
It
good.
was going. Okay, so I'm just talking about the possible outcomes we're going to get from this. Now, outcome number 1 is the thing won't chime. It'll be worse than it was before. Okay, that really tells us nothing. That's not really that useful if that happens, and we hope it doesn't happen, but it might. Outcome number 2 is that it will chime as it did before, And then when you put in a display connector, it will stop chiming as it has done before. And that is kind of a good thing because that tells us this chip is not the problem. The other outcome is that it will just magically start working.
I go with that option if you don't mind.
Yeah. I can grab. I've got a guitar here somewhere. I can grab one if you want.
I mean, I should tell people that are watching that I had this figured out hours ago. I'm just trying to keep the stream going, you know.
Oh, of course, yes, that's right. Yes, because we need
entertainment
6 hours
value.
Jay needs to build up his viewer hours.
Exactly. All right, speaker. Power. Vape. Important. Man must have his rituals.
Indeed.
We have chime.
Okay. Chime. Now that's really interesting. So, yep, connector goes in. This stage, I've got a sneaking suspicion. Oh, we'll see.
Chime,
no chime?
No more.
Okay, so, well, at least we know that it's not UE7, so we've ruled that chip out. Now, that does narrow it down somewhat because if you look at the schematic, that's half of the circuit there. So let me just have a look here. Page 11 I need. So UA7, so that basically rules out pin 1, pin 2, pin 5, pin 9, and pin 3 of, well, not necessarily 3 because that goes to UE9 as well. So that pretty much tells me, this is what I would be thinking. I think it's UE9. So I would think that the next thing I would do would be swap UE9. That's because I'm lazy. We could potentially do more diagnostics, but I'm lazy, and I would replace UE9.
Can I grab UE9 from one of the baseboards I have?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a very good question. You've got a 2X, and you've got a 2, and then you've got a 2FX, don't you?
Yep.
Let's have a look.
I prefer not to mangle the 2FX because I only have one of those.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, 2 Macintosh 2 schematic.
Is it worth trying this?
Oh, no, there's no video on that, so it's unlikely that it's going to have a digital output. Oh, maybe one of the display cards has one. Yeah, one of the display cards might have it.
Oh no, I meant try it with a card in now.
Oh, I don't think it'll make any difference, but by all means.
So we should get a chime now. No, we won't. Speaker. Hold on. There we go. Chime. Cool. Chime. Wait, was that a symptom or not?
No. Once we're on the new bus, if you connect a screen to it, but I don't think you're going to get video. I mean, I really don't think you're going to get video.
I know, but do I trust whatever you say?
No. And you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Just hang on a second.
You have led me astray before, after all. Just got to wipe off all the oozing flux here. We're going to hook up a screen. And it's going to work. Oh, I can't feel my ass anymore.
Can take a sunrise. Okay, 344S 1019. Piffle.
And then we have power here.
Ooh.
Yep.
I wonder if the original Macintosh.
You ready for a question mark? You ready? Ready?
Yeah. Yep.
Chime.
Light went red, didn't it?
Bitch. Come on.
Can you the just new bus display cards that you have there? Can you grab one of those, or not the one that's in there? You had 3 there, didn't you?
I got 6.
Can you not that one that you just had?
High resolution display card.
Yeah, that one potentially. What's the code on that big square chip in the middle?
There's a bunch of codes, but let's go with
start with 344 probably.
Yep, 344S007.
Damn. Okay.
And this bitch has 4 dots. So I'm not touching that.
Yeah. Okay.
Not doing that. All right. Let's see. Time. And nope.
S1019. That one is.
If UE9 is the one I think it is, then the 2SI might also use it. And maybe the 2VI. Great. 2 computers I don't have.
Yeah.
But we have, if I remember, we have made progress. Because before, built-in video or NUBUS card, as soon as I connected an adapter, I lost a chime.
I didn't realize that was the case. I thought even when you had the adapter connected to the new bus, it still worked.
I don't know. Justin, am I recalling this right? Or maybe I'm just wishing that we're making progress.
2SI. Okay, so that's the same chip on the 2SI. I mean, I know someone there just said 2VX and 2VI as well. I can't confirm that at this stage because I don't have it, but definitely the 2SI is the same. That's another one you don't have. That's another one I have a spare of, by the way. I just thought you should know that.
Oh, adapter connected to NUBUS still works for. Oh, fuck. Okay, so no progress being made here.
Well,
at all.
What I would like to say is that I do think some progress has been made. The only problem is that the next step is the difficult one. I might have to post a chip to you or something.
Well, question is, does Justin want to be without his board for that long? Or does he say, well, you obviously suck. Give me the board back. I'll just do it my damn self.
He might have some spares.
Mm.
Do you have any spares? Do you have a 2SI you can pull apart, Justin, or another 2CI? This is what always ends up happening with these boards that need fixing. They end up getting torn apart.
Now, at this point, would it make sense to put this chip back and run it through the cleaner, or are we pretty sure we're dealing with a chip problem here?
I don't think there's any harm in putting it back because I consider that the test we just did eliminating that chip as a problem. So I would be inclined to put it back just because it needs to go back anyway. I am leaning towards the and there are still plenty of things that it could ultimately be, but the next thing I would be changing would be UK 11. Is that the one? UE9, sorry. UE9.
UE9.
UE9's the one you put on backwards.
I did no such thing.
Yeah.
I followed the dot, okay? Followed the dot.
Misled by a dot.
Yes. Now, what leads you to believe that this chip might be bad? Because it's giving me the chime.
Yeah. We still have to look at the fact that a display connector being plugged in there is making it stop chiming. So it is going through something when the display connector is plugged in. It is doing something which is stopping it from working. And UE9, that connector plugs into UA7 and UE9 exclusively. And we've ruled out UA7 in that step. Every pin that comes out of every pin from that display connector either goes into, or it either goes to ground, it goes to UA7, or it goes to UE9. That's where all of those pins on that connector go.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I say, we've managed to eliminate UA7 as the problem. So that kind of leaves UE9. Now, that doesn't mean that the problem isn't somewhere else. But for me, that is the next step of the chain that I would be testing.
All right. Now, a favor, if you will. Can you tell me what D2 is for? It's a little...
Yeah, that's...
thingy next to the other thingy.
Let me have a look.
Because when we're looking at D2, we're actually getting we're looking at a component that I deal with all the time. It is tiny.
Yeah. It's a diode.
And it fails fairly often on modern boards. So
okay, so that is an LM385-1. What you got there, and it is indeed a diode. And what does it seem to be doing? That's kind of weird. It goes to ground. It's basically pin 4 and pin 8 of that diode, and it connects from. John will know what this is. It connects from pin 31 of the UE7, and it goes to ground.
Thomas says it's a safety diode.
There you go. See, Thomas knows. Is that safety, like where we go?
Safety as in voltages, or safety as in if I remove it, it's definitely not going to work?
I think it would still work disconnected, to be honest. But I could be wrong. I put it this way: it is solely connected to the chip we just removed, UA7. It's not connected. It's connected between UA7 and ground, and we removed UA7, and the computer still worked.
Right.
Which means that diode was essentially just connected to ground, doing nothing.
Okay. Oh, so that UA7 needs to detect some kind of load or draw on that pin, maybe, to work. So that's all it's doing. If it's a gate to ground.
Yeah.
It could cause a short. It could.
But it, yeah.
You started so full of, I'm going to say this, and then you build.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing, right? That what we're looking at, D2. Okay, one pin. You can see the pin on the right there. The third one down on the right is connected to this chip. Then on the other side, there is a pin that's connected to ground. Now, we get the same symptoms without this chip being connected, which means that diode is doing nothing, absolutely nothing. So when we went in and tested it without that chip there, effectively disabling that diode. That diode is doing nothing at the moment. There's nothing that diode is doing at all. And we still get the problem when we put the connector in and it stops chiming. So that diode has been eliminated from the process, and it's still not working.
I hate it when you make sense. Really, it's one of your most annoying qualities.
Yeah, I know. It's frustrating, isn't it? The sun's going down here.
All right. Well, I am putting the caps on the microscope, and I'm putting them like this.
By the way, you should be able to just test that diode in circuit if you want to.
Scope is not happy with the outcome.
Did you want to just test that diode with your multimeter just so that we can keep everyone happy? No, ultimately no.
No,
really couldn't give a fuck. No, I don't blame you. I think it's definitely time for bed.
I'm putting God. I'm putting UE7 back tomorrow. Or actually, I might not touch this until Justin sends me a spare UE9 or something. And I'm happy to keep this on the shelf, work on it whenever. In case it wasn't clear, this is a freebie. I'm not charging anything for this. I was just trying not to be bored. So if you want to leave it here and have me work on it whenever you have parts available, that's cool by me. As I wipe down my flux again, I'm losing half a tube a day here. This is a solid marketing strategy here.
That's why I stopped getting the 30cc ones, because if you get a dodgy one like that on a 30cc, you just lose masses of flux. If you get one dodgy one on a 10cc, it's not as bad. You got a bruise.
Well, it's still $20.
Yeah,
I got a few bruises too. I think my wife came home from her class and like, look what I learned. Started beating the crap out of me.
Beat you up.
Yeah.
my camera's falling down.
But I'm not allowed to hit back if the Johnny Depp lawsuit is teaching me anything. I'm not allowed to hit back. So I got the short end of the stick there.
Zodium has said I need to watch the bits I missed later.
6
No,
hours.
Zodium, you really don't. You really don't do
You
that.
haven't missed anything. It didn't work when we got started. It's not working now. That's where we're at.
Now, I am going to sign off. I'll let you do all of the talky bits to your audience. I am going to sign off so I can make this phone call. I finally found my multimeter. So it was here all along, but it's so small, it's easy to lose. So, right. Well,
thank you
bye-bye.
for hanging out, Bruce, and for
Oh,
pointing out
most welcome.
my successes.
Yep. No, it's been wonderful. We've the progress has just been nothing but progress, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Jay. I shall speak to you all in the future.
Later, Bruce.
Bye.
All right. And with that, it is now 35 degrees Celsius in my office. I can't open the windows because it's even more humid outside than in here. So I'm going to shut it down, open my door, run to the living room, and go watch a movie. Sorry we didn't have any kind of useful anything come out of this. I learned a few things about how these boards work. I have the schematic that Bruce sent me, even though it's a complete disaster and not what I'm used to at all. I am going to go through this tomorrow or whenever that new chip arrives and really try to figure out how this board works. And then maybe I'll do another live stream, or maybe I'll just fix it in my downtime and post on whatever social media I'm on that it's working. Thank you, Alf. I do appreciate that. So yeah, stay tuned. There might be another stream. There might be some social media updates, but either way, this is not leaving my house until it's working, unless Justin says, send it back to me now. In that case, it might leave my house not working. So thank you all for hanging out. For those of you that have been here for the last 6 hours, my mind is blown. I barely held on for 6 hours, so the fact that you did, amazing. And I will see you all on the next one, which might be in about 3 days. I'm going to be on Mike's Mac Shack live stream on Saturday, and I might do my own stream on Sunday. So stay tuned, and I will see you all next time. Later.